let's try that again. Hello and welcome to LPL, the unofficial English broadcast of the LPL. I was supposed to say LPL English. We've already fallen off the rails here, Quacks. You know me, I'm Rafa. This is my boy Quacks. We're gonna bring our first series of the night between OMG and LNG. But to catch everyone up, if this is your first time tuning in to some of the LPL action here on LPL English, we got a full-on format explainer for the Demacia Cup because that's where all the off-season action has been taking place. So let's take a look at that and show you where we're currently at. If memory serves correctly, Quacks, we're in the middle of stage 2. We're about to wrap things up before we get into our playoff bracket because quarterfinals is just around the corner.
This is the penultimate day. Tomorrow, you know, Christmas morning for us over in North America is the final last best of threes for stage 2. And for these two teams that we're covering specifically on the first series of today, Mark, it's their last games. So this is a pretty big deal for them. You win here, that puts you at 3, and that almost certainly, or no, it not even certainly, it does definitively lock you in for the next phase. So there is a good amount of pressure on both of these teams to perform, and I'm super excited to get toward this first best of 3 because they have both been performing all tournament long.
Now, if someone is tuning in for the first time in this Demacia Cup and they're looking at this Group B and they're just looking, oh man, that sucks for LNG and OMG. Man, they're like in the group of death. You got JDG, you got Weibo, and you got BLG. Producer, roll the standings graphic, please, and we'll enlighten anyone that is showing up here for the first time. It's not what you think. LNG and OMG are at the top of Group B against teams like BLG, JDG, and Weibo Gaming. Now, I understand that a lot of people are going to come in here and say, well, it is Demacia Cup, it's just off-season, no one's going to care that much. They're not even fielding Knight for BLG. Sure, but LNG and OMG are not here to play around, and they're fielding completely revamped rosters going into 2026, and they're putting a hell of a show on to kick things off for the 2026 season.
And for these two organizations, I mean, you look across the Group B, and I would say that these are the guys that have the most to gain from doing well, right? I mean, LNG in particular, most of their 2025 was plagued by really mediocre results, and then OMG didn't even get to play for half the year. So you having a strong standing right from the get-go, to the people who are saying it's just Demacia Cup, I only have one thing to say to them, Mark. Lighten up. Come on. Are you not entertained? If you've been watching the series so far, every single series, every single night has been absolute cinema, whether it's 2-1 or 2-0. These two teams making it to the top. You would probably think it is more plausible looking at this standing and thinking it would be reversed. If Weibo were on top and then JDG were second, you would probably believe that is a more plausible outcome than this. So the fact that we're even in this position, Mark, just makes it so damn fun.
It's been such a fun tournament to watch because it has really shaken up all of our expectations, and it's given us something to look forward to and also compare and contrast to once we get into our first official split of the 2026 season. And just a quick check-in on Group A, as you can see, EDG, because they've already won 3 series without dropping a single one, they are already qualified into the playoff bracket stage. They'll be waiting for 2 more teams to join them between IG, NIP, LGD, and WE, and I believe there should be another series involving one of the Group A combatants later on today. But we have our LNG and OMG series to kick things off. The battle for first place. This win will lock a spot in that quarterfinal bracket. So let's look at our opening teams. Starting off on one side of the map, it is OMG with Harry, Rayo, Haichao, Starry, and Moham.
And really, I think the big focal point that we have to look at for this team, the one that everyone, or the person that has caught every single person's eye that has witnessed Oh My God over the course of the Demacia Cup, has been Haichao. I think that this is a player who a lot of people have memed on, who a lot of people have been putting low in their standings. Even a caster, he who must not be named Mr. Cubby, has memed on this guy to death, so much so that we have debated putting
calling Cubby Voldemort in here. That's crazy.
Something like that, because he is you know, constantly cursing on Haichao This guy, though, has been having an amazing Demacia Cup so far. I think that Haichao has really stepped up. I think that we saw this yesterday where he won I believe it was back-to-back MVPs on Silas and Akali in their series. So he's been stepping up to the plate, and I think that he's not alone. I think every single member of this team has been performing admirably, and going into this series against their opponents, they're going to have to step it up in order to secure that first place.
Now let's take a look at their opponents. The other team that is battling for that first place spot. It is LNG Esports. Sheer, Croco, Bulldog, 1xN, and Missing. A complete rebuild from top to bottom. Not a single player was on this squad or this organization at all during the 2025 season. And when you look at the individuals on this roster, there's some similar stories that we're tracking, not just with LNG Esports, but also over on the flip side in OMG, especially when you look at the mid lane parallel here, Quacks.
Yeah, I mean, Bulldog has been having an amazing tournament as well, but for those of you who are in the know, Haichao was a part of LNG. He was the mid laner for them throughout 2025. Bulldog comes in as his successor, many people touting this guy as a better version of Haichao, saying that this is an upgraded move by LNG Esports. Now the two get to match up against each other, so that theory, or rather that opinion, will be either disproven or proven somewhat today in their head-to-head. So I'm really excited for that. But the big focal point that we want to touch on for this team, Mark, is the bot lane. 1xN and Missing. 1xN, those stocks in 2025, they went up and up and up, and now when he's got, you know, better players to surround him, now that he's off of Thunder Talk, it's time for those stocks to liquidate into cold hard cash.
And LNG is really taking a huge investment on what many consider to be one of the most underrated AD carries in the LPL. The fact that he was, some might consider, jailed on Thunder Talk. Well, guess what, 1xN? It's your dream come true. You are finally breaking the chains of what was being on the Thunder Talk squad, having to have a jungler like Aki run it down in your games in split 3. Now you have Croco instead, who has been performing really damn well alongside Bulldog, which we didn't expect Bulldog to perform as well, but this jungle mid duo has been running the show for LNG. Sheer has been getting Rumble nearly half of the games they're playing, so he's popping off and he's doing an admirable job on other champions as well. And Missing, who towards the end of split 2 was starting to fall off in terms of what his peak we know to be, that JDG 2023 almost golden road run. He's bringing some of that light back, and he, alongside 1xN, this is legitimately a bot lane that has to be feared, and one that we'll continue to be watching in 2026 when we start off the first split.
Absolutely, and as the graphic suggests, like we said, 1xN no longer jailed on Thunder Talk. He is finally free, and even though he hasn't had a particularly long career, I think it is probably not a super hot take to say that this is the best team on paper that he has been a part of. So when you've got all of these pieces surrounding you, it's really time to up your performance, prove all of the people that were backing you on Thunder Talk right, and start, you know, putting in those results for LNG going into the year now that you have Missing as your support. One of the big names, I would say, for that role here in the LPL.
I mean, at his height in 2023, Missing was considered the best support in LPL, and definitely one of the best supports in the entire world going into that World Championship before their road eventually met Faker. But, you know, that tends to be a common trend with LPL hopefuls. Yeah, all roads lead to Mr. Lee Sung-hyuk. Well, but for Missing, I know that Missing would love to be reunited with his JDG boys, and maybe this isn't necessarily the team that he was aspiring to be on going into 2026, but as much as we meme it, and as much as this is being the reality of what Missing has to deal with, I think considering the performances that LNG is putting out right now, Missing is making sure that he is putting in his fair share of the work for the squad to succeed.
And it has to kind of transcend the in-game stuff that we expect from him, right? Because he has been on teams with as the graphic suggests. I mean, this guy has been on teams with Knight. He's been on teams with Ruler. He's been on teams with some of the best LPL players in the modern era of League of Legends. And now he's on a team who, funnily enough, I would say if you kind of go back and look at his career on Leaguepedia, around like 2022, 2021, when he really started to pop off in that name as one of the best supports in the world, like you said earlier, Mark, this might be his worst team on paper, which is completely inversive of what we said with 1XN, where it's probably his best team on paper. And that just means we need to be seeing Missing play more of a, leadership role. He doesn't have these experienced players. He doesn't have the caliber that he once did for teammates, and it means that he's going to have to kind of put in overtime to, like you said, really put himself out there and make these plays and be a guiding light towards some of these younger players, particularly 1XN on the team. So does fill the role of kind of the leadership for this squad, and we need to see that in the macro for LNG going into this series.
I'm hearing that draft is about to start here, Quack, so there's a couple more things that we're gonna want to be touching on and really taking a focus on once we start seeing the series take place. But already both of the teams are wasting no time in battling for first place, as looks like draft has been canceled. Never mind. I don't know if it's because Haichao needs to get the sniffles out.
Yeah, Haichao is really battling with his nose right now. He's laning against that thing, and it has counter pick. He just can't get whatever's there. But
the counter picking is not finding the problem, I fear, or whatever is.
All right.
I was trying to follow what you were laying down.
Yeah, I don't know. I gave you a really treacherous road to follow. I apologize. But I mean, in all honesty, like kind of going back to what we're supposed to be, expecting, particularly from OMG, because we already said, for LNG, it's about, the Bulldog succession of Haichao. It's about 1XN and Missing being able to gel and what we expect from these guys. On the other side, though, outside of Haichao, I think that it's been really apparent that Juhan and both Starry have been having great tournaments as well. You kind of alluded to the mid-jungle of OMG, and I absolutely agree with you. I think that Juhan has been kind of the tip of the spear when it comes to a lot of these engages. I think that he has gelled really well with Haichao around the mid game and controlling space around the objectives, and all of this has been a product toward getting Starry ahead. Starry has had some of the highest, biggest, and most impressive KDAs of the tournament so far. I have them written down here: 10-1 Yunara game, 14-1 Misfortune game, 17-3 Misfortune game. This guy is a killing machine, and a large part of that is because of Juhan's proactivity and Moham also being really scrappy in the laning phase with him. So they have all really built themselves around their mid laner, around their AD carry, and that's very similar to what we said about LNG. So the strengths of both of these teams seem to be in similar roles. They seem to have similar archetypes, and it's just a matter of which one executes it better, in my opinion, Mark, which is always a super fun thing to watch. When it comes down to just execution, when all the cards are off the table, that is when the best League of Legends comes out.
Yeah, because then it's not getting stat checked, it's not getting wallet diffed, where you're just like, well, the other team has 5k gold ahead of them. Well, I guess they just lose here. They're 10,000 gold down. Well, there's nothing that they can do. It has to be a miraculous throw from the enemy team. But when it's an even fight, and then you just gotta trust the fingers. Oh
yeah.
Man, that is peak League of Legends right there, baby. It's all in tips.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Stares at the camera intensely. But honestly, continue. I set a hard road out for you to follow, and then you did the same thing for me. I'll take that as like a get back, and I think we could call it even. You think we could call it even? Because I think we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh no, wait. Have I been disconnected from the parsec? No.
Nope, we're good. We're here. We're here. The draft still isn't, though, but we still are. Hopefully,
guys,
that'll get
this is my holiday fun. As we get closer and closer to Christmas, these are the things me and Quacks do. Well, I guess we inflict upon each other to really keep each other entertained while we wait for what we thought was a draft ready to rock and roll, and then the players baited us. And now, you know what? I'm gonna call for this graphic, because one of the things that we talked about that was super important between both of these teams is that they are having mid laners that both had quite disappointing years in 2025 on their respective squads. LNG for Haichao and DNF for Bulldog. They were pretty much on the worst teams in their domestic leagues in Split 3. And probably considered the worst mid laners in their own domestic leagues at that point. But the fact that they are having stellar runs now, Quacks, this is the glow up. This is the redemption that they are trying to strive for, so that 2026 is complete opposite of what their 2025 looked like.
Absolutely, and I think it's really important that they hit the ground running. A lot of people who are saying, oh, it's Demacia Cup, you can't be judging these players based off of the performances here. They're judging themselves based off the performances that they have here. So I think it is super important. I would argue against that, that it does mean a lot toward these players, because like you said, they don't want a repeat of 2025. They want to go into 2026 with fresh heads, a fresh start, and being able to carve that path forward to redemption like the tunnel graphic suggested.
I'm gonna wait and see if we actually... Okay, the third champion has been banned from OMG's side, so I feel like it is appropriate to say that we are getting a draft phase underway. Kiana, Malphite, Orianna already taken off the table by LNG, Karma, Rumble, and Jace. Nothing new so far. And Quacks, I think the most... I don't want to say the funniest thing, but it is kind of funny in a way that also disappoints my soul, is that despite all the fancy new junglers, once Malphite, Kiana, and Jace are off the table, it's always back.
No one's playing Aatrox anymore. They slapped him with some nerfs, and the teams must have scrimmed and said that it's just not doing it anymore. So
this champ sucks.
Yeah, this champ's garbage. So now they're just picking a ton of champions that haven't been garbage all of 2025. Have you ever seen the lane? This is crazy drafting from OMG. Super unconventional. It's Nico Yunara, Mark.
I've never seen it before in my life. Nope. Yep.
Absolutely
I saw all of 2025, never seen it before in my life, so I don't even know what Nico Ultimate does. I hope she can't get a AoE ult. Oh yeah. Oh, what? She could transform? That's crazy. Yeah. LNG, however, still going back to basics. Talia mid being hovered. Zehen is still on the table, but more and more teams are starting to be less wary about just taking Zehen outright, because I feel like not every Zehen performance has been quite impressive. I would say it's like 50-50. Sometimes you get a Zehen that's like, okay, wow, this actually feels like someone that feels threatening and you have to like play cooldowns around. And then other times you're like, this is just a glorified cannon minion.
Yeah, and we honestly saw kind of a gray area from Sheer yesterday when he played this champion. They did win the game. But I think a lot of people who saw that series would definitely argue that Zika was the better top laner when Sheer did play it. So we will have to see just a little bit more, I want to say a bump in performance here for the laning phase of Zehen, because I feel like that is the most telling part of this champion. That is the most defining part of the character, is if you can get ahead early in the laning phase, you can really snowball that out of control. I think that Zehen scaling, while good, you can always just back it up with some kills, because he has a lot of that kill pressure in the early phases. But both of these teams drafting for kill pressure. Obviously, OMG, I think, have a really aggressive bot lane, particularly for the first few minutes. This should give Juhan a lot of early priority with the Nico Yunara, so I wonder if he's going to be looking for any plays on this Xin Zhao against the Wukong, who is notably weaker than him before he gets that Triforce. So OMG maybe opening up the door to be a bit more proactive as a comp in the early phases.
I like that call out, Quacks, because it gives you kind of a clear game plan for OMG. Now, we have talked many a time about the perils of having a composition that relies a little too much on trying to get that early snowball going for yourself and not having any scaling insurance behind you. Not to say that Yunara isn't going to fare well later on to the game, but I do like a pivot of saying, you know what, just in case, let's put a meat shield in front of our carries and give Harry that Scion.
It also just gives the Yunara a lot of zone control, right? I mean, you mix the Scion along with the Xin Zhao, you got the Crescent Guard, and then the Nico. There's a lot of circles, and circles are a good thing for short-ranged AD carries that can just dash around the fight. Meanwhile, LNG hovering that Varus, you can already see that this top side is pretty aggressive, so I don't hate that they're giving 1xN something that can kind of be left on its lonesome. Varus is one of the champions, one of the AD carries that I think has been taking teleport more than the others, so that does signal that Varus has been played more as a weak side champion if the situation calls for it. I wonder what we're going to see out of Missing here. Are we going to see something that can pair with him well in the laning phase so that they can play the 2v2s, or is it going to be something that can roam and play for this top side, get this Zehen ahead, and maybe collect some of those grubs early on? Alistar lock-in does signal the latter, in my opinion.
But a Sylas is available, and
Yes.
that has been one of Haichao's go-to champions. Having access to Unchained already is one of those things that makes a Sylas lock-in almost too good to be true, and there's plenty of ultimates that Haichao could also go for, but the fact that he pivots over to Ahri instead signals that he wants to go for a little bit of extra safety in the laning phase. He will have that sustain against the Taliyah, and he'll have an easier time of trying to safely look for those picks with Spirit Rush and Charm, and also he has picked up a pentakill on this champion during his time with LNG earlier this year. So, Haichao, just saying, hey guys, you know how I gave you one of your few highlights earlier this year? Well, now I'm gonna give you some good old revenge.
Another one, maybe, even for the highlights. But in all honesty, I like the pivot from Ahri just because I think Sylas is a very all or nothing character, right? And it's very difficult for you to get maximum value when you're dealing with all of the disengage tools that OMG have drafted. I think the stickiness of Sylas is one of its biggest components. You're not really going to be able to have that in this game against this composition that OMG have drafted. So I think we have seen a pretty clear window into the early game whenever you have Xin Zhao and you have a bot lane that can, you know, gain that priority. A double range bot lane usually does. That does signal for a bit of aggression. I think that's what we want to see in the early game. And if they can, you know, make it difficult, if they can make this Wukong's life difficult in the early phases, Mark, that handicaps the engage for that comp pretty significantly, because you go in with the Cyclone and you might just get blown up instantly.
So what you're saying, Quax, is we must invade Wukong on every Raptor camp spawn.
I will
Steal
go
those
further
chicken
and
nuggets
say
away.
the Krugs aren't safe either, you know?
Oh, dang. Are you just taking a
Go crazy.
full-on red side? Yeah, red side every rotation. That red side rotation does not belong to you, Mr. Croco. So he's going to have to depend on his laners to not only be holding their own, in fact, getting priority in these lanes so that they can rotate on over and defend him in the first few minutes of the game so that Juhan doesn't get a leg up over him. But Quacks, this is it. I did not expect LNG and OMG to be our series that was going to be fighting for first place here in Group B, Stage 2 of the Demacia Cup for 2025, but that is the reality that we are living in. That is the timeline that we have encountered ourselves in with the Time Stone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to hit Summoner's Rift for Game 1 between LNG and OMG.
Yeah, Doctor Strange looked through 14,605 possibilities, and I got to think that one of them probably had this in it, LNG versus OMG vying for that top spot in the group of death. And lucky for us, Mark, that is the one that we get to watch now. That's the timeline we live in, and it's the one we get to cast tonight, as I'm very excited to see which one we crown as the first place for this group. But on the other side, I mean, we talked about OMG's win conditions. I think for the side of LNG, you've got a really strong top side. I want to see them, you know, potentially fight for priority. If Krakow can get an early game favorable trade against OMG and can allow 1xN a little bit more space and freedom in the laning phase and free up Missing from the lane as well to help out this top side, I think that that is probably the golden scenario for this comp, at least in the first 14 or so minutes.
Keep our eyes for that, because Kroko knows that he is not favored in the first few levels up until he gets either access to Cyclone or that first item power spike you mentioned with that Trinity Force here. Juhan, is pathing from top to bottom. Same thing for Kroko. Kroko will at least have the opportunity to try and deflect any dive pressure onto 1xN and Missing. Notably enough, 1xN has actually opted in for teleport instead of a traditional combat summoner spell here, Quacks.
And again, I think that this points to, obviously, one, the swaps are a possibility, but two, that Missing just wants to, impact the top side. And I think that is a wise choice. You've got this Zehen who needs gold, needs to be an accelerated piece on the board in order to really make that transition into the late game. Like you said, we've seen a lot of hit or miss Zehens here in the Demacia Cup. And I think the big difference is just getting that gold early on and being able to have that snowball post 14 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, and Quacks, as both of us are junglers, one thing that I would love to point out as well is Kroko already trying to optimize getting level 6 as fast as possible by going for wolves into Gromp, into blue buff first, so that he can get those two camps to spawn faster for accelerated experience gains, whereas Juhan just went the normal red buff into the rest of his jungle path so that he'll be able to come towards the bottom side of the map as fast as possible and try and look for an impact.
I also just think it's really good intuition from Kroko, probably assuming that his bot lane won't have priority. So now what he'll be able to do after he finishes this clear, he'll go up toward the top crab, and by the time he's taken that down, the wolves will be up. So you'll get an extended full clear, you'll get a little bit more experience, and after that you'll have a little bit more downtime to maybe look for a play after your first reset. The big thing for Wukong, like we said, is getting that Triforce spike, but the components that go into Triforce can also certainly make a dent in Wukong's combat ability.
It'll at least definitely help with his clear. If you're opting into like Phage, extra AD, extra HP, since now that also scales with your pet's damage, but if you just want to pick up Sheen instead, I mean, you are able to proc that thing so many times between all of your abilities that just have pretty short cooldowns as you're constantly auto-attacking in the jungle. And for the first 4 minutes, Quacks, nothing has happened so far, which is not to say that it isn't out of the ordinary, but was hoping that maybe Juhan would find a little bit of sauce to play for on the bottom side of the map. Top lane is getting pretty low here. Sheer is trying to force this dive, but Juhan is going to get spotted on this tri-ward, and the fact that Sheer immediately bolted gave away the fact that that area was warded.
Yeah, and you can see Harry is just, holding this wave for his bot lane. We are going to be seeing a swap come through, and it's actually one that LNG can't immediately respond to. You can see that there is a wave here that 1xN and Missing have to clear out before they can even think about going for a reset. So this might mean a divot in experience and gold, particularly between the AD carries, and that is a really good thing for Starry in this early game. When you are Yunara, you do kind of struggle into some of these, more lane phase annoying champions such as Varus with his W stacks. And now you'll get a little bit of free time to get closer and closer to your own item spikes.
There you go. Missing already getting a little fancy on the rift, trying to see if he can be involved and look for any, not necessarily ganks, but just giving some hovers when some laners are needing of a bailout or a reset. Bulldog already going for tier 2 boots Ionian, just trying to prioritize that extra ability haste and the movement speed. I'm curious to see if Bulldog just goes for proactive roams with this Talia and just tries to either unlock Sheer on this Ahen, or maybe wants to play for 1xN now that Missing has returned to the top side.
He's pretty close. Yeah, he actually, just as I started talking, dinged level 6. So we'll have access to that Weaver's Wall to make those, adventurous plays around the map. Maybe get some of his other laners in the side lanes ahead, like you mentioned there, Mark. But most importantly, I think you can also consider using the Weaver's Wall defensively. I mean, if you use that as a threat for OMG to back off for some of these objectives, you stall out the game a little bit more. I think that favors you as LNG. I think you've got some really good scaling with your mid jungle, like we talked about so many times with the Wukong, as hold that thought.
Juhan does find the wind becomes lightning onto Missing, but gets knocked up upon entry. And OMG are forced to back away because look at that. You already saw Kroko starting to collapse. Bulldog was also in range with the Weaver's Wall, and Juhan did not want to take any chances, which is why he burned the flash.
Yeah, good reaction there from Juhan, obviously, because he anticipates that move up from the LNG mid jungle. But now, no flash on the Xin Zhao going into, some of these objective fights. And it probably is going to be fights coming up pretty soon. That Dragon has obviously not been prioritized by either team, but the Grubs as well coming up in about a minute. So Juhan Han has to be very careful where he steps, especially because with Harry in this bot lane, obviously he does have the Unstoppable Onslaught to make that cross-map play, but without him, you don't really have a tank as OMG. I think that Juhan on the Xin Zhao is going to be a really easy target if you don't have someone to stand in front of him, so he's got to be, like I said, very, very cautious in these next few minutes because these objectives will definitely be looked at by LNG with a desire to take them.
Yeah, Juhan's only got one get away from me button with his ultimate in the Crescent card. So if he uses that a little too early, or if it's only on one threat and then everyone else has gap closers, well, that just might be first blood going over to LNG. And those Grubs are spawning in the next 10 seconds here. Neither team has really found a chance to finish a full item at this point. There's a lot of good components that have been completed. Phage, notably for Kroko. Tunneler for Juhan, so a little bit of extra AD and HP for both of these junglers, but Juhan is the first one into the pit. Kroko's on the other side of the map. This could be all three Grubs going over to OMG's side, but there's a chance to attack Harry on this bot lane.
Not only is that a really big pickup, particularly for Harry, because he's the Scion. I mean, we're expecting this guy to be on the side lanes for a good majority of the game, given that he's got both Teleport and Unstoppable Onslaught to join if things get dicey. But it's also a big denial because we're expecting Bulldog to be on the sides as well, pick up, potentially some of that plate gold if they decide to maneuver him around. As we can see off of that, they might be looking for some kind of a dive. Missing does not yet have ultimate, so it's very, or not very, very easy, but much easier, rather, to dive an Alistar when he doesn't have access to his ult key.
I still would feel a little anxious about diving an Alistar, and thankfully for OMG, they're going to call it off. A pause does come in, not sure why, chat, but I will tell you this. If we ever do find out what that pause is, whether you're over here, or over there, or all the way up there, we will find out that information for you as fast as possible. I can't guarantee anything, though.
It's a casual flex, I feel like, I don't have that. I wish I did, though. I don't even know where I would
got the nice suits, though.
I don't even know where I would put the cameras. My office, you can't see behind it, but it's extremely empty. I don't know where I would put 2 extra cameras, but I'm sure I would find a way if they presented themselves to me. But however, yeah, it's a pause at the current moment. Really, really quiet game so far here, Mark. Not a lot of action, like you said. It's just going to be, so far, that trade of objectives. We saw that LNG rather, were on the Dragon in the bot side, so they're going to manage to pick that one up as well. And I'm just waiting for the floodgates to break open at this point. Who is going to make the first move? Juhan still doesn't have that flash. So now that you've got access to the Cyclone and the Weaver's Wall, this is the timer to be making aggressive plays. When you've got that lockdown, when you've got the ability to join up in fights as the Talia and make a 1v1 fight into a 2v1 fight, I feel like you need to start leveraging that to get these early advantages and potentially snowball your mid-jungle into something that can impact the map later on.
And while necessarily this team doesn't, quote-unquote, fall off, the fact that they don't have a dedicated tank outside of Alistar, which is a support, that already puts you at a deficit the later the game goes on, and the more you have to stare at an ever-increasing health pool of Scion from Harry. So, there's this large mid-game window where OMG, I think, will be slightly stronger than LNG, but I agree with you that hey, then you gotta accelerate things and you gotta play super fast, and you can never afford to be just even when it goes late. And because 1xN opted with Arcane Comet, more than likely it's going to be a Poke Varus build, and if it's a Poke Varus build into a Scion, who's killing this tank, man? It's definitely not Varus. No, probably no one.
Probably not the Varus. I mean, your best hope would probably be like, a Sundered Sky coming out from the Zahen, and then the Black Cleaver probably coming out from the Wukong. But I mean, that's assuming that you're going to get extended trading. And like we said, in the extended trades, it's hard to do that when you don't have a tank and the other team does have a tank. They're more durable than you and can easily outlast you in the fights. So I do find it difficult to imagine a way where they will actually be able to take down Harry if he has enough items and isn't punished, or we don't have an accelerated Wukong to match him post 20 minutes.
Yep. Just saying, guys, you may not be on a timer now, but you soon will be. And
yes.
I definitely am in the same boat with Quacks. That time is of the essence once you hit that first item spike, and you should be trying to utilize it and leverage it to the best of your ability. I don't remember if they got the first dragon of the game during the whole Scuttle, or not Scuttle, Rift Grubs, Void Grubs take, Quacks.
I think they did. At the very least, I think they were on it by the time we paused, because we said that they could maybe look for an aggressive play onto Harry because they were all gravitating toward that bot side. I don't imagine that you see Xin Zhao has claimed the Void Grubs and then imagine them saying, oh, we can invade him on the bot side, where he totally is because he just took a top side objective.
Gotcha.
So
hey, look at that, we're back.
He actually isn't on those. He might actually legitimately be looking for Harry.
Well, he definitely poached a couple of camps from Juhan's jungle. He's going to cross over this ward in the tri-bush. And Krako is just saying, not going to go for a gank, not going to go for this dragon, just going to continue farming on up. And you know what? As someone playing a Wukong, I kind of respect that hustle. You don't want to waste time taking a neutral objective, because that's time that could be efficiently just full clearing your jungle and getting to your Triforce as fast as possible.
That's not, I mean, the dragon doesn't give you a lot of money either, and Wukong wants for money right now. He wants to get to that Triforce rush, like you said, as soon as possible. So he's got the businessman Mundo mentality right now, Mark. He subscribed to his courses, and now he's following his advice. Always go where the money is. That is Mundo rule number 1. And it's not on the dragon. Nope.
Unfortunately, that money has not been on the dragon for a long, long, long time now. I'm going to have a boomer moment, Quacks, but back in my day, dragons used to give gold when you killed them.
I've been playing League since Season 2. I don't need a back in my day. I was there when that day was in the present. So, I remember. I remember very well.
You remember? Hang on, you're like 9 years younger than me.
I was 8 when I started playing.
So, oh my god.
we're having a math moment here.
I'm old. No.
It's okay. Honestly, you took it better than you took it better than Yanni, and you definitely took it better than Slayer, because I like to call him old, even though he's what, like 2 years older than me.
Yeah, no, Slayer has like the voice that sounds older, but he's like practically the same age as you, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile,
gifted with the voice of Golden Silk and butter.
Indeed, yeah. That's a big compliment. I hope he's listening so he can hear you say that. But going back to Summoner's Rift, still not a lot has been happening. Obviously, OMG being able to claim that Infernal Dragon does mean they have a monopoly over the neutral objectives now. And like we said, they got all 3 of those grubs. I'm really interested when LNG, eventually the lane assignments become a little bit more blurry, which should happen in the next few minutes. We're getting closer and closer to those turret plates falling. How Harry with the Scion is actually going to start maneuvering around the map. Is he going to try and be more of a side lane menace, or because he's the only tank for OMG, realistically, is he going to be, more proactive and try to stay with the team? And that can drastically dictate how OMG play around Fog, because if you don't have a tank and you're face checking into a bush without that tank, well, then you're much more likely to die.
Especially when Kroko just finished his Trinity Force, so he is the big man on campus right now. Bulldog just based for his Archangels, not fully stacked up to be a Seraphs quite yet, but the fact that these power spikes are coming online for LNG, it does give their chances of winning a fight, or at least feeling confident in taking a fight much more likely. So OMG, you can see that the precautions of taking some vision into the bottom side of the jungle on the Raptor camp right over the Dragon Wall, but I do like that ward that missing place just about a minute ago, which is spotting Juhan on his Raptor camp right now. The fact that both of these teams are being so meticulous and playing such a heavy vision game, you would not guess this was LNG and OMG from 2025 earlier this year. The fact that they know that the stakes of winning first place, guaranteeing a spot into the playoffs for Demacia Cup is really taking a hold on both of these squads right now.
Yeah, they're playing like they're walking on eggshells. I mean, I admire the caution and, like you said, the meticulousness with which they're piloting this game, but could potentially break open in about a minute and a half here. We do have the Dragon now. It is only the second Drake. It would be LNG's first and OMG's second, but I do think that LNG, understanding the volatility and the vitality of this late game, probably want to prevent the soul stacking. So you can see they are trying to at least posture to aggressively move into this river, even if unsuccessfully, as Kroko might be a little too scary. Hey, that Triforce rush, or that Triforce power spike, is nothing to scoff at, and I think OMG are respecting it, rightfully so.
We're at the time now where turret plates have fallen officially. Haichao might be forced to take a recall here, already at 50% HP.
Yeah.
Almost thought about collapsing in for a quick play into the bottom side jungle, but they're going to call it off for now. And no one from OMG is really face-checking for control of this upcoming Dragon. So this just might be LNG slowly ping-ponging back and forth between mid-wave and bot-wave and seeing which turret they can knock out first before the Dragon comes up.
And I'm really paying attention to Juhan in these next couple of seconds, because you can see, yeah, I was going to say, the pings are coming through onto the top side of the river, along with the Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. That Herald is also up at basically exactly the exact same time. You can see how much vision OMG have around that area. It's lit up like a Christmas tree, you know, to get festive and everything like that. So instead of just fighting LNG at the Dragon, it looks like they are going to say, you know what? We don't want to fight. We want to go toward this top side, get this Herald, and potentially knock down a turret so that we can, you know, extend that vision line for these future Dragons and stop the soul stacking at the third one.
For OMG, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's the second Dragon or this Rift Herald. As long as they get one more neutral objective, they will claim for themselves one of the feats to the overall feats of strength. So OMG just playing towards the top side of the map, and the fact that LNG have responded accordingly goes to show how much they are respecting OMG's wishes and trying to see how much they can deny it. Harry has done a great job of pushing and stacking a huge wave to crash it into Shears Ahen. So OMG are the first ones on this Rift Herald.
The banana bush is owned by OMG here, and you can see that Moham is patrolling it, playing bouncer, as LNG are unfortunately not allowed in, it seems, but they're going to try and break the door down.
Missing. It opens a window for Kroko. Juhan secures it. Pop Blossom onto 3 members here. Juhan tries to step on back. Haichao's managing 3 just by himself.
Haichao.
Spirit rushing through. He's already picked up 1. He's going to pick up a double. And OMG win out big on the top side river. Pick up the first 3 kills of the game, too.
And they also get the objective, so it's the feats unlocked for OMG in the blink of an eye. They have turned this game from stale into their favor. Now the action starts, and they are wasting no time going to that Dragon, as you saw on the live cam. But let's go back to the replay and look at the smite difference. I mean, he crescent guards, it was 7 HP. And then I believe it was, yeah, Starry flashes to collect it. And OMG are really split, but they're both holding their own. I mean, Starry has enough distance between him and the rest of LNG to where he can use that kite. And Haichao as well is just, like you said, 1v3. Now he's 1v1 against Bulldog.
The charm forcing Bulldog to flash. The fact that he just walked over the seismic shove, no care in the world. Missing might be in trouble. Good seismic shove from Bulldog will keep Juhan away from his support for now, but OMG starting to let LNG feel the pressure that they are building up right now?
And honestly, Haichao being accelerated already, 2 kills on this Ahri. I mean, OMG placed the gold exactly where they wanted it. We highlighted the mid, the AD carry of this team, and I like that both of them were the recipients of kills in that Herald fight. But particularly for Haichao, as hang on, Sheer might be in trouble.
Sheer forcing his ultimate just to dodge from the decimating smash. Flash over the wall as well. Another decimating smash does knock him up, but Juhan is not going to continue for the kill, so Sheer does make it out alive.
A lot of flashes being burned on the LNG side at the current moment. You can see only 1xN has held on to his. Particularly, though, I think Bulldog and Sheer, yeah, probably won't have that summoner back up by the time this next dragon spawns, which means it's going to be harder to get OMG off of potentially Soul Point now that Juhan and Moham and Harry, the engages for OMG, can be a lot easier with those targets being much easier to hit. So they got to be careful. They maybe have to try and find some advantage beforehand. But look around the map, Mark. I mean, the turrets are healthy. You don't have a Herald. You don't even have the Grubs. So how are you going to threaten a lane when you were so, you know, content with being passive early on? Now it feels like it's kind of coming back to bite LNG.
I mean, LNG were really banking on that first fight to go so well. But the fact that LNG was honestly a little split on what they wanted to do there. Missing provided a window for Kroko to try and look for a smite steal, which in concept I loved. Unfortunately, just 7 HP shy of the goal mark there. And OMG were actually prepared to fight that. Haichao held that corner, made sure that the backline couldn't get in for free without at least taking a huge chunk from the Spirit Rush, and the fact that he proactively TP'd in before Bulldog even matched it with his own Weaver's Wall, I think was just such a big edge in OMG, just making sure that they were setting up their fight right. The next big fight, though, is probably going to be around the 3rd dragon of the game in 2 minutes.
Could also be around the Otacon that is coming up in...
You're absolutely right.
About 30 seconds, spawning on that top side, and you can already see that OMG, they're being proactive. You've got the teleport from Haichao onto the top side, and the big objective for them has to be knocking down this tier 1. You can see some particles around it indicating that it is a low, so if you can, you know, move Starry up toward this top side, I think the crash should be enough to kill it and, you know, free up that area for OMG to take over.
Currently occupying the top side of the map where the Otacon has just spawned. Rift Herald is going to crash in time. The Weaver's Wall, it cuts off the Rift Herald crash. Well timed by Bulldog. He's put in his fair share of Talia and Rift Herald interactions there. OMG denied the first brick of the game thanks to the efforts of Bulldog.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing Safety Patrol. You know, were you a part of Safety Patrol when you were in school, Rafa?
Is that like
the ones that like direct the buses, you know, before school
and then
hours?
you help kids cross the crosswalk, right?
Right.
Yeah. I did that in 4th grade.
I was a part of it in 4th and 5th grade, so it seems like Bulldog might have been you know, a part of it all the way from kindergarten because he manages to Safety Patrol that Herald from not bonking his head into the tower, and that does deny, like you said, the tier 1 turret for LNG and mid from going down, but also Bulldog does not have that ultimate. You can see it's already off of cooldown by about half, though, and OMG have not opted to pull the trigger around this topside objective.
Yeah, looks like most of these players are taking some bases and making sure that they are getting their next spikes online. A quick aside, Quacks, I think once you first learn to start driving, I think one of the most terrifying places to drive in is actually like a school parking lot, because I'd rather be on a highway where everyone I know is going super fast, but you can see everyone. If you're driving in a school parking lot, you don't know if there's a tiny kid just walking around. If you're going 2 miles per hour, lawsuit right there. That's exactly not what you want to happen. But Harry making his roam over, seeing if he can look for a big crash in the mid lane with the unstoppable onslaught. He's not going to pull the trigger just yet. Otacon is still the big objective to play for, and OMG trying to use Fog of War to bend LNG towards their will.
But there's 2 objectives on here now. You can see OMG have, committed toward the top side one. They're saying, if they do, in fact, go for a trade on the Dragon, we're more than comfortable with that. It does delay that soul point by 5 minutes, but I think Otacon is absolutely more worth it of an objective. And LNG aren't even seeing that this has happened. It's already down to half, though.
Weaver's Wall should provide vision that this is happening. 5k HP already on the Otacon. Krako trying to think about getting in there. A quick teleport from Harry is going to occupy their attention for now. LNG have to decide. Do they try and go for the flip, or do they try and take a kill off of Harry? They can't kill him quite yet, though. The unstoppable onslaught and the flash allows him to get out alive, and they turn around with the great charm from Haichao.
Moham!
From Moham onto 2. The Arbor Deception will find what extend, and Haichao is just playing like he was back on LNG when he picked up that pentakill not 2 months ago. Haichao letting his old org know, you should have never replaced me. You're missing out, buddy.
And Haichao absolutely decimates LNG in the fight, but it is a product from the engages. Harry clipping Sheer with that decimating smash, and then Moham, the Flash Proto Belt ultimate to continue the fight. OMG, do not let LNG escape. They take down all of them, and they also secure the Otacon.
Just
look at
beautiful patience and re-engage.
Oh, beautiful stuff. Moham too. I mean, he goes over the wall. He's saying, nobody's getting out today. You're all going to be joining the rest of your teammates. And all of them going to meet a gray screen. Now OMG have drastically accelerated this game, them picking up the Otacon and keeping all of those members alive. They picked up so much gold that now this Dragon feels like a foregone conclusion. LNG are 9,000 gold behind their counterpart. This was a game that did not see a first blood for like the first 10 or so minutes, and it has exploded into a massive win here for OMG, now on soul point with LNG not even able to get near that pit.
Quacks, in times like these, there's a little song I like to sing. Sometimes our LPL audience has heard it before. It goes like this. Wrap it up. Wrap this shit up right now. It's over. I mean, at this point, when you look at the setup that OMG has, Harry is already on a super tank, pretty darn accelerated, got 6 assists, got super invested in that fight, has a level lead on top of Sheer thanks to the Otacon as well. We already voiced our concerns that LNG are not going to have meaningful ways of being able to deal with this tank once he gets out of hand. And their window of trying to get the wallet diff, the gold lead before that happened, has come and gone.
It absolutely has. And, you know, going back to the song, I don't know if I'll use that for an LPL match, but I certainly will use that for the plethora of family gatherings that I'm going to have to be attending here for Christmas season, relatives that I only see like once or twice a year. And I could have used that when I was wrapping presents. So I'll keep that in mind for 2026 Christmas. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. My pleasure to add another tune to the playlist for wrapping presents. LNG, they know that even if the game is very, very dire, they're not going to give up anytime soon. Bulldog. Oh no, it's on the wrong side of the Weaver's Wall. Forced to flash over just in the nick of time. Starry just pelting away onto missing, and through the damage reduction of the ultimate, it's still not doing enough. Goes in for one pulverized combo, flashing away in the nick of time, but the wind of lightning actually clips in. Harry comes in over the wall, slams Bulldog into the ground. OMG pick up 2, and Haichao is just going to tease both Krako and 1xN under the tower, looks for one more charm, and Spirit rushes out.
Haichao just casually flexing on the remaining 2 members over in that mid lane that are left for LNG as OMG find the fight yet again. Really good arm guard proc there from Haichao. Bulldog trying to shove him away. Krako going for the kill.
Flash for flash, one more Cyclone under the tower. Haichao not going to survive, and Krako barely gets it out.
Yeah, that was for the BM, Haichao. Don't disrespect. That one felt a little bit personal for Krako. But let's get a look at this replay. Bulldog with some, let's just call it a sussy wall. has forced to flash. And I mean, now LNG realize, hey, we have to actually run. We can't go fighting for this. They almost get a turn, maybe an assassination with Haichao, but they just overstay their welcome. OMG find an opportunity, and they take it yet again. Another fight win for them. And now, I mean, we've got a little over 2 minutes until the Dragon, and a whole lot of space earned here from the Oh My God squad. Should be just the soul into possibly bulldozing one more fight. LNG, though, have a much more arduous mountain to climb if they want to get back into this game, which I think the possibility mark is getting slower and slower, less and less by the minute.
They have full control of this bot side jungle now. Almost 10,000 gold ahead. That's the point of no return. And usually when we start talking about game numero dos in the series, and for LNG, it was an honest opener. They had a solid win condition to play for, but it really feels like misplaying that fight for the Rift Herald really set them up for failure, and OMG were just able to drive every punish afterwards all the way through.
And this feels very reminiscent, Mark, of what we saw in their matchup against BLG, where the teams were very even. It was a very stale and coordinated, controlled game, but very quiet in the kill department. BLG not really looking for anything too proactive. LNG not really doing anything proactive either. But then when it came down to fighting, BLG just managed to out-hand check them. And we saw something extremely similar in this game. A very quiet, first 10 or so minutes into one fight that just opens the floodgates and drowns the members of LNG. And I feel like they are a team that really needs to get accelerated as soon as possible in order to gain control of the mid to late game. OMG, I think, probably had a read on that as well, which is why they are willing to play so safe. So, one thing I'm looking at for game number 2, LNG, pick something that can be more aggressive with those level 6 timers, as Haichao is face checking into a lot of members.
He got a charm onto someone, so he knows that someone was hiding
there.
You're
surrounded.
And here comes the rest of the squad. Moham will lead the charge with Juhan on the flank. Harry comes in for the alley-oop dunk, and Sheer arrives to the party. Unfortunately, just a little too late. He's going to try to do his best to see if he can find one with the Grim Deliverance, but Starry, blinking a 1 HP, doesn't even die, throws up the thumbs up. Better luck next time. We're going to game 2.
And OMG, a quiet first 10 minutes. Nothing happening, but one fight gives them all they need to close this one out. A 30-minute game. And they will lead the series up 1-0 in their attempt to get first place here in Group B.
Six, 1, and 7 for Haichao's Ari. 16 stat. 6, 7. That was not on purpose, chat. I promise. I fell into it.
You know what? When the moment comes, you take the moment. It is what it is. Yeah.
Understandable. Haichao against his former org, one that did not have a stellar year, one that any player would look back on fondly. And he is able to really stick it to them and just say, listen, guys, I know 2025, what we went through wasn't great, but you know what? I'm in a better place. And in fact, I'm doing better than you as a result of this game 1. But everyone on this team, I think it's going to be hard to decide an player of the game personally, because Moham, Pop Blossoms were always on point, found crucial targets to either slow down the fight or enable Haichao and Starry to get their targets that they wanted to go for. Harry, I feel like sometimes top laners deserve player of the game when they just slam a tank, because first of all, they're being a good boy, but also they're being a role player for the team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And oftentimes when people decide obviously it's a factor, but when people decide on their MVP for a game, a big tipping point can always be an early game, right? How did you do in the laning phase? Did you gap your counterpart, and did that transition into like a late game advantage where then the rest of the team could play as a unit? We didn't really have an early game, Mark. I mean, it was quiet everywhere. It was all team play for this game. And so I agree with you. I think that makes it very difficult to pinpoint who exactly played these team fights the most crucially. But I got to give a shout out to Harry. We have been quiet on him on the narrative front, but I mean, that clip with the decimating smash, you can see opened up for OMG to continue this fight, win it out. And, this was like the second or third fight that they just dominated in, and they didn't need many more than that in order to win this game. So I think that everyone played their part, but like you want to give a special shout out to the tanks for being the role players, and particularly for Harry finding those engage moments on the Scion.
Guys, if you ever have someone willingly locking in Scion, Mundo, Malphite, Maokai, any tank from the top lane role,
text your tank friends and tell them how much you appreciate them this Christmas.
Yeah, this Christmas, this holiday season, give back to the tank players in your life, because they deserve some after pretty much giving up any real meanings of fun by not picking a carry champion, just saying, well, I'm going to make sure that everyone else gets to have fun. But obviously there are players who also enjoy playing tanks. I do love a good old Maokai jungle game. Grapes is a good boy, especially when he's on Scion. Moham, though, picks up the Nico. I think we kind of predicted it. It's just those pop blossoms were crucial, and there was never a bad pop blossom in this game in the few times that they fought. So pretty easy to just say, good job, dude. And now this sets us up for game 2, Quacks, and you know what that means. It means we're going to be taking a short break. But before we do that, we want to remind everyone at home, if you would like to support LPL English broadcast, consider becoming a Coffee member, because coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the podcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators as well. So subscribe to our Coffee linked in the chat to unlock perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews, and who knows, maybe you'll have the chance to send a wonderful gift to our caster out this holiday season. Maybe I can sponsor the gift as well. Don't check your mailbox out. We'll be right back for game 2 after this break. Welcome back, gamers. We're getting ready for game number 2 between LNG and OMG, where OMG took the first game of the series and now one game away from officially marking themselves first place in Group B and earning a berth for the playoff bracket of Demacia Cup 2025.
Yeah, it would be a huge deal for OMG. I mean, the organization that was, eliminated halfway through the year, being able to put themselves above the standings over the likes of teams like BLG, of JDG, that would be an absolutely huge flex for them. Obviously, and again, have to reiterate, yeah, all of you who say it's just Demacia Cup, lighten up, have some fun, okay? These guys are celebrating the W. You might as well celebrate the W with them, as they are looking for one more W in order to take this series against LNG. And Mark, a really slow game for game number 1. Do you think we're going to be seeing a bit of a faster pace game going into game number 2?
I don't know, Quacks, because on the one hand, I would love if the teams loosened up a bit and just gave us a little bit more chaos and action. But the fact that first place means that you are more than likely ensuring that you're not having to play against EDG in the first round for quarterfinals. I'd rather lock the frick in and just make sure that I'm not messing around and I'm earning this first place spot.
Yeah, because getting first, it guarantees you a better matchup going into the quarterfinals. So a lot rides on being first place. And, for the players particularly, we touched on this in game number 1, but again, gotta highlight it for Haichao. I mean, this is a player who 2025, he was the butt of a lot of jokes. He was the player who a lot of people consider to be one of, if not the worst in his position for all of 2025. And he's been having a stellar tournament. I think the turnaround has been something that most people did not expect to even be a concept going into Demacia Cup, but he has proven everyone wrong, and I think has gotten a big set of eyes on him. He had a lot of eyes on him in 2025, but for mostly the wrong reasons. Now those eyes are, above them, the eyebrows are perking up a little bit, because what is this guy doing smurfing on some of the Group B's best?
I'm down for it, Quacks. And here we go. Draft has begun. Game numero dos. LNG still on the blue side. Their bans slightly changed up. They're dropping the Malphite ban in favor of Mbessa. The Braum also banned off the table, but the Kiana remains. Rumble and Jace still the same for OMG. Last time they banned the Karma, but the fact that the Orianna ban was dropped, OMG saying we cannot afford to let Bulldog first pick it for himself. So LNG now have access to things like Karma, Malphite, but Misfortune locked in. Quacks, what if LNG just go for a Wombo combo composition?
I do think that that's a possibility, but OMG, like you said, have a lot of responses. Particularly, though, both these AD carries have been really fond of the Misfortune. Obviously, we mentioned Starry earlier having a 14-1 and 17-3 game on the champion across the Demacia Cup so far, but 1xN has also been performing really nicely on the character. OMG, I think, would be very smart to lock in the Leona. It has been the typical response to MF, not only because it's a denial for a good pairing, but because that Solar Flare is one of the best tools in the game at closing and canceling that bullet time, shortening its window. So now the question becomes, what are you going to pair down there with Leona? She loves to go in levels 1 through 2, so I'm actually not sure about this Jhin. I feel like it doesn't capitalize off of your support's best phases in the lane, and it does point to maybe Moham wanting to be freed up and leaving Starry on potentially an island to soak up pressure, as Jhin usually does.
And the nice thing for LNG is now that Alistar has already been played, there's no chance for an Alistar counter pick into the Rel. And when you have a Leona already locked in, well, you know that there's not going to be any surprises coming your way. Magnustorm, Bullet Time, that's already a wombo combo just from the bot lane itself. We haven't even locked in things like jungle and mid lane yet, but OMG taking a big notice and saying, you know what? They've already locked in Cassante. Let's make sure we don't give them another super tank and they take the Malphite for themselves.
I mean, could you imagine a comp with Malphite, Rel, and Misfortune? Ugh. I would just be asking, all right, how long is it going to take before we go to game 3? So OMG taking that Malphite, I think, to not only deny a further wombo combo from LNG, but also just because, you know, combined with the Leona, this is a really good duo for guaranteed engage. Now OMG's job is to put some damage onto Harry and Haichao, and as we've seen so far from this tournament, Haichao is very proficient on the damage dealer, so I have no doubt that things like the Akali even could be a possibility, especially with that Silas ban actually coming out from OMG. It does point to maybe a bigger, badder, more front-loaded damage mid laner coming through here for the mid laner of OMG.
You definitely need a way to follow up on the Malphite engage or the Leona engage and just one-shot the Misfortune so that she doesn't get any value off in that team fight. Even though Misfortune, not the most renowned team fighting AD carry, if she sets up an angle and just lets it rip with the bullet time, then she's done her job. And so LNG just need to make sure that she never gets a chance to do that. And LNG take notice of that fact and say, you know what? Silas Rise off the table, those would have been pretty nice into the Akali. Let's just take the Akali off for now. So Haichao, what do you lock in now at this point?
I
No
actually think
Talia,
it'll be a
no Ari
lock-in.
either.
I think it'll be a lock-in for Harry just because the Cassante has already been shown. You want to give your mid laner counter pick. So it's smart here to just say, you know what, we're not going to, you know, show our mid yet. The Aatrox lock-in, obviously nerfed in the jungle. It's going to be in the top lane. This is a decent matchup for Aatrox. It gets a little bit more difficult once All Out gets, you know, unlocked here for Sheer. But as do most matchups when they are against Cassante, you know, there's always pre and post 6 for that champion. Now though, LNG, I like this. Locking into Syndra, you've got the lockdown as well with that Scatter the Weak. Overall, I think that it also is going to act as just a disengage tool to create space for 1xn's bullet time to not get canceled by other sources named Leona. So this is good. That is a Trundle as well. So this is a pretty nasty comp from LNG, all things considered.
I mean, Trundle used to dominate a specific portion of 2025 once people realized, hey, we have a lot of auto-attacking reliant skirmishers. Trundle just completely destroys them in 1v1s, and then this denies pretty much any other tank jungle that could have come out, whether it was the Sejuani or the Maokai, just running around haplessly. So the fact that Trundle has reemerged in this one scenario, it makes me go, oh, this is really cool just to see the troll back, when instead of being flavor of the month, it's like there's a legitimate reason, because now you can sap this Malphite and prevent him from being as tanky as he might be.
And it does set up for Bulldog to have a really good game too, because we look at Bulldog to be able to one-shot these backliners, but hey, when you subjugate a tank, you steal all his armor, he becomes really squishy. He becomes no better than that Jhin. So they'll all be one and the same in Syndra's eyes. That could be a really cool combo to blow up one of the frontliners and essentially just take out a member behind the proverbial woodshed, out back behind the proverbial woodshed, and, you know. But for the time being, we did see that lock-in of the Azir as the last pick for Haichao, and I gotta say, Mark, it kind of felt like the last available thing. You know how in that one scene from Megamind, they're all choosing children for dodgeball, and then it's just Megamind.
Last picked on the team.
And honestly, that kind of felt like what it was, because all of the good mid laners were either fearless, banned away from this game, or picked up by the opposition. Azir was realistically the only meta mid that would have worked in this game left, and I gotta say, I don't think he works very well. The amount of disengage and, you know, cancel tools for your Shurima Shuffle, it's pretty plentiful on the side of LNG, so I think Haichao is gonna have to get creative with these angles if he actually wants to find those scoop-ups with his ult.
We'll see if Haichao can live up to the task that calls his name. Here we go, y'all. Time to hit Summoner's Rift between OMG and LNG for Game 2.
And LNG obviously wanting to take the W on this one, send us to a Game 3. We haven't had a Game 3 in a couple of days here, Mark. It's been, I think, 2 days of just straight 2-0s. So we haven't been able to see the blind pick technology here. And I think you know, when you're fighting for first place, blind pick, it's a bit of a interesting way to determine who will get the gold medal here for Group B, but it's not a boring one. I feel like you can ask a lot of questions about the blind pick strategy here, but am I bored is never going to be one of them.
We're never bored here on Demacia Cup or the LPL English broadcast. We're always entertained, whether it's from the gameplay or it's from ourselves, making sure that we keep things a-rolling. Nice of Harry to give a little bit of juice to Juhan on that first buff. I know. I feel like...
Where are we? That's the winter map? We're doing leashes? Oh, no. It's back in, like, 2015, 2016. Oh, my gosh.
I feel like Juhan needs to, like, stop by Harry's lane and give him a smooch after that or something. Like, you know maybe hang out by the mistletoe or, you know, just a little something on Christmas. Because that, like, if I ever get a leash from my laners, I feel like either I gave them, like, a really nice present in another life, or I'm getting an assassin sent to my house, you know? Like,
if you get a leash in this day and age as a jungler, you are entitled or you are required rather to visit that lane at least once. So we're holding that against Juhan. If he doesn't do it, then he is very ungrateful, and we need to call him out for it. But he's not going to be visiting that lane for a while. We can see both junglers are pathing toward the bot side, and this is where I really favor LNG. Even though they don't have prio, if you, as missing, have the ability to move up, you can see the wave isn't crashed. If he just moves up and they fight in a 2v3 situation, I actually would favor the PTA Trundle and the Rel. You've got the reload mechanic from Starry and basically not a ton of damage from Juhan. So these tools together, I think, just aren't a match for a champion like Trundle who thrives in these situations, as now Juhan is going for a wraparound.
No, he's not going to flash Q. Just hit him with the cheese wheel, slow him down. Meanwhile, Krako could look for the Pillar of Doom. Oh, Bulldog has been sectioned off away from his tower, so Juhan is just walking up slowly. Not really doing anything. Giving Haichao a little bit of a push, though, since Haichao did get chunked heavily on the health bar department. Krako now trying to walk on over and give some of the same pressure back to Haichao as Juhan did to Bulldog. Looks like we're gonna get a little bit of tango. Oh man, Haichao forced to shift over the wall.
Krako is on pursuit. He's not letting him go.
Please let me go home in peace.
Yeah, I mean, I respect the chase down from the LNG jungler. It really kind of screws up Haichao because now he's going to be denied a lot of these resources, and Bulldog will get, I would say, he probably won't even need to TP back to the lane just because Haichao doesn't have a lot of mana. He can't insta-clear this wave before the other one comes in, so he will TP anyway, but it is a really good start here for the LNG mid jungle, just denying these resources away from the Azir in the first couple minutes.
We'll see if Bulldog can find a way to punish. Just TP's back to lane with a Dark Seal. So now, Quacks, if I'm Krako, I would love to visit mid lane. However, it's pretty darn hard to gank an Azir if his Shifting Sands has not been used. Even if he doesn't have Flash, because he's about to hit level 6 soon, what are you supposed to do as Trundle? Walk up, Flash, Chomp? Okay, you get pushed back. Oh, you Pillar? Okay, he shifts away. Like...
Yeah. Well, but Mark, I raise you... wait, what skin is Krako wearing? This is relevant to the point I'm trying to make. I think it's the Fright Night one, which is like a house, right?
Harry?
Harry almost dies to the turret shot, but I raise you the Fright Night house that Krako can erect from the ground at will that will cancel said shuffle and could prove very difficult for Haichao to deal with. So that could be an option
Flash
for
Q.
Krako. Ooh, yeah, do it.
Oh, he doesn't find the Q. Oh, Harry was too far away, popping the World Ender for the movement speed just in time.
You can see, though, I mean, even though Harry does have to expend that ultimate, at least he holds on to the Flash. He also still has that teleport as, hold on, we got to fight in the bot lane.
And Tofo strikes, looking for the third one. Goes all out. No chance for Starry to get out of that one. First blood goes over to LNG Croco on the Trundle.
Yeah, and really, Starry, even if he flashed, he would have been dead to rights there. The all-out, like you said, plus the pillar, just left nowhere to go for the Jhin. And this is a problem that I think we're going to be having for Starry throughout the entire game. We were a little bit concerned about this pick being locked in, or at least I was a little bit concerned about this pick being locked in, just because it's so easy to punish. And we saw that right then and there on the bot side. It was such an easy kill. And I feel like Starry even knew it. He didn't even bother burning his flash. And now LNG, with the swap mayhem that's kind of going on, they should be able to secure this dragon with no contest. And with the big wave that OMG have to collect on that top side, I think LNG may have time to move up toward that area and contest these grubs as well.
And unlike Wukong, Trundle does not care about getting as much farm as he normally would like to play for Trinity Force Power Spike, and he demolishes dragons thanks to the power of Q being on such a short cooldown, I should say. LNG, they should feel strong enough to contest OMG at the grubs spawning in the next 35 seconds here. The only thing to be concerned about, Quacks, is the power of these ultimates coming out from OMG.
But it's going to be difficult for them to levy high chows in particular. Moham as well also hasn't hit 6, neither has Starry. So these ultimates are scary if they had them. But unfortunately, they do not. So for the time being, LNG should have really no fear about walking up to this top side. You can even see Haichao has a wave under his turret. So it's going to be a little bit until this Azir is freed up. He actually gave over a lot of resources, and he only picked up a Mercury Treads. This is a Amp Tome, Doran's Ring, Azir. I don't think he's going to be dealing a lot of damage and having a ton of relevancy if there is a fight that breaks out.
I mean, every time his Sand Soldiers attack someone, it's going to feel like a toothpick stabbing at you. You're going to be like, stop it. Just get off. You're annoying me.
Yeah.
Pesky rodent. So Croco is already making short work of one of these grubs. Should be able to smite the other one and just going to swiftly walk away so they don't even entertain the notion of OMG finding an upset in this fight and getting a massive swing of gold. They reset the grubs. Looking for the re-engage. Oh, Q flash right on top of Juhan. Forced to flash away. Bullet time rips him to shreds. He still survives for now, but he cannot engage in the fight. And that's all 3 grubs going over to LNG.
Juhan is still waiting in the wings, though, to maybe re-engage. Let's see it.
Go for it. Come on.
Get him.
Cast the ultimate of Dune. Solar Flare flashed away by 1xN.
Croco on the
and
side.
now Missing is just going to face his fate. He already used the flash to make the engage before, and Juhan still holding on to the unstoppable force.
Yeah, Juhan deciding not to use the outplay button. And ultimately, though, OMG going to pick up a kill. It will go over to Starry. I wonder how they're going to utilize this kill. Starry obviously opting for the upgraded boots first. So this will get him closer to, I would imagine, a lethality item, whether that's the Collector or the Ghost Blade. Yet to be seen. Okay, it looks like it is going to be the Ghost Blade. This will give him some power in dealing with the squishy champions, but nothing really in the department of dealing with the tanks. Is beautiful QE there from Bulldog.
Scatter the Weak already used. Bulldog still has access to the flash, so Juhan will not look for the unstoppable force just yet. Moham caught in the middle of all 3, forced to flash over the wall, and Juhan is just walking around sheepishly as the biggest rock that he can be, but we have yet to see his ultimate this game.
Yeah, he's being very conservative with that spell because he knows that even though this provides you CC and it provides you, an entrance into a fight, it doesn't deal a lot of damage at the current moment. All you have is a Bombi Cinder. You're really relying on the rest of your teammates here at OMG to deliver the damage and kind of that second punch after the unstoppable force. And right now, you look at the inventories, what punch? It's going to be maybe a slap at best. At this point, the biggest item that you have to be able to capitalize on an unstoppable force would be like Starry with his Dirk. But other than that, there really isn't a damage profile that OMG can play around with here. So this forces them to kind of surrender some of these objectives. It forces Juhan to play passively, not use that ultimate. And ultimately, LNG can get a lot of resources from this. It's very similar to what we saw in game number 1, where one thing kind of goes wrong and it just cascades after that.
I think Juhan losing his flash in that topside river fight has made him super conservative with just about using the ultimate for whatever scenario, because now that you don't have flash anymore, once you go in,
you're not going out.
You can't get out. Yeah, exactly. So you got to make sure that it is a finisher or you're guaranteeing a kill. And none of the scenarios has really called for it. So it seems a bit of a... I'm trying to find a polite PG way to say it. Anyway, Missing is getting engaged on. No flash still on this rel.
Oh, maybe we'll see Juhan do it.
Fly. Uramas. Oh, quick little sidestep. Missing throws up the thumbs up. Says, better luck next time. Juhan is not going to interrupt his base. And we're back to a neutral state in this game.
So the recalls are a bit delayed here for the LNG bot lane. And Dragon up in 10 does mean that OMG will be able to wrestle control of this bot side river, but the question is, can they actually keep it? Krako is just finishing up that top side quadrant, and now he's moving into the bot side jungle, maybe looking for a play onto Hai Chao. Won't commit to it.
Hai Chao just wasting time from Krako. Juhan doing the best he can to burn down this dragon.
It's only
He does a lot of damage as Malphite, but not fast enough. 2,000 HP. Krako's walking up slowly, getting ready to steal this one away. Moham trying to find an engage with the power of the solar flare, but it's still off cooldown. 1,100 HP. Juhan times it perfectly, gets the smite down, but now he's exhausted, and he might have to use that ultimate just to run away, but it's into the wall. The pillar cuts him off. Bullet time is going to turn him into Swiss cheese, and Krako takes a chunk out of that rocky ass, and OMG going to try to turn this fight around. Great scatter the weak from Bulldog onto 3, but here comes Harry, pops the world ender. Can he turn this fight around? Gets a lot of damage onto 1XM with the sweet spot of the Darkened Blade, but he is turned into a pile of poo, and OMG are forced to flee the scene. LNG wipe them in the bot side river.
Hai Chao, the only survivor, but honestly, Mark, my disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. That's saying a lot. It's only 2 a.m. here in the Central Standard Time hood, and that ultimate from Juhan was just very, very sad. The first one of the game, and he isn't even able to get through the wall, gets shredded by the bullet time, and Krako beats him over the head with the club. And after this point, I mean, you really, as OMG, have no damage. You've got no engage. Harry tries his best, but he's all completely alone. The rest of OMG do not have the durability of Aatrox, and this is what we talked about. You have no damage without the Malphite. You have no engage. This comp just feels like it's so difficult to execute. Moham,
he might make it out. That pillar, unironically, did help him escape, as it was a very thin corridor to walk through, and the rest of LNG did not want to press their advantage further. There's nothing to gain off of chasing a support for another kill. We are past the 14-minute mark here, Quack, so turret plates are gone. 1 dragon apiece for both teams. 3 grubs the way of LNG. So looking at that objective feat counter, the next objective LNG claims will give them feats of strength.
For sure, and that'll be the Herald spawning in about 20-ish seconds. You can see that Krako is currently on the bot side, but I think that's just because he's trying to get some experience before inevitably joining his team, who are all clearing out vision on this top side river. And still, looking at OMG, they've got first item spikes, but I don't really think it's relevant to this fight at this point. I feel like they are still in a position where they are kind of just wallet gapped, so they might be forced to give up this topside objective because they got a grim reminder of the costs of contesting these neutrals last time at that dragon exchange. And it wasn't even an exchange, it was just a daylight robbery.
Yeah, they beat them down, and they left them like Peter Parker's uncle at the beginning of Spider-Man 1.
Uncle
Pretty
Ben,
brutal.
what happened?
Oh.
LNG!
Oh no, now I'm getting teary-eyed all of a sudden. Juhan forced to flash over the wall, trying to hold on to the ensemble force, and uses it as an escape tool, waiting for that pillar to come out first. But now OMG, that rock monster is just a dud, and the Rift Herald belongs to LNG.
Yep, they're going to take it with no possible contest. Juhan also, like you said, forced to use ult, forced to use flash, no engage tools available for OMG. you can see Harry is on the side lane, but he doesn't have much of a wave to play with. Even if he did, Bulldog and Sheer both have their teleports, so they would be able to respond to this Aatrox, which they will do. And it's just a very surgical game here for LNG so far. We talked about in the pre-show, or rather the pregame here of Game 2, how we wanted to see a bit more aggression come out from them in order to, have these advantages going into the mid to late game. Basically not let the game stall, similar to what it did in, the first match that went the way of OMG. And they've done that. They found their moment. They, picked the Trundle for this exact situation to pan out, and they have been playing it extremely well here 16 minutes into the game. It's one turret in mid as well as one turret in bot, so this will allow them to further that vision line for the future Dragons, not make it just 1-1 apiece.
This team really does thrive when Croco is able to set the tone for the game early on, and that Trundle counter pick, whether jungle counter picks exist or not, as this is always a fun debated discussion to have, like, well, there's no real counter picks, you just avoid clearing against them. Later on in the team fight, you can't avoid them, and Trundle,
true,
after seeing the Malphite and the rise of Malphite jungle as a very popular and a very powerful pick in the meta we've seen here in Demacia Cup, I think it's been a great adaptation for LNG squad. Is already giving them that huge advantage that we now see. 4,000 gold ahead of OMG at the 17-minute mark. Next objective spawning is the third dragon of the game in a couple seconds, and I don't think OMG have any business in trying to fight them here, as Harry might be caught out. Moham is going to make sure that Harry is escorted back to safety, but you can see how hard it is for OMG to try and contest in their own bottom side jungle quadrant.
Yeah, it's really bad when we're using the verbiage getting caught out when it's in their own jungle, not even 18 minutes into the game. That kind of a situation does not come out very often. The fact that it is coming out here, I think, should show how cooked OMG are at the current moment, and they will remain that way. As we can see, LNG have already finished the dragon. They will claim their second one of the game, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. I mean, that Otacon is less than 2 minutes away from spawning, and LNG right now really have no reason not to threaten it, at least on spawn.
Moham trying to be a rat and just stall missing on getting his base timer out. Juhan did successfully get a chance to look for a couple of camps to poach. I mean, missing doesn't die here, right? No way.
Maybe.
Wait a minute. Missing still has flash. Redemption.
Oh, no.
He flashes back into the fight to turn around with the Magnet Storm. Starry manages to finish him off before flashing away, but oh no! The flash into the pillar. It is what it is. There's no way out of that scenario, but it did look kind of funny. Actually, I don't even think he flashed, but the pillar did make it look a little silly for him to try and escape. But OMG managed a 1-for-1 in the end.
And honestly, that's what we want to see from this team, right? We talked about missing. Now that he's off of these super teams, off of these teams with a lot of international even experience over the past couple of years, is we're going to have to hold that thought. Juhan is currently flanking Croco, but guys, you do not win this 2v2. You were super far behind. Bulldog's just going to spot that one out, and that'll be enough for Juhan to nope out of there. But back to the point with missing, this is a guy who hasn't been a part of these big, he's been a part of these big championship-winning teams. Says, I can't even finish my point. Juhan might just be dead.
I don't think Juhan has been able to ult forward
a
single time this entire game.
I think that's what, his third ultimate, and every single one has been in an attempt to escape. Notice how I use the word attempt, because not all of those attempts were successful, Rafa.
Yep.
Some of them, notably the first one, failed in sometimes spectacular fashion.
Quacks, I have been very excited to see the rise of Malphite jungle. Unfortunately, Juhan, this is probably the most disappointing performance, but it's just been a result of how LNG have been able to hold them off. Bullet time into that corridor, pretty darn good, but wait a minute, Hi Chow! Flash to sweep, one extend right into the waiting arms of Juhan, but he does no 1400 HP.
Ooh.
Croco secures it just at the right frame. Haichao goes down despite his efforts. Harry trying to ruin their worlds right now. Starry following up right behind him. No flash on this Jin, no problem. He just needs Harry to buy him space, but now the walls are closing in. LNG are starting to swarm, and they have to flee. The scatter of the weak clip. Starry in the back line. Harry doing everything he can, but he watches his comrade fall. Trick trade onto Sheer. Can he find one more to missing? It's not gonna happen. LNG pick up the ace against OMG.
And LNG, it was a really scrappy fight, but OMG, I feel like realizing that their comp just doesn't have the damage necessary. You had a full health Starry, you had a full health Harry, and you had so many low HP members on LNG, and you weren't able to finish the job. It even got blessed with this one scoop up from Haichao. He manages to find 1xN, but the guy survives initially. He's able to live for so much longer. Haichao is on the back line, but look, Starry is full HP, Harry is full HP, and all of these guys are sitting at like a quarter, all of them except Bulldog on the Syndra, and still they're not able to find these moments. It feels like if the early game had just been a little bit less bloodthirsty, if we had seen shades of game number 1 from OMG, where they had taken their time, where they had decided to let this comp cook a little bit, this could have been a very different fight that OMG could have used to turn the game around. But now Starry's face checking into Croco.
Oh no, and he still doesn't have flash from before. Croco, chomp, chomp, chomp. Good
Missing.
night, Starry. Ate that booty like groceries. OMG, 80 carry going down for a 5th time this game.
And of course, you know, Missing has to chaos the kill. Redemption style points for the LNG support. That's the kind of leadership we wanted to see. That's what we made the graphic for. As LNG, you can see Croco. He understands that this game is so in their control. He's dancing on Vision in front of OMG's faces, saying, "What are you gonna do about it?" And sadly, Rafa, OMG really can't do anything about it.
There's one thing that they can do.
Dance with
Blame
them.
draft.
They can dance with
Blame
them too.
draft. You can blame. Well, you can dance with them, but you can blame coach. You can blame draft. You can blame ping. Blame many things.
You could, but I think we're probably going to be blaming the sole point from here on out. LNG are gonna easily collect that one. And OMG, I mean, they're scrambling to try and fight this, but the play is already dead. The play is already gone.
Yeah, Dragon already secured by LNG. Juhan, will we see an ult? Forward. Okay, we finally got it at 23 minutes, but I think it's just too late. Harry's going to try to cook into the back line, but his Hysterics Cage has already been popped, and now he's trying to force to flee. Starry retreating alongside Haichao, shaking his fist and wailing to the winds. Why does my team comp suck so bad? Coach, give me a better draft next game, as LNG are going to continue the siege and see how much more they can get done. Missing over the wall, Haichao tries to sweep him up with the Emperor's Divide, but that opens the wall for Croco to just bite him down once again. Haichao manages to escape over the wall for now, but Bulldog looks for the scatter of the week, finds Starry, flashes away from the W.
Yeah, Haichao and Starry going to be able to survive for the time being, but the same cannot be said for OMG's chances at this game, dwindling by the second, only being made worse by the fact that in about 30 seconds, that Baron will be spawning. And realistically, I don't think there's anything OMG can try to contest them. They've been present at all of these objectives, but really, for the last couple, Mark, only as spectators.
That's not a fun feeling to be when you are supposed to be in the game and it just feels like you have no control on what's going on. You're just kind of watching yourself get beaten down multiple times in a row. I had to hold it. I had to hold myself. I just... Producers are tagging me in the text comms right now. They are sending FBI after my house right now. So I need to be careful.
Well, I mean, FBI is teamless at the, or wait, no, he's on Sentinels. So, you know, he has a little bit of a ways
Rahel's
to
on
go.
Sentinels.
Oh wait,
Rahel's
no.
on Sentinels.
Oh, you're right. Man, I know the LPL rosters better than I know the NA rosters, as LNG are surely not going to make me forget. They are beating down OMG with a club. Krakow is doing that literally, but LNG are doing it metaphorically. They still haven't started up the Baron yet, though, so I do wonder when the timer is going to be to do that. As Haichao, you've got nowhere to go, buddy.
The fact that Krakow just stood right on top of his Sand Soldier, daring him. Oh, Juhan, another forward ultimate. Okay, there we go. One extend, slain by the power of the Darkened Blade. Curtain call from afar, but the Magnet Storm on the 3 is beautiful. Where's the setup and where's the follow-up from Bulldog? He has to deal with Moham. Starry exhausted, forced to run away. Missing is kiting him backwards, and Krakow has rejoined the party and ready to give him the chop chop and spam dance, taunting on top of his corpse too. Bulldog picks up the triple, and that should be the game.
Yeah, LNG are just going to run to the mid lane. 1xN is the only guy with the gray screen, and OMG. After 2 days of droughts for game number 3's mark, we finally are going to get one to determine who gets first place in Group B. And while we were on break between games 1 and 2, I told you I had a favorite Christmas movie. It's The Year Without a Santa Claus, but that's not this year. Santa is real, as we have the biggest present of tonight, Game 3 versus OMG and LNG.
No sweeps for our first series, and very deservedly so, because this is a battle for first place in Group B and the first berth from Group B to go into playoffs for Demacia Cup. I wouldn't want it any other way, and I'm glad that LNG brought back a hell of a counterpunch to now give us a Game 3 blind pick, do or die, for first place.
And you know, pretty popular trend for blind picks, Mark. We've said it a couple of times on the broadcast, but we are both junglers. A pretty popular trend for Game 3s is Jace. And Jace is permabanned all the time, unless it's Game 3, and he's always super entertaining to watch. So, if you were entertained by Game 1, you know, after 10 minutes, of course, if you were entertained by Game 2, you are going to be extra entertained by Game 3, because both of these junglers have been popping off in this series, and now they're getting the biggest carry in the meta right now relative to their role.
So, check this out, Quacks. I am with you that Jace more than likely will become a strong priority and a consideration for blind pick going into this Game 3. But we know that Malphite has been a great answer into Jace, because you stack all the armor and then you make the Jace consider, well, do I just rush lethality or do I need to now spec into armor penetration earlier on? So now Malphite becomes a higher priority. But now we just got a Trundle counter pick into the Malphite. So now we have a rock, paper, scissors scenario where it's like, do you go for the Jace and then lose to the Malphite? Do you go for the Malphite and lose to the Trundle? Or do you go for the Trundle and lose to the Jace, because the Jace is able to actually deal with the Trundle? Yep, mind games at a full-time high. It's crazy, and I'm so here for it. And I hope that's what we get for this Game 3.
Honestly, it would make you look like the color caster. You might be stealing my job over here at the bottom camera, but I mean, in all honesty, you know, kind of retrospectively looking at this game, it didn't really feel like LNG did anything particularly special. It felt like these first and second games were very similar in how they played out, with a relatively quiet first few minutes, and then one fight just opens up everything. And for this time, it was all LNG. Game 1, it was all OMG, and it's going to come crashing down to a game number 3. I think we've had 2 pretty resounding stomps. I hope that Game 3 is ultimately really close, because both of these teams have shown that they're pretty neck and neck. They're very similar in style, and I think we have set that up here. The mid jungles love to engage, the bot lane duos have loved to scrap, and the top laners love to just be absolute menaces, because they have been all series and all Demacia Cup long. It's all going to come to a crash down here for game number 3.
At the very least, for this Game 2, despite OMG losing, I'm glad that Juhan was able to find 2 ultimates in the forward direction this game. It was so depressing just watching this Malphite forced to always use ultimate as a retreat tool. and not even working on the time. And yeah, Krako 100% deserved this one. He ran circles around Juhan. He literally made him a glorified cannon minion this game. So when you're able to turn a 5-on-5 into a 5-on-4 for the rest of the game, yeah, you deserve player of the game. Huge gap coming in the jungle from Krako and a way to bounce back. But game 3 is on the horizon, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back, gamers. We're getting ready for game number 3 between OMG and LNG. This is it, folks. This is for all the marbles of first place in Group B and earning that first spot to the quarterfinals for Demacia Cup 2025.
Yep, and both Game 1 and 2, they were pretty big stomps for the respective winners. In Game 3, you know, like we said before we went into a break, we haven't seen third games come out for a fat minute, and that means that people might need a bit of a refresher. Take a look down below our profiles. Final game of the series is blind pick. No bans, no fearless stuff. All of it is going to be revealed. Very quick draft as well, so we're not going to have a ton of time to analyze what we're seeing on our screens before we just rip right into Summoner's Rift. And Rafa, that seems to be the motto of this night so far. We are only one series of 3 in, where it is don't hesitate, don't wait, just go straight into the action. Both of these teams have been chomping at the bit to rip each other apart. Game number 1 saw the most hesitation in that department with a very, you know, clean and cordial laning phase, but other than that, Game 2 was extremely bloodthirsty, and I am super excited to see what will happen now that all bets are off and everything is available. But I'm making a prediction right now, Jace v Jace matchup.
So, Mr. Quacks is putting his money on seeing a Jace mirror in the jungle. In case you missed my gambit from before we send it to break, I said that there's going to be a mind game circle about going between Jace, Malphite, and Trundle because it's a revolving counter like rock, paper, scissors. So, I don't want to do the whole mind games dive forward because there's too much to track and I don't have a whiteboard or a blackboard with me to like write everything down and write out the flow chart. But Quack says Jace mirror. I say Trundle Jace. And here's why I say Trundle Jace, because I think, or you know what, actually it could just be something super lame like
Nocturne.
Visendell.
Yeah. Maybe.
Well, it's time to find out.
It's time to find out. Does the top laners for this series, you know, Harry and Sheer, Mark, I think have been the big unsung heroes, right? I think particularly for game number 1, Sheer didn't have many eyes on him. A lot of our focus was, you know, paid toward... Oh.
Well done, Quacks. Well done. He called his shot. Dead on the mark. Bullseye. We're getting a Jace mirror in the jungle, baby.
Yep, and I love it. Absolutely. I mean, look at the mid lane picks to go along with it. It's set up with the Galio, a champion we haven't seen in a pretty long time, and then it's also set up with the Syndra. So I am very excited to see these comps mostly built around the jungle carry here really take off forward. For the case of OMG, I think that they're also going to be levying that top lane power. Ambessa, honestly, when she gets 3 items, is one of the strongest champions in the game. I think that we have seen enough Ambessa to probably come to that conclusion. And then Starry on the Yunara likely going to be that late game insurance. But the other side, I mean, it's about the Jace. But most importantly, I think the setup with the Syndra is really going to provide not only the ability for those aggressive plays to come through, but Syndra in herself can be a carry, right? I mean, if you give her time to scale up, get those splinters, no one is going to be safe, as we did see in game number 2, when that was piloted pretty proficiently, if I might add.
That was a good game from Mr. Bulldog on the Syndrome. So now, here we go, Quacks. Bulldog running it back on something that definitely worked for him already in this series. Haichao leaning more into the supportive role with the Galio in the mid lane.
Yep.
This is it. First place for Group B is decided after this game. It's time to hit Summoner's Rift between LNG and OMG for the final time. Here we go.
And, you know, kind of going back to your point that you just made, Mark, with Haichao on a more supportive role, this is not something that we have commonly seen from him so far in the Demacia Cup. I think a lot of people will probably agree Haichao has looked his best on the aggressive, front-loaded damage profile mid laners such as the Sylas, such as the Akali. And then he's also able to be kind of that bridge in a lot of these team fights on things like the Azir with the Shuffle, and then Orianna with the Shockwave. Galio is a champion where you definitely have to be playing around your jungler. You have to be looking at these side lane waves and, you know, using that ultimate to give your team a numbers advantage. LNG don't really have that luxury. The best thing that they have is the Scion Unstoppable Force, but if they can cut off Sheer from being able to use that effectively, OMG can set up a lot of trap plays the later this game goes on.
Otherwise, if that Scion does get involved, hang on, level 1 all in, flash shield of Daybreak from Moham, right on top of 1xN, and that fizzled out very fast and very disappointingly for the side of OMG.
Yeah, a lot of action already dispelling itself onto the bot lane, but look at mid. Juhan stole the Raptors.
Level 2 gank on the Bulldog. Surely he has to flash away just in time from the To The Skies. Connects. 1xN now forced to flash this time around as Moham went in for another all-in. Starry using both the flash and the barrier just to make sure that he got the most out of that trade. But thankfully for 1xN's sake, he has to teleport to get back to lane.
Yeah, 1xN will be back to lane with good conditions, but no flashes on the bot side. I mean, Missing is the only one that retains that summoner spell, but I'm more concerned about what's going on in the jungle. Krako gets his Raptors taken away. Juhan pays a visit to the mid lane, but now he's getting visited in his own red buff. Oh, sneaky, sneaky.
Boy, Juhan.
Sneaky.
I mean, if you
I think
revealed
he's waiting
yourself...
for him to use the knockback. He's waiting for that.
Yoink. Thank you for the red buff. And Krako says, that's what happens when you reveal yourself too early on the map, my friend. And Juhan, all he gets rewarded for it is a flash from Bulldog and a little bit of reprieve for Haichao's sake. But in the end, I mean, one red buff steal, not the end of the world. But in the moment, as a jungler, Quacks, we both sympathize, can be very frustrating.
And this is a really good recovery, particularly for Krako. You get your Raptors taken away, and that means if you full clear, you're not going to get level 4 at the end of it. Once you get Crab, that'll ding you over. But the big thing to look at is the gold. Along with that Elixir of Avarice, if you get a full clear plus a Crab, plus let that, you know, gold pop come out afterwards, that means you're around the threshold to receive a Dirk on first back, and that is a huge spike for Jace. Dirk absolutely shreds squishies, and I'm looking at that bot lane, and there are a lot of squishy champions down there, so that will be Krako's next target once he inevitably resets, gets that item, and can deploy himself onto the map.
We'll see how much more he can get out of it. Juhan circling around for the respawn Raptors.
Yep, I like this.
This is pretty bold, but he should be able to finish it off before Krako comes back. He's going to be able to yoink it just in time. And Krako, unfortunately, is now just going to find out as the last big Raptor is slain by his opponent.
And you can see the respawn timer, you know, nearest for OMG on their side of the jungle is the Krugs. So Krako's not really going to be able to get a trade back for the Raptors that he just lost, unlike that first clear where he managed to steal away that red buff. Though one silver lining is that Krako now redeploying himself back onto the map a lot faster. Juhan is making his way toward the bot side, so I wonder if maybe a future 3v3 is a brewing with those flashes still being down for both teams' AD carries.
If I'm Jace and I have a Leona on my side and you know that there is no flash on this Varus, I would love to try and find a way to get to the bottom side as fast as possible. Moham already doing his due diligence to try and see if he can weaken some of the health bars here from 1xN of Missing, but Juhan unfortunately does walk over a control ward, does get a nice chunk with that accelerated shock blast and the first strike gold helping, but now Krako has an angle onto Haichao. He's going to just tag him with a shock blast, then goes in once the taunt has expired. A lot of damage. Nothing threatening Haichao's life anytime soon, but he is below 50% HP now.
And Krako slightly misplaying that. He was trying to, you know, once he goes into melee form, space out the W so he doesn't get taunted, but I think he just walked back barely into its range, so he does end up not being able to get that full combo off in melee form. That probably wouldn't have netted a kill, but could have gotten them a little bit closer to the point where Haichao had to reset. Now he can stay in the lane under his own tower and not really have to worry about getting dove here so long as he keeps that HP pool up.
Definitely a painful experience, but as you said, still keeping up his gold in CS overall, and as long as he can be a reliable frontline or damage soaker for the rest of OMG, then maybe they'll be able to rely on him to be the one that creates the space necessary, since LNG, they are going to have the benefit of having a giant super tank in this Scion the later the game goes on. And I'm curious if OMG, if that puts them on a timer of some sort. I'm not sure, because scaling-wise, it's just Omega Poke from both Croco and 1xN for both of these AD Poke casters.
And Bulldog too, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, that QE has a lot of range, yo, so I think that LNG, yeah, I certainly agree with you. I think the poke avenue is certainly something to keep in mind. I think for OMG, it's the opposite. Jace is going to have a lot more value in hammer form instead of ranged form, just because the amount of engage provided by an Ambessa, provided by a Galio, and provided by an a Leona makes it very easy for you to land those melee damage spells that can easily be flashed away from. So it's a different style of Jace, but it is the same exact carry. It's just the comps play differently around, I would say, the forms, in my opinion.
Yeah. LNG, you really are leaning into the poke identity, whereas OMG, there's no one else on this squad that has kind of the same traits of Jace wanting to poke from afar. So Juhan almost, I feel like in these setups, yes, you can try and set up for poke, but you're not going to get as much meaningful damage done because you don't have others that are also chipping away with you. I do like this rotation over to the grubs. OMG will try to secure all 3 grubs, while LNG using their bot priority and mid priority to just secure the first dragon of the game for themselves.
I think it's a pretty big deal for LNG to receive this mountain dragon. I mean, particularly for Sheer, he is the sole tank on the team, so Scion being able to get a couple more defensive stats under his belt going into this game is going to be very meaningful, especially because OMG are a pretty AD heavy team, which means once you get some armor under your belt and into your hands, you are going to be a much more deadly presence in the team fights. So speaking of deadly,
oh my goodness, Harry takes a lot of damage from that Chain of Corruptions into the arrow combo, sidesteps the last piercing arrow. And LNG were maybe a hair away from picking up first blood of the game, but Harry does manage to make it out alive, and Moham will be forced to pick up the rest of the wave.
It's very similar to game number 1, Rafa. No kills, almost 10 minutes into the game. It's an extremely surgical game from both of these teams, just willing to trade objectives and not really interact with each other. I feel like that is no more evident than what we've been seeing in the jungle, where both Croco and Juhan haven't been looking to kill each other. One person just steals away a camp, the other guy says, hey, that's not very nice, now I have to do the exact same thing to you, and the cycle just continues to repeat over and over and over again.
Yep. It's all about trying to accelerate as much gold as possible, because once you hit that Yumu's Ghostblade, I mean, Quax, you've had first-hand experience now on in your own climb and just spamming Jace jungle, and you understand how powerful this champion gets.
Right. Yep. I mean, that combined with the plus 30 adaptive force that you get on that level 6 pot, you become so strong on the map. That is certainly the timer I'm expecting both of these teams to be playing on. That's a really good call out there, Mark. But more importantly than that, it's going to be, you know, pushing this game in one team's direction, obviously. And from what we've seen of this series so far, you know, once the pendulum tips over one way, it seems to only accelerate faster and faster and faster, as OMG are the first to get their Jace into a position where he gets Ghostblade, but Croco is actually going to immediately get his. He waits a little bit in the base, but both Jaces have their one item spike, and you can already see Juhan is looking for some action. He just pokes out Bulldog and now limits his ability to move.
Whoa! Big counter response for missing with the Pop Blossom, forced to use it as Moham looked for the engage. A quick sidestep. How did he dash? I'm not sure how that happened, but Moham is able to make it happen, and Krocko wins the 1v1 better Jace on the map against Juhan.
Absolutely, Krocko winning out on the mirror matchup. This is some funky arcane business going on. It's main timeline Jace versus really extremely Dark Souls-esque Jace. And it seems like I don't know which one managed to win out because neither of them are, going for that arcane skin. But we do see just a replay of the 1v1. They both pop their pots to give them that extra adaptive force. And Krocko, ultimately, the difference was just that he managed to land the Shock Blast. That did so much work in tipping the 1v1 in his favor. And yeah, that's going to be something we're going to have to look out for, particularly on Krocko, because like we said, this is much more of a poke-oriented comp coming out for LNG. So if he's able to, continue using that like he did in the 1v1, OMG could be in a little bit of trouble.
Moham looking at Bulldog, but great scatter the weak timing, interrupting Moham in the middle of his Zenith Blade, so no chance for a lockdown. And no fear of having to pop that flash for nothing, as OMG still trying to find ways that they can break open this game. Because as we said before, Quacks, if you're OMG, you don't want to have to be playing into a Scion when you are on an even gold spike. And look at this. Krocko has snuck into this topside bush just in case Sheer needed a way to clear this whole minion wave. Waits for Harry to go in. Public execution right on top of Krocko and gives him the buffer necessary to escape. But that is the ultimate expended by Mbessa.
But he can't stay. Krocko is not really there to be able to chase down the kill. Harry also having flash just means it would be extremely difficult and extremely time-wasting, and that's something LNG can't really afford to do. You've got a dragon in about 20 seconds. Juhan is already on the bot side. He'll be resetting, but almost certainly will redeploy back down to that area. So it's both of these teams setting up for just any kind of HP or tempo advantage they can get ahead of this objective. In the case of LNG, it would be their second dragon, and just being able to keep up that stacking when we have highlighted how important the late game can be for both of these comps just gives you that added bonus, that added advantage that could tip this game in your favor.
Yeah. LNG, thanks to the Nico clone, find out that there is a control ward in that tri-bush. Moham leads the charge, and
just
the accelerated shock blast to land, but Bulldog flashed over the wall to find the scatter of the weak for a great response. Eliminate Starry and Juhan in one quick swoop of a button combo. LNG pick up the feat of warfare, and they're going to get this second dragon too.
Bulldog is just unleashed. He flashes over the wall. He looks for the kill play onto Starry, and the mid-jungle duo of LNG turn the fight even after losing their support. The burst damage is just too much. This is exactly what the combo of Jace and Syndra want to do. As we do get a bit of a replay missing. I don't even think he was able to cast his ult key. The shock blast. Look at that. That is Jace jungle. That is why it's meta. If you have any questions on why this champion is strong, there's your answer.
I mean, Jace does so much damage, and the fact that he's in a role where he's not gated by having to build a tier for a Muramana spike just to deal with mana problems. Because, hey man, junglers...
You get blue buff. Smile.
Yep. We got blue buff, and your jungle pet just gives you enough mana to sustain without a tier. So it's quite the nice privilege, and being able to see two flavors of it here, Quacks, the poke
versus
essence of Jace when you're setting it up versus just the melee Jace when you have the CC locked down from afar, and all you got to do is just QWE R, QWE. You just basically face roll your entire keyboard.
You gotta weave in an auto here and there, that passive to min-max that damage.
Right.
Optional, honestly. With how much damage he does, that's just for style points. You probably don't even need that to kill some of these squishier targets. As I liked your point about the blue buff. It's not just that it cheats, though. I mean, Jace has a notoriously weak laning phase. As Haichao, do they know he's in this bush? Or are they just here to patrol the area and get control of that bot lane, because that turret is very low. I would like them making a play around this objective, because it will play into the Otacon spawning in a little over 3 minutes.
Oh boy. Starry is forced to play dodgeball right now, dodging out in the piercing arrow after taking accelerated shock blast to the face. Bulldog, remember, no flash from the prior fight, and that is a great signal for OMG to just force the dive happening. 1xN teleporting to the bottom turret. Rest of LNG looking for the play follow-up. Moham cleansing the chain of corruptions.
Yep.
Accelerated shock blast does clip Juhan in the back, but OMG do make their escape.
And realistically, this is an item that will have so much value, because you look across LNG, they don't really have a go button. They've got some pick tools to start up a fight, but as far as getting a member of LNG into the middle of an exchange to buy pressure for the OMG members, and then the rest of LNG can flood in like that, they don't really get that. The best they have is Sheer, but Sheer wasn't in the area at all, so it's difficult for LNG to start up a lot of these fights, which really highlights the importance of them needing to be first to a lot of these rivers. Because if you are trying to battle back from a position that you don't have control over, you've got the poke comp, you can whittle them down, but when it comes to an objective, you're on a timer. You need to be getting in there, and if you're face checking into this OMG comp, you're going to be killed very, very quickly.
Cannot disrespect the burst that they have. Harry making short work of this turret on the bottom side of the map. But unfortunately, LNG had already taken first brick and secured feats for themselves some time ago. Rift Herald, now the play for LNG. And I don't think OMG can contest at all. Harry's going to continue pushing into the bottom side of the map. Someone's going to have to respond with a TP.
I think Sheer probably is going to go there instantly, or as soon as he possibly can. LNG, though, maybe looking for a fight, knowing that Harry is on the other side and has a numbers advantage temporarily. Hold on.
They saw the Sheer teleport, and that's when they pulled the trigger right into the backline. Flash from Starry as they're going to chase every last member of LNG back to the woods where they came from. And they take out missing two. Harry's onto the backline. He collapsed in for a flank. Public execution landed true, and Grocko is dead. OMG are back in this game.
Sheer is crying in a corner. That is the saddest thing I have ever seen. You TP to save your tier 2, only for your entire team to just get solar flared the moment you cast that summoner spell. OMG, with the funniest timing, honestly, as Moham ults in, Juhan lands the damage, and Sheer says, well, better luck next time. Goodbye, everybody.
To be Sheer in that moment, and you are just like saying, okay, the play's over, I'm gonna TP, and then suddenly you see a solar flare from Fog, and you're like, oh, what have I done? I can't do anything. You were just helpless, and you are zooming off and away, watching the massacre of your teammates just seconds away from where you were standing. And now LNG, the gold lead no longer in their favor. Not necessarily them completely out of the game, but OMG have gotten a great way back to swing momentum on their side.
Now they're starting up the dragon. LNG, there is a good TP flank ward there for Harry, and he's going to take it. They have to engage this fight on two different fronts. LNG don't know they're getting pincered.
Hai Chow trying to approach from the right side. Harry looking for the long flank, but he's spotted by the blue ward. Public execution procs the edge of night from Kroko, but he's still into the backline. Bulldog gets shredded. Pop Blossom from missing holds the line, but it's a sacrificial play just to make sure that everyone else from LNG can get out, but Sheer is too thick. He can't get through OMG by himself. And oh my god, they have made their way back in this game, Quacks.
And call him Harry Potter, because he makes magic happen in the dragon fight. The teleport flank with the Ambessa. It doesn't even matter that it procs the spell shield and doesn't clip onto a member. The Ambessa is enough to pull the attention of all the LNG members. OMG take the opportunity, and they all join their top laner in dogpiling onto their opponents. And that is just the way it goes at this point. I mean, LNG now with a dragon lead, not to mention the Otacon, also being picked up as we were going through the replay. OMG now are very far ahead in this game, and I've struggled to feel like there is a realistic way you can out team fight this comp. And remember, you've got the poke, but you don't really have the engage, Mark. All right, I think Mark might be disconnected at the moment, so I will be taking over duties. How is everyone doing? So I'm not really a play-by-play, but we'll do our best. As we can see, Moham looking for some form of vision. They're trying to play up toward this top side, and you can see they're just vying for control of it. The big thing, though, they don't have that mid lane tower, so it really risks them by, you know, making moves from this angle, simply because if they get caught by the LNG members, they are going to be in a world of hurt, simply because LNG are that much further behind. Now, though, no objective coming up for a while does mean we're going to be in a bit of a lull state, and this gives OMG opportunities like this onto Bulldog. A teleport is coming out, but I don't think it is going to matter. He's got nowhere to run. Sheer is going to complete it before his mid laner dies, but he's only there to witness the last couple of ticks go down as Harry takes maybe one too many tower shots. Missing, comes in from the side. He gives his team an opening into the fight. It is going to be the hero's entrance coming down, and all of LNG, they're split from the fight. Sheer is completely alone, but it's another kill going over to Kroko. It is now 2-4-1 in favor of LNG, and despite being the team in the back foot, they are the ones that win out on the fight. A huge win for them. Now some more gold going into the carry's pockets, and ultimately that gold going to need to pay off as a dragon coming up in 2 minutes. This could be soul point for LNG. When you are as far behind as they are, that soul is probably your most prevalent win con at the current moment. And the big thing that they need to do also while controlling bot side river is keeping that mid lane tower alive. It makes OMG's life so much more difficult when it comes to pushing up and getting some of those deep wards, which is how they won that last fight with Harry's TP flank. As we do get a replay here, and massive credit over to Sheer being able to witness, even though he wasn't there to save his mid laner, he re-engages onto the fight, gives LNG an opportunity back into this game. And we can see it with Dragon up in about a minute 30. Sheer is not taking any chances when he has no teleport. He doesn't want to rely on his ultimate to cover the distance, because that is their only engage tool. This has been a massive hair in the soup for this comp, where you don't have a lot of go buttons. You can use this for pick potential, such as the QE from Syndra or the barbs from Missing, but it doesn't really come to full effectiveness when OMG are constantly grouped up. You can't get a pick when nobody is isolated. As you can see, OMG are all grouped up in the same spot. They are all posturing around this dragon, and they're also getting control of mid. They should be able to claim this tower. Starry, though, does take a lot of damage, and they don't even get the tower at the end of the day, which means that LNG will hold on to some form of a grip going into this next fight. 30 seconds until the dragon. Harry does have that teleport, and you can see there's a ward in almost the exact same spot as there was last time with the previous dragon fight that netted OMG the win. It's both Jaces just looking for any kind of poke damage. All of LNG are actually looking for any kind of poke damage. This is what the comp does best, and they're first to the bot side river. We said this was a crucial thing that needed to happen when you lack a lot of these engage tools. And OMG, they're not taking any chances in walking in one by one. They have to walk in as a unit. And that is exactly what they're going to do. It's both teams battling for control of the mid lane wave, but a TP from Bulldog is here. A temporary numbers advantage has hit for LNG, and they're going to use it to regain control of this river, start up this dragon. But again, pay attention to that TP flank. Harry, can he get him with the same trick twice? He's channeling the teleport. Haichao is also on the right side. OMG, they're doing the exact same thing. Dragon is secured, but how many members of LNG can get out? Juhan gets a pick onto missing. Now Harry is onto the side though, and LNG have no idea. Public execution into the back, followed up by a hero's entrance. Haichao and his top laner are all on to the back line, but they're the only ones. Sheer is keeping them occupied, but he can't do it for long. He falls. Bulldog picks up Haichao. And the Dragon secured for LNG. They got their main prize. All of the remaining OMG members, they only lose their mid laner, but they are all on slivers of HP, so they cannot continue to be aggressive here on the map. LNG keeps stalling out this fight. And the game, the win con for them, continues here for game number 3. We look back at this replay. I mean, Harry just keeps finding these opportunities to get into the backline, opens up this fight for his team. And I think the biggest thing, a lot of credit over to Sheer. Haichao, joins up with his top laner, but he says, wait, my top laner is dealing with their top laner. I'm all alone. I'm a baby kitty and I need my mama, for those of you who are the ARAM Mayhem enjoyers. He's like that augment. But he is going to be taken down as I believe Mr. Mark has reconnected. How do you do, good
Hello.
sir?
Well, I was Thanos snapped for a brief second, but I believe I'm back, and I come back to OMG picking up the 4th dragon of the game. The gold lead has shored up, and it is seemingly dead even. Who picked up Otacon? Was that OMG as well?
Yeah, OMG did pick up Otacon, and they did manage to win out on fights, but LNG did get 3rd dragon, so they are on soul point. This win condition is alive and well for them at the current moment. But the big thing, Mark, just before you disconnected, we saw that flank TP from Harry that won them the fight. And he did the exact same thing in the exact same position, but it didn't win them the fight. So LNG going through character development. You know how in the Marvel movies, the villain beats you once, and then they come back stronger, and then the hero wins the fight? It's a classic thing that happens for LNG. But hey, it works in every movie. Why do you think they get the billions?
True. I mean, when Captain America faces all those guys that eventually turn out to be Hydra, instead of fighting them in the elevator, he just says, "Hail Hydra," instead, and pretends he's on their side.
No, bro, come on.
But now Croco. Croco. No, Croco into the wall. Not like this. Well, LNG have just lost out of their jungler, and there is a Baron to take, so the rest of LNG are going to have to do their due diligence in trying to ensure they don't get it for free, but it's going to be so hard to do because OMG are still healthy enough to take this so fast. Bulldog does manage to find a decent scatter the weak stun. Sheer over the wall. Oh my god. Decimating smash just right on top. But here comes Haichao with the hero's entrance, and he looks like immediately for Bulldog. The taunt lasts for 1 second, and 1 second is just enough time to get the job done and finish him off. LNG have forced them off the Baron for now, but Juhan and Sorry taking too much damage to force off the Baron for now. Haichao's the step up. Justice punch in. Moham looks for the turnaround. That's not Moham. That's missing with the Pop Blossom. Just trying to hold the line for now. Haichao finds the taunt and takes Sheer down, but now he goes in the zombie form and he's obliterating them all one after another. But Sorry cuts it out the very last second. Juhan, maybe another accelerated shock blast, not up in time, missing limps away.
And both teams battered and bruised, bleeding from head to toe. Ultimately, nobody getting that Baron. There's so much to unpack in that most recent team fight. I really hope we get a replay for it, but honestly, it all starts with OMG getting that initial pick onto Croco. I mean, he gets flanked by Moham. They pop the Edge of Night, and he's not able to flash over the wall. He had that summoner spell up, but he doesn't use it, and he just gets deleted off the face of the earth. But then this is really where it gets difficult. OMG, even though they aren't going to be contested on the Smite fight because Croco is down, the poke damage comes through. 1xN has really scaled on this Varus. He's had a very quiet game 3. Bulldog as well with his own poke, even though he goes down, is enough to really chunk out these members. And then by the time Juhan and Starry re-engage onto the Baron, they realize, wait, we're actually really, really low. We can't continue to do this. We need to be fighting these remaining members of LNG, but the remaining members of LNG create enough space to where it does not matter. They actually are the ones pushing onto the tier 2. OMG are in Narnia.
They are waiting for them to spawn at the dragon. and go for the biggest trap angle ever. LNG gonna have to be careful and try to use their front line to scout out vision and see where OMG members are lying in wait. They have to sniff out the rats and see if LNG can make their way through the river safely. OMG have already revealed their position for the most part.
Yep.
They've leashed the Ocean Dragon towards themselves. Scout of the week right onto Harry, but no one dares to walk up to the Mbessa. Public execution right into the back line. Missing is caught out by the ultimate. Big damage. Story with the Arc of Ruin eliminates Missing from the fray. Sheer tries to step on up, but Kroko tries to flash away, and it's just a useless flash at the end of the day. Juhan with the double kill as Harry continues to slice and dice through his way, forcing Bulldog out of the jungle quadrant. The Ocean Soul will be denied once again by OMG.
And is that Mbessa from Arcane? Answer, no it's not, because Harry is alive and he is thriving in the fight. The OMG top laner starting it up again for his team. LNG, the remaining members want to use their poke to pull off a steal, but it's not going to happen. That Baron, though, is still up. It's all great that you deny the soul, but you need to claim your prize for the Baron. You are just denying the win condition for LNG, but you need to go out there and get a win condition for yourself. The fight, while great, doesn't actually lead into anything that OMG can further use to accelerate this game forward. The gold at this point feels like it is starting to get less and less relevant as we are getting closer and closer to full builds on a lot of our carries, Rafa.
Past 32 minutes as well, Quacks. And if the game keeps progressing like this, where both teams are taking even fights and leaving both sides limping in the aftermath, we might even see a full build game from a majority of these carries.
And what better way to see all of that? It's game number 3. Winner is the leader of Group A. We'll get a much easier matchup going into top 8. There's so much riding on this win, and I love the precision, the care, and the overall atmosphere of this game being one of caution, because no one wants to be that guy that makes the wrong play, that steps up just a millimeter too far. And it is leading to some of the truly closest team fights that I have seen in the Demacia Cup. Baron is still up. Both teams are leveraging the low CDs of their Jaces to poke out and use this as kind of a scouting tool. If you can't get the deep vision, use the Jace EQ.
True. It's a great way to guarantee vision as soon as you hit someone. And even though Kraka does have an Edge of Night on top of himself, if he gets hit by a Shock Blast, well, won't have that spell shield for much longer. Both of these Jaces exchanging Shocks Blasts, just making sure that they can continue scouting for vision, finding information about the other whereabouts of the squad. OMG, though, starting to push their vision line to encroach further and further into the jungle quadrant of LNG. Moham gets slowed up a bit. Thought that 1xN was going to try to look for a Chain of Corruptions. Harry, meanwhile, is pushing aggressively on the bottom side of the map, pressuring that tier 2. Sheer responds. Both teleports available to the top laners. Moham taking a lot of damage. Forced to use the cleanse.
Yeah, Moham gonna use that Mikhails to get out of the sticky situation. LNG tried to entrap him in, but he's just taking so much damage to the face. The W is keeping him alive. That extra little bit of armor is doing so much to make sure his health bar doesn't drop to extremely dangerous levels, but it's gonna be dangerous enough to the point where he does have to recall. And right now, it's just no man's land, Rafa. I mean, we're in the trenches. We're trying to gain inches at this point, just trading fire back and forth, but neither team is really gaining any ground. The objective being that you clear out all this vision to start up this Baron, force LNG or OMG to face check into you. And that's ultimately the big game. We have highlighted the importance so many times in this game 3 that if you are the first to the objective, your comp will thrive when you have a Jace at the reins, at the helm, to be able to deliver all of those devastating EQ combos.
True. OMG still have the gold lead on their side, but we're at a late enough stage of the game.
They're starting it up.
It can definitely feel negligible. Moham trying to play goalkeeper right now and not give LNG a chance
Croco has
to
flash.
ward up the Baron, but they finally walk up. It is on top of a control ward, but it's enough to force them off the Baron and reset the objective. We're about a minute away from another Ocean Dragon spawning now.
And still, LNG are at Seoul. OMG, they're going to have to make a decision. Do they want to look for a cross-map play? Do they want to, go for this Baron? Because that puts them on a timer, right? You get that Baron power play, you get the extra siege power, you need to make it count, because once that goes down, if you haven't made a big dent in the gold difference at that point, LNG, they're going to be the ones with Soul. They'll have the extra combat power, and they are sure as hell going to use that to leverage these fights in their favor. So it's a conundrum for OMG on which objective they will choose.
Nice buffer from Haichao, using the Justice Punch to escape from the Scatter the Weak stun pick. Missing takes a lot of damage from that Shock Blast. Haichao forced to use the taunt, tries to space it. Oh, this could be bad. He's forced to pop the Zhonya's Hourglass for the stasis. He's alive for now. Takes about a quarter of his HP. As recompense, 1xn, Edge of Night is popped by Juhan. Scatter the Weak. Great Shock Blast onto Starry. Piercing arrow into the back. Sorry, can't get in this fight, but look at the fight. The big circle of doom. It's Haichao with the hero's entrance to save the day for OMG and turn the fight on its head. Sheer in zombie form. Not going to get anything done this time around. Krako's trying to sneak around to look for a quick Shock Blast to the face of one of these carries, but OMG still have strength in all 5 members, and now Haichao is hunting for Krako and making sure that he doesn't get into the Dragon Pit.
And after so many minutes of being spaced out by LNG, trying to avoid all of these fights, as Krako goes in!
All right, Krako does manage to pick off Starry, cost of his flash. Are they going to try to look for a Hail Mary Baron? No way. No.
The Krako, if he gets this... if he gets this crab, they get that little extra bit of vision. It's going to be really hard for OMG to fight.
Bulldog! Jace flashing after a carry in 2 different scenarios, but now they're hunting for Krako. Flash Solar Flare. Slow lands onto Krako. It wasn't a stun, but Moham's got the CC if he can just land the Zenith Blade, but the Mikhails saves Krako from the Shield of Daybreak stun, and Haichao is forced to escort the rest of his team back to safety. Sheer teleports in, and now it's LNG's turn to play the map.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got all members alive, and OMG, even though they have a member down, the members that are up haven't reset yet, right? We haven't seen them go back since they got that initial couple of kills in the mid lane, so they have to spend that gold, redeploy onto the map, and this gives LNG an opportunity to take some souvenirs. The top lane tier 1 has stood for almost 40 minutes, but it will crumble, and LNG... now it is just strictly on control of the Baron, but the question mark is, are we going to be seeing a team play a little bit more aggressively, try to, rip control of this area, or are we going to see the same song and dance we had basically seen for 5 minutes, where it's just Jace's trading Shock Blast for Shock Blast?
It's a poke war, and LNG technically have a better job of being able to continue that poke war and try and win via attrition of health bar depletion, but OMG have one thing that is super reliable that LNG can only rely on Bulldog for, and that is range CC. Scatter the Weak does land on the Starry. Mikhail's good, followed by missing. Krako eliminates Starry from the back line, but Bulldog is traded. Haichao trying to hunt for 1xn as he flashes right on top of him, but it's only Haichao, and now he's trying to use the hero's entrance to escape, but he's in a world of trouble. He's in the middle of Krako and Sheer. It's LNG this time around with the advantageous fight. How much can they get done on the map here?
I mean, they've got their main damage dealers alive. They're looking to try and siege through mid, but you can see Moham is pulling the wave. They have to go for the Baron. There's no other way. Juhan isn't alive, and Harry is around. He does have teleport, but I'm not sure if the Ambessa can go for a 1v3. We have seen Ambessa do crazier things, but Haichao in that fight, I think he forgot that he is playing the Galio like we said in the draft. This is a guy who plays the carries. He plays for himself, and he is usually one of the biggest damage dealers on OMG. And he just temporarily forgets it. He flashes after 1xn. He goes too deep. He abandons his team. He uses the hero's entrance to try and escape, but he gets found out anyway. LNG win out on this exchange, but again, it's another bloody one.
1xn did flash away from the solar flare, which is something that OMG can track for the next fight. I imagine the comms from LNG being a lot more fruitful and a lot more relieved to be able to win that fight. That does set them up to have advantageous push with the Baron buff in all 3 lanes. It gives them greater control for this upcoming Dragon in the next 1 minute and 30 seconds. I have to imagine that should give them the Ocean Soul unless something disastrous happens on their end.
I mean, Harry has been the miracle worker for OMG all game long on this Ambessa. He has found engage after engage with that public execution. And now, when it is the most dire, when both teams are sitting at soul point and the game is over 40 minutes long, the winner of this one getting first place in Group B, going into the final phase of the Demacia Cup. He's going to have to work his magic one more time, but I love how reserved LNG are playing. They've got the Baron buff, but they're not pushing up too far. They're not using this to overplay their hand and get all of this shove. They're using it to just hold a certain position and sort of wall off OMG from getting this priority.
Holy moly, Jace damage in the late game is no joke. Full build with the Shojin on top of it. Extra ability haste so that he can look for pretty much more accelerated shock blast from Sheer just to slow down Juhan. Looks for the CC train, but Juhan flashes away from the decimating smash. That is no flash on this Jace.
Juhan!
Gonna send it! That's bold! He flashes!
No way!
Just in time! Gets away! Harry can't lock him down! The rest of OMG are gonna try to force this fight, but they've got no Jace in their back pocket anymore! They have to retreat! And just in time for the Ocean Soul to spawn, it should go to LNG.
And to say Kroko risked it all right there would be an understatement. We've highlighted the importance of this game and of this series, and Kroko, he goes in despite knowing all of that. He flashes away, assassinating his mirror matchup, Juhan, going down. And LNG finally, after being denied so many times, they picked themselves up the soul. The Baron going to be active for another 10 seconds, but looking at the waves, I don't think they're going to get much more value out of it. So even though you get one objective, you lose another one, and it is the one that crucially will help you in the siege department. The question now is, how are LNG going to look for these remaining tier 2s on the side lanes, and how are they going to break open the base of OMG?
Kroko risking the entire game on going in and flashing the last possible second, assassinating Juhan, is probably the most gangster thing I have seen in Demacia Cup so far. Like, straight up cold-blooded. And now Kroko has sold his boots and gone for a 6 lethality item in this opportunity. Full damage Jace. No jokes about it. He is essentially going for the biggest impact on these accelerated shock blasts.
And I love his positioning to maximize that. Juhan, just half of his HP taken. You can see in the player cam, he was a little surprised by that damage because now it relegates him to recall. He takes another one of those and LNG clip him with maybe one more other thing. Well, that's just a dead Jace. Bro. And Haichao even has to back. So LNG are taking control of these tier 2s by force, but Harry on the other side is going to trade it. I think LNG... I mean, I'm looking across the inventories right now. No Guardian Angels. We've got Mikhail's and an Arm Guard here for missing. So if anyone were to engage a fight and try to look for maybe a risky tower dive, it might have to be the Nico, but they're going to think better of it. They're not going to go too far, as Moham maybe goes too far.
Moham takes a lot of poke from the Shock Blast and the Piercing Arrow. Chain of Corruptions almost sets Moham to die, but thankfully for him, Leona is quite tanky at this point in the game. Does manage to walk away, not having to use any of his summoner spells, but you can just sense how much power, how much threat LNG has when they are able to set the poke from Fog of War. And OMG, I mean, they're forced to send someone to face check and gain vision control back for themselves, and unfortunately, most of the time it's going to be Moham or Haichao.
And that just means that it really handicaps your engages as OMG. If you're sending someone in to clear out this vision, but that person is also responsible for getting a fight started up, it's more than likely that they're just going to get blown up. So OMG, I mean, if you start up that fight as either Moham or Haichao, you got to be making sure that it's a good one because you're basically relying on your team to shoulder that burden. Now Starry way too far up, has to run.
Oh my God.
That could have been very bad. He does run. Yeah. Oh, but the Baron is also toward the map. 20 seconds until that spawns. And LNG full control over this top side. The map is a dark for OMG in that area.
That was a clincher right there. I don't know why Starry was that far up, but not having to burn flash or barrier, crazy stuff there. LNG, once again, fighting for mid control. Decent scout of the week. It's only on to Juhan. Solo Flare right on top of Bulldog, but no one can on there. And
Harry missed the ult.
Great Mikhails. Harry doesn't find the public execution. Great timing from missing with the Mikhails. Starry now using the Mikhails from Moham to get out of line. Missing goes for the Pop Blossom, and Starry still gets clipped by it. The follow-up flash from Sheer. High Chow with the hero's entrance, trying to peel for his AD carry and do everything he can so that he can lift up the world. Harry into the back line, looks for Bulldog, but it's the stasis from the Zonya's Hourglass. It's not even a Zonya's, it's just a Seeker's Arm Guard that he picked up recently. Harry pops the GA, tries to dance his way through the back line, but ends up tripping to Croco. It's a double kill for the Jace from the side of LNG. High Chow's gonna be the next on the menu, and it's just Starry all by himself, all against the world, but clipped by a chain of corruptions, and the sigh of relief, a sigh of disappointment from Harry's face cam is all that needs to be said. LNG will win the series, win Group B, and advance to the bracket stage.
From one of the lowest teams in Nirvana in 2025 to upsetting some of the biggest names in the LPL, LNG. For those of you just saying, it's just Demacia Cup, are you not entertained and are you not surprised that LNG toppled this group?
Well done to LNG, as I'm frozen on my face cam. Not sure why. Please! Oh, okay.
Hello, welcome back.
I don't know if it's my internet. At this point, it might be an internet issue. I'm not sure. Even though I'm plugged into Ethernet, crazy stuff. But I guess I'm lagging now. You know what? We're gonna do this. You can still hear me, right?
Ooh, look at those mountains. Look at those mountains.
Those are some great mountains, man. Absolutely gorgeous, beautiful mountains.
Hey, I think I see 2 LNGWs over there. Okay, they're gone. But they're over here now. They're above me. But LNG winning out, super surprised that they even got here, right? Mark, I mean, nobody would predict that this would be the team to get all the way up and topple some of the biggest names in LPL. And they did it in nail-biting fashion. Even though OMG do fall in this series and they do go 2-2, if I was a betting man, I would bet on OMG to join them in the top 8 based on the way they play.
That was a hell of a battle for first place in Group B, but LNG are the ones that earn it in the end. And this does set the stage for who is going to be joining LNG soon in that bracket stage. We still have a few unplayed matches from, I want to say, JDG and BLG.
I think Weibo plays on the last day too, so now it kind of is a thing where this game was unironically the winner, their fate is in their own hands. But now that OMG are done with Group B, they're just kind of praying that their 2-2 scoreline is enough to get them into the top 3. And I think it statistically is favorable, but if some tomfoolery does happen, let's say, you know, BLG upset and manage to get up really high, I think that they have a very small chance at maybe not making it into top 3, but I am not a statistician.
It has to come down. Yeah, the reason why OMG are not locked in right now is because there is a world where somehow 2 of the other 3 teams could also end up with a 2-2 scoreline, and then we get tiebreakers. So, because I think OMG dropped the series to JDG. So if JDG is in that pool, then that's where things get interesting.
Yeah.
And Monk a W for OMG. It would be such a shame for how well they have performed in this Demacia Cup tournament and the way that they managed to upset BLG and not just a game 1 stomp and then a game 2 comeback against BLG. I would really love to see how far they can go in this bracket stage so that we can use that as a primer to see where to set our expectations for Split 1 going into the official 2026 season. But for LNG, flowers, much deserved. This was such a back and forth game. This was such a scary game. And the fact that Harry was trying his darndest, I feel like Harry deserves like
Ace. You know, on OPGG, if this was like an OPGG game, he'd get the purple ace tag for sure. I'm in agreement with you on that one. But, I mean, to be honest with you, this is a really good showing overall from both of these teams. Like, to see an organization, one of whom finished last place in their group in Nirvana, and then another team who didn't even play for half the year battle at this level, I feel is a super exciting thing to take into the future, to take into 2026, as we do get Croco player of the game, and very well deserved. It was a Jace v Jace matchup, and I would say it was back and forth between the two, but when it came down to it, those shock blasts and those engages really were what put the damage into OMG, enough so that they eventually did fall. I
mean, the cold-blooded drive-by in the middle of his entire family on that bottom side jungle. Yep. Game-winning play, guaranteed that they got the Ocean Soul for themselves and just made it almost impossible for Oh My God to ever come back. That is MVP material right there. And even though you cannot see my camera right now, chat, I am basically giving you a very sincere look because I am so happy that we got a chance to witness such an awesome series go the distance for such a meaningful stake in this tournament. LNG now officially move on to the bracket stage, will be the first seed from Group B with a 3-1 series score. That is just so awesome that in this group filled with the likes of JDG, BLG, Weibo, it's LNG and OMG that were topping the charts, and now LNG officially the best out of all of them in this Demacia Cup tournament, and we're going to see how far their momentum takes them. But that does mean, Quacks, that our time has come to an end. We're going to be doing some more series throughout the day. We're going to have a caster swap as well. I am waving goodbye to the camera as well. I'm also checking to see if I need to do any more ad reads before I go. I don't see anything, so looks like my work here is done. Quacks, it's an honor. I'm reaching out my hand to dap you up right now. You can't see me, but yes, boom, dap successful. Thank you very much also for everyone tuning in. If you liked our work, make sure to check us out on our social as well, and continue supporting LPL English. We got more action coming your way right after this break.
Welcome everybody. We're back with some more LPL English. It's Team WE versus EDG, two teams in very weird places. If you think about where we had pre-tournament expectations, I'm joined by Fools here tonight. Brother, how are we feeling about this? Because this is a really weird place to be.
Yeah, we're coming off a really hot series, and we've got an 0-2 team versus a 3-0 team, though. It's just like, on paper, it doesn't seem to me that there's sort of a 5-win discrepancy between these teams. So as much as it might be like a top seed versus a bottom seed currently, I feel like this matchup might have more than meets the eye. You know what I'm saying, Alex? So
yeah,
we could have something on our hands here.
We've been promised a monkey series. We've been promised a series where WE is going to finally get over the hump here in Stage 2. And so far, it's just been disappointing to watch some of these games just because we had such high expectations for them with potentially a new bottom lane coming in.
Yeah, whereas, you know, we look at both of these rosters here making some changes, and it's nice to see Leave, you know, coming in and reintroducing himself onto EDG. It seems that he's been having himself a heck of a tournament, a really nice showing thus far. Whereas on the other hand, we have some questions being drawn up. I know we were talking about this in the preamble about Yao Yao and some kind of story here about he's making this declaration where he's like, yo, team, in the group chat, if I underperform, just kick me out of the team. I don't even belong here anymore. Just watch this. I'll show you what I can do. And he's even kind of putting his entire reputation at stake on sort of this coming window of the Demacia Cup. If he underperforms, we don't know if he's even going to stick around anymore.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we look back at Yao Yao's career. The last time that we would have seen him play in the LPL was all the way in 2023, the end of that year, and taking a bit of a break. He was a substitute for Thunder Talk Young, so their academy team, but it is a lot to then come in and even feel as a fellow player saying, like, I maybe feel like my teammates deserve, you know, they want to have higher expectations. Monkey especially, the end of this year was a disappointment when you look at what happened in Split 2. So I think it's, for him, maybe he's feeling like, hey, I need to also perform, and you guys obviously have potential goals of trying to do very well in these playoff series.
Yeah, and so as we look at the rosters here, we're keeping the same top side from last season with Cube, Monkey, Karis for Team WE, and frankly speaking, these are some pretty decent players. It just can be a bit hit or miss, you know, and probably that's all because of that guy right there in the jungle, Monkey. You know, he's known for his antics, right? So of course those games, those early games especially, are going to come down to whatever it is that he's doing. And you'd think that the bot lane coming in of about Yao Yao could kind of get this team to a similar standard as the last season when they had Taeyun Vampire. But I don't know, personally, I think Taeyun is a really good player and about just maybe not quite at that caliber. And again, with the Yao Yao career and prospects all kind of being drawn into question, it just seems that this roster that's pretty similar to last season's just that slight difference might be a bit of a bigger difference than it really appears to be on paper. So.
Yeah, and to be fair, if they do lose this game, they were no longer able to make it into the top 8. So, you know, that, again, maybe saying that Split 2 was the only split where we saw this team succeed, and even then trailing off into Split 3 again, maybe was just a kind of one split wonder kind of action going on. Well, for their opponents, you're looking over at their the unanimous winners and seemingly the best team here in Stage 2 with everything going against them. ZDZ, Xiaohao, Angel, Leave, and Perukia. As we said, talking about this team a little bit earlier, they kept their top side as well, but they introduced an AD carry that had been in their halls years before, and it seems like this team is doing about to expectation, or maybe even a little bit more of their group Nirvana in Split 3.
Yeah, and again, as I was saying, this roster does seem, you know, relatively comparable to that of WE, just in terms of sort of that high hitter level of each of those players. Not that anyone there kind of seems too extraordinary, but it's just that Leave, I suppose he's been having a really, really good Demacia Cup thus far, and honestly ZDZ as well. He has been one of the best top laners in the LPL, so those are going to be my two go-to players to watch on EDG as we get the Orianna first pick already.
Okay, so a lot of the standard bans, I'm surprised we don't see an early Xin Zhao. Is this really what our drafts are? All right, we've fully devolved now into the full draft strategy.
Boy.
They pick Orianna, they can't have a Silas. This is just trying to immediately dive them.
Yeah, I don't know though, because I was gonna say this is exactly what I was gonna say. You could still technically have a Sylas, right? The Sylas jungle is completely viable. I mean, you're gonna have a double up on magic damage here, but what the heck is going on in today's meta, Alk? We're just picking Malphite as soon as we possibly can, just because it's an Orianna who can't like necessarily flash away. Is that much immobility reason enough? No way.
I was gonna say maybe we start to see Sylas jungle come back into play. Already the drafts are getting... I feel bad for the last casters. Quax and Rafa definitely got scammed because they would have loved talking about a jungle matchup like this with the gauntlet thrown here by WE. Feels a little bit out of place for how Monkey tends to play and really shape the early game, but if we're gonna then kind of throw down the gauntlet, I like EDG's response. Get Leave, one of these classic AD carries that he's known for, and a decent enough team fighting composition here.
Yeah, I actually think this is a really good response because, I don't suppose you're supposed to pick Malphite so early in the draft because there are certain few types of attributes certain champions have that can really counteract them, and Kai'Sa tends to have that, just given that she really tends to dish out magic damage. Malphite's all about building the armor and the physical damage reduction. Kai'Sa can reposition, which can completely counter the unstoppable force in more ways than one, and in addition to that, Kai'Sa can also help reveal the Akali in the W with her passive. So Kai'Sa is just a really good pick overall, and I think not really stacking up the Sylas, it does kind of make some sense. It's not like the Alistar was face up or anything, and Sylas jungle, as great as it can be, it's not as fast of a clear as those newer age champs like the Malphite and the Aatrox and etc. So I understand this rotation from EDG, and it's a very interesting start to the draft.
Noticing that About doesn't have too many AD carries. They had already banned the Varus beforehand. Misfortune makes sense, but what other kind of marksman? I feel like that's kind of this is the ensuite of like the tier 1s that if we were talking about a tier list. You've got Varus, Misfortune, and Yunara. Those kind of seems like the big winners of the patch. Yeah. Maybe this is an angle for About to go for something like a Jhin, perhaps?
Yeah, and we have also been seeing a fair amount of Aphelios in the tournament. I'm not sure what really conditions they're looking for to constitute an Aphelios pick, but that's just one of the more picked champions, I would say, in this so far from what we've seen in the tournament. But yeah, it seems like Misfortune has kind of been having her day so far in the sun in terms of the Demacia Cup, with the best sort of thing to pick into the MF being the Braum or the Leona. So with neither of those being your support champ, just ban that away. There's that Aphelios. We'll see what else remains in the marksman pool. I don't think those premium picks are as available now.
Yeah, I'm looking at currently picked right now. Aphelios would have been 4th. Sivir is definitely interesting, but I don't know if it necessarily kind of plays within what WE wants to do. However, it always means that About, regardless of what happens in some of the early laning phases, is always going to be very useful. And especially if we get to 4 items, you kind of bridge the gap. This Malphite can continue to go for that really tanky build that becomes impossible for EDG to deal with. A lot of interesting things here. I'm surprised to see what EDG is going to be going for with a Lilia.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we are really quadrupling down on the magic damage here. That is, this is definitely going to change what this Malphite's intentions are with the shopkeeper. He's probably going to want some null magic mantles this kind of game, but I mean, that's probably the way to go, frankly. If the enemy team does have a Malphite, just kind of see how much effective magic damage you can get.
But Lilia means that this team is really squishy. Like, you're now looking at a Rel who's going to be frontlining. Renekton can kind of get away with that by using his Dominus, right? But this is really, really tricky to play from EDG side, whereas WE, you're just sending a Malphite in, you have a Sivir right next to him. This Akali also gets to dive alongside an Alistar. I think WE get a lot of fair purchase in this game, where EDG have to play very, very safe.
Yeah, I think we actually have what we as spectators would want to have for this first game of this series, which is pretty much all eyes on Leave, all eggs in the Leave basket, especially with this Cassante pick coming in. They're having Cassante, Malphite, Alistar, and as you're saying, in these kind of fights, Lilia has a lot to offer. Renekton can offer up some kind of front line. Orianna can shockwave with Rel, but that's only a certain amount of damage, and with the amount of tankiness those champions are offering, it's all going to be up to Kai'Sa. All of it's going to be up to Leave to see if he can shred through those HP bars and just do thousands and thousands of damage, because if not him, there's no shot that they can be winning those fights. So it's Kai'Sa or bust this game.
And it's interesting because we also just saw in the OMG game, we had Juhan playing the Malphite, and there is a large portion of that game that was talked about during on the cast of, okay, well, a lot of these ultimates are being sent backwards. What if we end up seeing that in this instance? And suddenly the game becomes a lot less playable there for WE. We'll see what the case is. Again, a lot of external pressure as we talked during the desk, and especially for trying to find their first series win. Not only would it keep their dreams of a top 8 alive, but it would also make sure that it'd be a good stamp as a first series to beat the last team and beat the best team so far in the entire tournament.
Yeah, as we can take a peek at some of the players' runes here, nothing all too out of the ordinary to notice or to scoff at. Looks pretty standard across the board. Things are going to be very exciting. As much as this is a top of the table team versus a bottom of the table team, I swear this is anyone's game, and here we go. This is going to start us off for a nice and exciting game one with Malphite of any champ to have on the roster.
Is there something you got to go into Malphite? Is this what we're going to...
I mean, it's Shamrock Malphite. I was saying this other day, this champ needs a visual update yesterday, man. Just look at him waddle around. This champ is so troll, man. And he's just so one-dimensional. All he does is just ult in. And I said, like you were saying, though, if you can make him ult out, that's low-key the counter. And that maybe they've drafted themselves a comp that can make it difficult for Malphite to ult in. And Yao Yao, he's feeling bold already, man. Oh my goodness gracious, man.
No heal. And it's a minute 15. That is very bad for the laning phase. Already having to chug through at least one of the pots. Has pulverized, so it doesn't even have access to the minuscule amount of healing he would have gotten from his E. Wouldn't have even had it till second wave. Yeah, that's tough. And you're going to be starting off at least 80% HP. For EDG, obviously great for their bottom lane, but for Xiaohao, I think important on this Lilia. If you can farm enough, you know that this Malphite's not going to be a nuisance early on. Maybe you can even start to journey across the river, look for some early invades.
Yeah, there's just for no good reason there that Yao Yao decides to face check the Tribush, lose his heal, lose his potions, and that's going to be upper hand EDG in this bot lane, and they're trying to show that that is the case down here. They should have the upper hand towards level 2, even though Leave has Ghost as opposed to Barrier. You would think that without having the double combat sums, that it would be a lot harder for you to play out the lane. But even just one kind of small, minute mistake like that from Yao Yao can really have trickle effects down into this game, enabling Costa to have a proper laning phase, get accelerated, and be that carry that I was outlining before this game began. So not pretty from Yao Yao. We're going to have him redeem himself a little bit.
Yeah. Look, this Sivir, I feel like a lot of people put down how much damage this champion can do. If you're sitting in a minion wave, obviously, perfect situation. All right, that's pretty cheeky. Let's throw some emotes. Okay, but the Sivir can be a really, really potent duelist early on in the right conditions early. So, like you're mentioning, early lane does allow for now Perukia to move into the enemy Tribrush. They already saw Monkey on the top side in that ward. So, a lot of things going on. We talked about the bot lane here. Cube also lost his flash, so this whole early game is looking rough, and there's not even a massive gold lead to indicate that.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen there when you're getting the R5 top lane counter pick to have to flash up. We got a little picture-in-picture down there. Really well-timed empowered W. That does break entirely through the Cassante shield, so I guess that was just where there was too much damage, more than Cube was expecting. Understandable that he's going to have to flash out there, but yeah, I was just going to say, I've had my time, as you ended up seeing, playing that my fair share of top lane, getting role swapped in a top lane for Winthrop, and man, it's just never fun to have to blind pick, so I really do want to praise ZDZ. I am really high on ZDZ, to not only have to blind pick, but then be winning lane with blind pick top. That's really respectable for the blue side top laner here. And let's see if he can keep that up going into this first stage of the game here.
We have a whole emote based off of ZDZ. So much love here from the broadcast to that guy. Has a really fun story now where he's failed his driving test a couple of times, and he's at this point begging online he's like, guys, how do I drive, please?
Flashing from Perukia.
Oh, Yao Yao is going to survive for here, but this is the ghost that we were talking about earlier for Leave. Perukia is going to pick up the first kill. Now About's going to have a wave that's pushing away from him. This might just be an early recall coming in for WE.
Yeah, and for Yao Yao here, I'm starting to think that his career might just be a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, just with that thing where he was telling everyone that, hey guys, if I underperform, don't keep me
Oh, no,
around, and
About.
About might not be around for much longer either, man.
Yeah, gets the crash down. This is going to be both of your
Does
summoner
have
spells at the
barrier.
very least. Okay, so you live. You don't give over
Sure,
the 300
sure.
gold. There's the
Oh.
boomerang blade. Okay. I still don't know if that's worth it, but you got the support kill there. You got your 300 gold. You have a bit of recall. He's going to stay for another wave. This, I think, is risky. Monkey's on the way, but he's not there for another 25 seconds.
If you can get away with staying here, this can actually be super big. I cannot believe this.
Ooh.
There was no way Sivir lives there.
No
Leave with no
way.
sums. Oh my gosh, this is exactly what WE need, dog.
This is perfect. Look, the Yao Yao death is looking great now in retrospect. Hindsight
It is
2020 coming on through. They get the kill. It is going to be with a monkey flash on top, so they've been able to recover a lot of gold there, but EDG's early game, at least for right now, is tempered.
Yeah, I mean, you said it exactly right. It's like Yao Yao's death was almost the prophecy, man. It's almost meant to be. I really thought it was a huge mistake. Yao Yao letting About down there, leaving him stranded there in that bot lane. Just going to end up dying to that Lilia, I assume, but no, not at all. He has both the Psalms. He expends them both, and they overextend. They took, what was it, like 3 tower shots apiece? That was a lot of damage coming in towards Perukia and Xiaohao there, and they just didn't really have the wherewithal to survive that, and that's huge. That is absolutely huge. Monkey comes in later on there, surprising them. Leave going down as well. That really changed the dynamic and the sort of whole trajectory of this early game. You know, it's advantage WE now.
Rukia and Xiaohao are in the area. He's going to throw a single bowling ball. Doesn't really do all that much. Dragon's also hitting on the monkey, but that'll be level 6 now here for this Malphite. Some of these lanes that don't have flash, maybe a bit harder to kill a champion like Orianna now at this moment, especially with Perukia basically hovering this mid lane wave. But aside from that, maybe there's a potential angle to go back down. Noticing now that it is Angel on the bottom side, yeah, and Monkey's leaving, so are we playing for Grubs in a minute? Maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to keep our eyes on that. We see that Monkey is first to level 6. He has a cheeky look
He has
here.
no
Looks
flash.
like EDG
Like-
is out of range. Just may as well, right, before these camps come up. But if I could, again, just real quickly glaze ZDZ. We just had the camera on him for a little
Yeah.
bit up there. And his inputs are just so precise, I promise you. Like, he's getting those Ws the exact right time, whether it's to counter the Cassante buffer or the empowered shield or whatever it is. ZDZ is just playing this Renekton exquisitely right now. He's even got the elixir in tuck just in case some kind of fight breaks out. So as far as I'm concerned, if you're Team WE, you really don't want to be fighting these grubs because this elixir Renekton is just going to completely have the possibility of taking over the fights. So.
I mean, look at another elixir here. We've got Leaves sitting with a potion as well. So this could be a very dangerous fight. This also means that maybe Kaisa can find solo kills now with this ultimate. Always a possibility. And this is this is very scary. If Renekton has TP, it's something that they can play for, but he's on the bottom side of the map at this moment. Monkey's coming out of base now, so really depends where we see our 2 supports start to make a move. EDG have placed all of their vision on the top side, and both of the mid laners will not have teleport to join either.
Yeah, so it appears that ZDZ's teleport will be coming up in about just close to half a minute here, whereas with Karis, he's just simply not going to have that up nearly on time to even factor that in. So perhaps they can buy a bit of time here, posture a little bit, ZDZ could join, but as WE, you want to go quick.
Monkey gets the spot, the first grub going down to Xiaohao. This Lilia, the Dream Dust is taking so much damage and so much HP off of these grubs. A second one's going to go while WE just watch. They're giving up this objective for free. They've pulled Karis over for this fight, and it's Perukia going forward. A flash engage from Xiaohao to land a sleep onto 2 members of WE. Monkey is going to go down first to the Lilia, and everything going wrong here for WE. EDG, they start to come in on all the flanks. Angels now coming in from the top side. We're having flashes over the mid lane wall. I mean, at this point, EDG's just getting everything here. They got 2 grubs, maybe even a 3rd kill for themselves. Flying in is going to be Leave. My boy Wonder not able to finalize that one onto About. Cube will hold off the affront, but a massive win here for EDG.
Wow, and then, yeah, we just have a complete 5v5 take place there. I took notice to the inventory, the scoreboard there, and all those adaptive force elixirs get popped there.
Yep.
Kaisa, Sivir, Renekton, everybody presses that elixir just to get as much power as you possibly can. And it's a really beautiful look here from Perukia. Beautiful follow from Shaha. That's a 3-man Lilia ult onto everyone there. ZDZ can run in. His ult's not going to wake them up because it's burn damage. And he does a lot of work here. He's just surviving, withstanding, buying so much space. Look at About. How can he play, man? He's been looking at ZDZ for the past 10 seconds straight. His HP bar is just not going down here. And again, ZDZ with a huge chunk onto About. Unfortunately, that unit that Leave ultis onto there is barely somehow in Yao Yao's pulverized range, or else it looks like About could have got his first death of the game there. All things considered, a huge W for EDG, securing all 3 of those grubs in a beautiful look there in that team fight. Just really good look there from Perukia and Xiaoha.
During that replay, they got the 3rd grub. So now EDG are in a situation where they kind of already win most of the side lanes. Renekton versus either of these champions from WE is going to be tough. Angel's going for the Rod of Ages build, so a little less damage, but gives him the durability to face off against a Akali in the side lane. Phase Rush as well makes it almost impossible for Akali to stick unless she gets a lot of requisite damage or help. This does not look good here for WE. They're coming into a really tough position. I'm hoping maybe if they can secure a dragon, they can buy some time for champions like Akali and this Sivir to buy items.
Yeah, I actually really like this Shockwave chunk from Angel here. You always want to kind of be ulting aggressively like this if you can, because if you're the one to chunk out Akali, she doesn't have that kill threat onto you. And again, with the teleports being up for these players, that's really going to help influence that dynamic in EDG's favor. And if they want to do some sort of a 4v4 or 5v5, it doesn't seem too contestable though, given Lilia no flash. And you're probably going to end up giving this one over. Again, Kaisa no ghost. You could maybe play a little bit, but it's just so hard. How can you ever enter into Alistar Malphite? Those champs are just so effective, especially in tandem.
And no flash, right? No flash here for Angel. No flash for Xiaohao. Xiaohao just ends up taking his recall, gets himself a Leandries. Feels good here. We have Grubs or Herald spawning in 3 minutes, so not much to be able to play for, but they know that there's still some summoner spells missing. Cube is just absolutely getting squeezed out in this bot lane right now. It is a Black Cleaver versus a Thornmail. Like, it is a pretty tough matchup from here on out, but it's going to be really easy here if ZDZ gets exposed on a side lane.
Yeah, those two champs up against one another is just a complete war of attrition. It's going to take forever for one of those champs to die unless there's some kind of help.
His jungler's here.
We got Malphites in range, but I do think ZDZ has some hope here.
Okay.
Flash ult, no sir, man. You may as well just guarantee it as Monkey there.
You know, as soon as I was like, is he just gonna wait? You know, like Cube's gonna have a Q3 here. That could have been there. Another 400 or 300 gold here for Monkey. He loses the flash, but he will have ultimate coming up for this Herald fight. So, at the meantime, all this does is buy Cube a recall, and maybe they can kind of move around their pieces. As you can see, EDG are contesting a lot around the top side.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what we've seen from Malphite so far in the Demacia Cup, is a lot of flash ults that look a bit silly, but I think the reason why is just because perhaps in solo queue, you don't really want to be expending your flashes for such, you know, ults that could be pretty free otherwise. But you got to keep in mind, like, this is the LPL. These are some of the best players in the world, and the only way to really make sure your Malphite ult hits is to flash, because they're so good, they probably will flash it themselves. So... we see Monkey burning the flash there. It's questionable. And Angel here in the disadvantaged side lane versus the Akali. This is that particular kind of inventory state where Orianna is kind of a bit useless. He's got no ability power with every single thing he spent gold on, right? So obviously it's going to be a bit tougher now. But that completely changes coming in with the Rod of Ages. So Akali does have some kind of assassination looks on Orianna if she overextends, but he's got the phase rush, he's got the hit points, he should be fine up there, at least for now. It's kind of takes a while to kill the Orianna.
Oh, maybe. Here's the phase rush being procced. Karis is going to try to use the perfect execution to get himself out of danger. Ball being commanded there. Angel uses a shockwave, forces the flash out of Karis. Perukia moves forward to try to get anything here, but they got a summoner spell. They have an ultimate now down, and it's a level 11 Orianna without that shockwave, yes, but that's maybe a member down that EDG can try to play around for this Herald that's spawning in 45.
Yeah, that's pretty well played. That's sort of the same dynamic that we want to be seeing as the Orianna versus the Akali, where you want to be chunking her out. You want to be the aggressor, because as soon as you're forced onto the back foot, that's when it's Akali's game, and that's when things get really difficult and complicated for you. So shout out to Perukia. Really W sort of helping assistance there for Angel, just making sure that he's able to have the prio and the setup in that lane. We got the Rift Herald coming up here. We should see these players congregate around the top side as this wet noodle fight down here is just going to continue time after time again. Something to keep in mind, no boots for Renekton, no teleport for Renekton, so he's kind of lane locked down here in the bot lane, whereas Cassante can do whatever he likes, and perhaps as WE, that's your look to contest these grubs. But with Malphite on Gromp, they might be a bit too far away to do so.
They can stall this out, but maybe stall is just the completely wrong word here. About and Yao Yao are going to walk in. By the time they even get anywhere near this banana brush, it's already gone. Herald's gone, taken here by EDG. Now, what lane do they prioritize this for? Because this Sivir is always going to delete a minion wave, especially in front of a Kai'Sa. Are they going to maybe look to open up something on top side? This turret's about half HP, so it would allow for Angel to get maybe closer to finishing that Seraph's Embrace. It's just tough for WE to look. Yes, Malphite has ultimate. He'll get level 11 soon, but everyone has flash now. Like, when you're playing on... This is an online tournament, so it's not going to be anywhere near to 0 ping, but fairly close enough we can speculate. I think it's really tough to, as WE, you're asking, I think, a lot of this Malphite to pull off miracles.
Yeah, and EDG's draft is tailored against the Malphite. You know, it's not like they've drafted full physical damage by any means here. So as Malphite, as much as you are this unstoppable force, all-in, snap engage bot, you know, you can't really offer much else in the way of utility. You know, you can go in, you can knock up, you can slow attack speed a little bit, but all of this has to do with going in. So you just got to make sure that your team can back you up. They can reinforce you. You're enabled, you're possible, it's allowed to go in. So as Mump here, you can start this up. You were asking what lane you want to use this Rift Herald in, and this is exactly what I was going to mention. I think you want to use the Rift Herald around the same time as the combat. You can drive it into them sometimes, or you can force them to answer the Rift Herald, because if the Rift Herald is left unanswered, it typically tends to be a favorable trade. Here we go, though.
EDG, they get to have control of the line brush, but it's an engage immediately from WE. The knockouts are landing onto the carry. Xiaohao is out of the fight. Kars TP's in. He's going to shuriken flip over the Dragon Wall. Perukia finally gets caught. EDG thought that they could make a move, try to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of tempo. They try to hit the mid lane turret. That doesn't end up going their way, and now multiple of their members are going to lose their lives and their summoner spells, and now the Dragon is going over to WE.
Yeah, and even Angel's forced to flash there. Yao Yao is kind of cooking. He was able to not only start that play off, but even catch out Angel on a secondary backside part of that play. And the worst part is, as EDG there, it's not like you were giving. It's not like you were not contesting. You were low-key contesting. You get no cross map, so you just kind of take these deaths, and that's it. A beautiful engage from, again, the Alistar and the Malphite, two champions that just work so well together. Perukia flashes out, but you're just never getting out with that kind of a flash.
Yeah.
And like you said, Angel, he can't even get much of room or space for himself either. But Kai'Sa is left to free hit this Cassante. If any champ's able to kill a tank like this, it is Kai'Sa. Looks like he has a bit of enough space to get out here, though. You hate to see it.
He's too damn tanky, man. Doesn't even have the all-out, so he just has all of his flat resistances, as we saw. Thornmail and a completed Merc Treads and a few garbage items there. I mean, this Cassante champion, new age god tank of the game. Look, we talked about the trade there. I mean, they needed to just connect with the Angel. Now they're getting a teleport. Now they can kind of move around the bottom side of the map. The Dragon's already taken. Otacon also spawns on the top side of the map, which I think obviously throws a very unique wrench in the game in terms of geography and where we see teams have to play.
Yep.
Dragons so important. Now WE have two Dragons. Does that maybe turn into a soul for them to play around?
Yeah, I mean, as WE, you're certainly in the driver's seat here. You are at a bit of a gold disadvantage, but that's nothing to really worry or concern yourselves
so even everywhere,
about.
man. Supports have the biggest gold difference. Come on, like
exactly. That's completely negligible. You don't mind that whatsoever. You feel really happy about having these two Drakes here, and it is a super, super intense game state. You call out the Otacon spawning, and that's going to be the next objective that's going to decide the feats of strength here. You love to watch games like this where the feats of strength are left undecided for a long part of the game. One team gets the feats of warfare, one team gets the first tower, and it's just a question of who's going to get the first to 3 monsters slain. 2 items coming in across the board for pretty much everyone here. We're going to have to see that Seraph's Embrace for Angel if he's going to want to be at a pretty high power level for this fight. That's a really big spike to watch. And other than that, we're going to want to see some of these summoner spells coming up here for EDG if they want to have a good chance.
Perukia, I don't think you get to be there. You're playing the Rel side of the Alistar matchup. The Exhaust does a lot of work, and somehow
no Unstoppable Force,
is able to turn. Unstoppable Force is used backwards here. No flash available for Monkey for at least another few seconds. This is now just an Otacon for free going over to EDG. Now, how many flowers are they actually going to be able to get? It's 14-8 right now. If we don't see a substantial gain, I think WE are fine. This is a very, very rough trade to see.
Yeah, the amount of sort of net XP you get in the first place is a lot, not to mention those feats of strength as well. I think that blunder is completely Monkey's fault. It was kind of hard to notice, but he sort of just ulted into the wall there right around that mid lane line bush between the Raptor pit there. He just completely whiffed his ult, and that meant that Perukia wasn't crowd controlled and was able to get out. So instead of Perukia dying, it was actually a WE member going down there. And that's going to cost them the Otacon and the mid game here. So it's going to be upper hand EDG. Take a look at this. Just watch Malphite a bit closely here.
Yeah.
Bop.
Oh!
Didn't
that's
see
not
that, did
backwards
you?
at all. Oh no, Monkey. That's
Monkey.
all right. I can't believe it, fools. I never thought we'd have to go into review and say, okay, let's go over some Malphite mechanics real quick.
Yeah, I mean, he was completely in range of the Unstoppable Force, but just some utter monkey business from Monkey there, just missing by somehow a complete champion. That was like 2 Teemos away, man. That was pretty hard to excuse right there for Monkey. So they had a pretty good game state. Now they don't. Let's see if Monkey can get them back on track here. I think as WE, you really need this 3rd Drake to threaten that Dragon's Soul. It's just extremely difficult to do so given the amount of XP and gold that EDG has been attaining recently. Not to mention that Angel's about to proc his Roa and Leave has his summoner spells back up. The conditions for a fight right now are completely in EDG's favor. So, I mean, Karas does get the death cap. He does have a blue buff, so he might be able to have some influence at this particular turn of the match.
Oh, Perukia is just looking for it. I mean, it's 20 seconds before the Dragon, a 2-man sleep. Malphite does have ultimate, but no flash. The shockwave not used and controls massive amounts of space here. EDG will, for the time being, force the enemy support out from WE. And that might be their sole point being contested here. Does Yao Yao maybe have the heal that he can use to get him the teleport? We'll see if that becomes an option for him, but no Unbreakable Will and no Sivir ultimate as well.
Yeah, ulti's up for the top side of WE here. They just expended that On the Hunt and that Unbreakable Will. That means Malphite can go in at any moment. Be ready.
Oh, Malphite with a 2-man knockup. There's the ultimate we wanted to see. Remember, Xiaohao, no sleep. ZDZ on a flank finally finishes off the rest of WE. Leave, trying to go into the back line. He is untouched. Sivir can do nothing in these conditions when there's everybody hitting them. A Renekton, a Lilia, an Orianna, for hell not. Why not? We're getting 2 kills here for EDG, and now this is just going to be their Dragon for free.
Yeah, a 4 for 2 coming out in the favor of EDG. Leave just ulting in and dealing damage to as many HP bars as he could get his hands on. 3 items coming in now for this Kai'Sa, a complete force to be reckoned with. ZDZ is in no threat of his own. He's got 2 items. He knows exactly what he's capable of, his limits and all that. Nothing to worry about in terms of this Renekton going behind enemy lines against Cassandra here. But yeah, what a really, really nice fight there from EDG. It looked like Monkey might have had something, but just right before Monkey ulted, sort of 15 seconds back, I really like that initial look from Perukia to burn some of those spells. But yeah, Monkey goes in. It looks decent. Karas is getting interrupted by Perukia. If you notice that, Karas wasn't really able to dish out much damage here and Leave just by so much space and so much safety for himself. He just gets to do so much damage. Lilia doing a really beautiful flash as well. Unfortunately, Leave does get caught out by the Cassante. So Cube does low-key clutch the game here. If Cube wasn't able to find that look on Leave, believe. That could have just been a 5-for-1. So clutched up from Cube. 3-0-3 on this Cassante, despite the fact he's down a BF sword's worth of gold in the kill department, or in the gold department rather. So, you know, unlucky for Cube here, a bit of a team gap thus far, but maybe he can continue to overperform with some of his mechanics and get his team to where they need to be.
Unfortunately, so in Demacia 2025, it has felt like at least one person on WE is having a game that they seem to be struggling. So far in the tournament, I've seen a lot of Cube. In some of his games, I wish he would be able to do a little bit more, especially as these top laners who have so much agency in what their role can do. Then there's some games where Bout gets focused in the early game. Yao Yao has obviously had his struggles here. Monkey as well, not impervious here. If we could just get it all together, it felt like this WE roster really collapsed after Split 3, and now they don't even get the soul point. They have at least another 5 minutes on that, and they're going to be down flashes while Baron is now up and available for a team that has a Kaisa and a winning side lane in this Renekton.
Yeah, it just seems to me that this game is slowly, little by little, gradually getting out of reach here for Team WE. They had themselves in a really nice spot there, but as far as I say, they get a bit outscaled here, especially with this Kaisa. Such an effective pick in this particular draft. There's just really not much of a way to shut down this Kaisa once she really gets going in some of these fights. We got a level 17 Orianna, not to mention, with the Seraphs and the Roa. That guy is extremely tanky. He's going to be very difficult to take out. ZDZ, super strong as well. He's about to get his 3-core. Yep, there it is. Tenacity coming in with the Sterak's gauge. Yeah, I think as EDG here on these spikes, you want to sort of force here. You want to get the vision control, and you want to either start up the Baron or make a pick in the enemy jungle, because you are much, much stronger. So if you're fighting over vision, as WE, you just lose those trades, and that's just going to mean it just becomes that much harder to contest the territory, to contest the vision, and eventually to contest the Baron. So I would not be surprised if EDG makes a play on the Baron in the next sort of minute or a couple minutes or so. You ideally want to do so before the dragon spawns, so you still have time to double up and do both of those plays. So keep an eye on them getting back on the map here, especially with Leave having his last whisper.
Okay. There we go. That's a massive Magnet Storm from Perukia. Gets all of them underneath the turret, even if it falls. Xiao had put enough damage in the backline. Cars can be no longer in this fight. Monkey's flashing over walls. EDG can just completely run over the last remnants of a WE roster. That's Baron for free, and now even more summoner spells gone. They're going to be going away before the dragon spawns. This really feels like EDG, even though with a slower early game, just winning this one outright.
Yeah, and that was all thanks to Monkey. He sort of wanted to go for a look. I don't think he necessarily realized just how ready EDG was to punish that. Kaisa was right behind him. Let's take a look here at what Monkey might have been seeing. He saw them stacked up. He thought Alistar could follow it up, but it's just nowhere near close, man. Yeah, you're not doing nearly enough damage. You've got the Zhonya's on the Lilia, and even if you do manage to get Xiaohao, which you didn't, the rest of this fight just still transpires the same way. Leaf still has the killer instinct and all that movement speed to catch up to the rest of the backside here and just take all of them out. Still has the flash for himself. Get that Baron buff. And yeah, if we look at this pause here, it's looking like EDG is just going to be one turn away from sealing this deal and making their stamp as the first winner in this series.
Yeah, it's tough. I want to talk about some stuff that's maybe a little bit outside of game, but might be affecting this team as they adjust strategy and drafts, especially with this new meta. We talked about maybe a large portion of the wins coming in, or in some due part to why we saw them succeed. WE did have Teacher Ma, who has now moved over to Anyone's Legend. Just another thing kind of moving about. You now have new staff members in. They have they moved their assistant coach Jinjin up to head coach. Could be some adjustment in strategy there. Obviously, again, they don't think the players are playing to their absolute peaks of what we've seen from them. Unfortunate for WE, but for EDG fans, we keep it trucking right now. There were some questions. Leave has had a lot of games where he stepped on that mid wave. He got punished, but this has not been a game where he has no worries of this Akali or this Malphite.
Yeah, there have certainly been some games where, despite the fact that they do end up winning the series, in some of those games, Leave is making some mistakes that is holding EDG's entire ceiling back just by, again, getting caught out on that mid wave, not really necessarily having that perhaps that experience, if you will, that sort of sixth sense of knowing exactly where you can and can't be. But that does not mean he isn't as good as it gets in terms of micro and team fighting. He clicks like no other. One of the best marksman players out there right now.
This Kai'Sa is too disgusting. I don't think this has been his best Kai'Sa game, but for sure there has been a ton of games where Levon, this champion, has completely smurfed and won games by himself. So impressive enough to see that EDG still holding up the mantle. Cube's going to look to force on an Angel. Nothing found but a shockwave in return. Beautiful. With Perukia continuing to do what we've seen from him. Crash down, Magnet Storm, Karis goes down in the back line. The other side of the fight is just a pure win and only the turret dissuading EDG. Otherwise, this structure's going over for free. Leaps forward.
Let's go Leave.
Gets another kill there. This might be a triple going over to that LPL Kai'Sa. We've got a Baron above, we got a mid lane wave. Let's end this one out. EDG 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, and just like that, EDG just wipes the floor with WE pretty much out of nowhere. They decided as WE to do their best to contest that bot lane tower, but EDG says that is not a good idea. Angel shockwaves, Perukia gets in there, and Leave puts the finishing touches on WE and their Nexus. That's 1-0 for EDG.
It looked pretty decent from them for EDG. Slow and steady. They have, I think, never been outright gameplay-wise the most exciting, but the way that they kind of approach the game feels very traditional, and it is a little bit slower, but especially against some of these less stable rosters, against some of these less hard-hitting individually, you could really take a large swath of wins there and build yourself a pretty solid 5th or 6th place there.
Yeah, so I'm actually not too sure on like the timeline statistics of it, but correct me if I'm wrong, but EDG should be pretty much a guarantee to be in the next stage of the tournament. Is that right?
Oh, they're automatically locked in. Yeah, they're locked in. They 3-0.
Right.
So results of this game basically decide whether or not they might get second. But this is also their last game of the stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, exactly right. They're perhaps looking at the 4-0 here for this this group that they're in, and I would not be surprised if they do so. You take a look at some of these performances across the board, and they're really looking in pretty good form here. All of them played pretty well. There wasn't really anyone who I would say didn't hold up to that standard. You can even take a look at some of these performances here. Look at how beautiful this was. You're getting the triple. It was the Rel engage followed up by the Lilia flash QR. Really, really beautiful stuff here. You got to be hitting some kind of really effective outcomes with your spells if you want to be hitting these or winning these really close fights. You love to see that. And let's take another look at this one. If I remember correctly, it was actually, it was Perukia again with the same story. Perukia, you gotta love to see
every
the
fight
Orianna and the Rel, man.
Every single one is going to be Rel engage and then like a Lilia flash. It just happened the entire game.
And this one we're not hitting so much there, so you can see why they lost it. But and again, sometimes it was WE biting themselves in the foot. If you look at this isn't really what you want to be doing here. As Monkey just pressing R a bit too aggressively sometimes. Maybe he saw Juhan ulting backwards. He's like, I'll ult forwards whether it's good or not. And it was not. And that's kind of what it looks like here. And we see kind of some of these more recent Malphite ults that were going against them.
Yeah. Look, we got to a certain point. Also, do have to call into question Karis, a player who has really been very good on these Akalis in games past here in this tournament. Non-existent. We saw the damage share. Q was doing 24% of his team. You are an Akali, you're doing 18%. What is going on here? We do have to, part of the dive there with the Malphite, not able to maybe hit as hard. Remember, we did also see a large number of Merc treads in this game, so recognizing where a lot of the damage and where a lot of the butter was going to be spread here for EDG. Look, your team WE, you're 0-2. This is potentially your last game before you get completely locked out of top 8. We lost to a champion that's not even going to be in the main. Game 2 is still going to have Wukong, Xin Zhao. Jungle is so open right now.
Yeah, and I was yapping about EDG, but don't even get me started on WE right now. because as we mentioned, this was do or die for them. That means their backs against the wall, must win out from here in order to stay alive in the Demacia Cup. And if there's some kind of chances of that, I don't imagine it's very high, well below 50% right now. But hey, that doesn't mean it's not possible. I'm sure these players have it in them, but I really did just want to give EDG some props here. I just really wanted to look into this because you know, I was wondering, like, of course they're going to be guaranteed to go into the next stage of the tournament, but it's just really remarkable to see that EDG is just having their way with some of these teams. And so it would be very interesting to see how they stack up against the likes of some teams, kind of sort of like BLG, maybe even the new JDG, maybe even, you know, LNG, because it seems to me that they've just been in a group that's too easy for them or something. So, hey, WE might be one of these easier teams, but don't count them out, though. They've got Monkey. That means anything is possible. So, you know what.
Very true. If I expect any player to try to take a flip, it's going to be him. We're also going to take a short break here as we get ready for game number 2. It's going to be EDG up with a potential victory, potentially start end of their stage here at 4-0. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with potentially EDG cementing themselves an undefeated series record here in Stage 2. The best out of any other team here in Demacia 2025 is still ALK. It is still Fools. Brother, what are we watching? What are we hoping for this game? Because WE have been disappointment after disappointment so far, and it's really sad to watch.
Well, your first question there, what are we watching? I don't really know if that one can be answered so cut and dry. What are we watching? That's open to interpretation. But as for what we can expect, what we might be watching, I think what we should be watching is EDG just putting the lights out for Team WE here, knocking them out of the Demacia Cup, just really exerting themselves as the superior team. That's what should happen here. But if that's not going to happen, that's probably going to be because, you know, maybe some of these aggressive, cheeky, almost illegal plays from Monkey, if he can get those to actually work, maybe come up with something really cheesy, perhaps even starting at level 1, some kind of invade, something that's just unconventional, that would be what you might be looking for as Team WE to prevent what's otherwise expected to happen from taking place.
And looking at the Fearless pool, a lot of weird things, and obviously Malphite, not as traditional, but it's definitely a growing force here that we have to keep always thinking about in Fearless. Lilia is now gone, so like we had mentioned beforehand, Xin Zhao, you still have Wukong here in this game. We look at the mid pools right now, like, yes, Orianna is gone, but also is Akali, so are we really going to move back down to things like the Syndra? Or Ahri? Is Ahri going to see a little bit more play? I mean, Talia's wide open. See if that's maybe reflected, but the bans look rather the same.
Yeah, it's really interesting you call into question the Fearless. It's very interesting with the current meta with some of these champions going out here. If I were to name some of the best remaining champs, of course, the first one I obviously must mention would be the Azir. I like to see the Zahen ban, but yeah, it's really strange to see that some of these mid laners have been deprioritizing the Azir for champions like Talia, or even
Ryze.
Syndra. Syndra being very good, but I think the thing with Syndra is she's harder to really set behind in the laning phase. She can really hold her own in those first 5 levels, whereas someone like Azir cannot. So that's probably why that's been taking place here. But with Orianna out, Azir definitely goes up in stock. You know, there's not so many champs that can really assert dominance in the laning phase against him. And then Aatrox as well. I think that champion is just completely busted right now, especially if Malphite's out. I mean...
Yeah.
There's not really many champions that are good into Aatrox, so I would expect him to be picked up. We've got Sion in as well somehow.
Ooh,
that champ
true.
just being, overdue for nerfs, and so I'm gonna be extremely surprised if we don't see that get picked up here. So we'll see though. The Talia first pick, it's neither of those though.
Yeah, exactly right. We kind of talked about Talia potentially. There was also Ryze priority we've seen a lot of so far. It was the Wukong, but no Xin Zhao immediately snapped up here for WE. Not something that Monkey... It is one of his more played during the year, but when we think about how he's played generally, he likes things like the Pantheon. I actually think he sneakily has a very good Skarner, although I don't know if his team, in terms of composition and damage, are really going to be set up for that. Also, we have Varus in Game 2, by the way, so... A lot of power picks that we tend to see not available here now in Game 2. I think they made their mistake. They're like, guys, maybe we actually don't want Talia first pick. Can we get that back?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many good champions that it's hard to just force yourself shoehorn into just sort of the Talia playstyle because, you know, of course, she's all about enabling your side lanes just with the Weaver's Wall and etc., things like that, wanting some kind of crowd control synergies with the likes of Pantheon, etc., and yeah, you know, we call into question some of these 80 carries that are still in the Fearless pool going into Game 2 here. Varus being unpicked, that's going to almost certainly be snagged up here. And the champion that comes to mind most for me, it's a really interesting dynamic with this champion because, as you know, as we were about to talk about, there's some champions that are very effective against it as supports, but Misfortune, we've seen that champion is extremely good right now. We even saw it first picked in the last series tonight, so that champion stock has just sort of reaching all-time highs right now, and there's just a few things you want to be worrying about as the team pick in Misfortune is first of all Leona, because, you know, given that Miss Fortune sort of snares herself while she's channeling the bullet time. Leona's solar flare is just a really effective counter to that, just to stop it right in its tracks and really get on top of that Miss Fortune. And the only reason I'm mentioning her so much is because she's a really good pick into the Varus as well. So if that was a real pick, it's almost a certainty that we will see the Miss Fortune. And she's just going to want to make sure that she gets as much value as she can, because Braum is another character who can really help hinder some of her power. But we'll see if that champion even enters her way into this next draft here. I would certainly expect it to do so, but we will see. We will see with these AD carry players we have here in Leave and About. I think Leave is the kind of player who you really want to have the maximum amount of agency on, and Miss Fortune is more of, if anything, sort of a team fighting utility champion.
I don't want to
with
see
that
it.
bullet time. So
he was real suspect on some of those MF games in this year. So I don't know. Let's put Leave on the ones where he's allowed to click a lot and he feels pretty comfortable on those. Even his Ezreal's not usually as tight. Xiaohao seems like he's having some connection issues, so we'll see how fast we can get that fixed here for EDG. Yeah, I would say that the meta right now, and excuse me, you look at what is currently like really strong, it's always going to be what has a very strong laning phase, and then like everything else kind of does. You have good team fighting that I like, but like we're talking about Ryze, obviously, Talia we were talking about earlier as well. You just look at the first round of picks, you have Orianna, who can be, you know, a little bit more dominant in lane depending on matchup, and then she becomes a massive team fight threat. 80 carries in that same vein. I'm scared, man. One team is going to have Varus and one other OP pick, and it's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, and so we do have a good update. It's not like he's having continuous network errors or anything. It was just probably one of those typical kind of Rito Games client error where he was in the champ select, but it just didn't go through with his pick. So they're just probably just going to remake the draft, and we're going to be exactly where we were. The Varus does come in, and this leaves us with the question of who do they pick into the Varus. That should be locked in. That's really beautiful to see. I always love to cast my favorite champ in the game. That's really good news as well, because frankly speaking, I think EDG is the team that I want to see more of. I want to really have them, you know, cement themselves at the top of this bracket here. I think as they should. And Azir is the kind of character who is going to enable them to do so. And yeah, we'll see if the MF comes in. And wow, looks like we saw a bit of this coming, man. But Azir, though, really good into MF. She has no way to escape the stream of shuffle on her own, except by sheer movement speed. Do keep that in mind, though. Sometimes that sheer movement speed can just be enough to buy the space between you and the Azir's ulti if he's not directly in melee range. But that's a really good draft of the Talia Pantheon. That's nothing to be scoffed at.
This is a duo that we were afraid of for almost half the year in 2025. You had Talia and Pantheon on the same team. You never got to play any side lanes. Every side lane was accompanied by a member. And part of that maybe have been tampered down by spellbook supports, being able to roam around the map. You have access to Ghost and Teleport early on. But this is a dangerous combo, and one where we find very similar profiles for our players. We talked about EDG as being a bit slower, more fundamental League of Legends. They'll play a 5-on-5 versus you and try to play the map around objectives. WE now, really have to pace yourself through the early game. You'll have a strong matchup in most cases. I'm worried about support here, though, fools. No Alistar, no Rel for a Miss Fortune. Leona's a great takeaway, but you're on the blue side here, so you're not going to have first pick of support.
Yeah, it'll be certainly fascinating to see what happens in the support pools here. I would imagine as WE that you're forced to ban Leona and Braum, because both those characters are extremely good here, especially with Braum synergizing with the Azir, being able to proc that Winter's Bite from just ungodly distance. So that champ does get banned. We'll see about the Leona. Interestingly enough, we saw EDG hovering the Leona ban. Perhaps that's some kind of mind game. But yeah, again, Leona being extremely good into the MF, extremely good into Talia as well, frankly. Kind of exactly the champ that EDG's comp wants right now. And just another point to hit on this draft is that we see the Monkey Pantheon. That's a champion that has just got Monkey written all over it.
Yes,
if I know Monkey, he loves going in, and Pantheon does exactly that with the R, with the W. So definitely eyes on Monkey this game to see just how aggressive he can be.
That's a great ban, Scion. A problem we would have had to discuss during the broadcast is who on WE is going to kill that champion. No longer being posed. Leona first pick could also blind their top lane if they really want to squeeze as much value out of support counter pick. Pruki, I think, is the player that could abuse that the most if there are more engaged supports, but also recognizing they had a smaller champion pool, especially once we got into playoffs. WE now, they get their pick. It's going to be support and it's going to be top lane. What is left here for Q that we can kind of come up with? Jax is maybe an interesting answer here in this game in my mind, but has not been something that he's found too much success on.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good shout here. When I look at Jax, I see a draft where Jax is good against all 4 of those champions, so that could be the kind of champion where you can blind pick it, even though it's a bit volatile. It's just so extremely good into everybody else that whatever your worst scenario nightmare matchup is up there in the top lane, as long as you can weather that, that'll be a really good champ. Going into the rest of this game, we'll have to see what Cube's going for here, because it's going to need to be a pretty good performance to win, and that must be a hover, because I do not think that's it. Yorick as well, I don't love it. It's something.
You're going to play on side lanes, right?
Yep.
If we're going to play this style, this means that Leave needs to be alone in mid lane, or About has to be alone in mid lane. You now are asking a lot of Cube to have a good enough individual performance, but you're on blue side. EDG now get counter here on R5, and it needs to be something big. Honestly, I think a Gnar is not all that bad, but is very susceptible to getting dove. There's that Jax that we were mentioning now going over to EDG. It gets locked in, and just from the draft onset here, Fools, I don't know how you immediately feel about this, but this feels very tough. I feel like you have losing matchups and everything outside of maybe bottom lane. That's a bit of a flip.
Yeah, I look at these drafts and I just see EDG being favored by miles, just because Azir is just going to have a field day this game. There's really not much that they can do to sort of oppress Azir here. He's just such a powerful character, and I mean, unless this Panther, unless Monkey, which, I mean, if anyone is going to be able to do so, it is going to be him, unless Monkey is able to have an extremely aggressive performance, significantly impacting the mid lane and really setting up Karis to take over as opposed to Angel. If you can set Angel back, that could be something here, but I don't know. They just have such good champions across the board. They've got the Varus, they've got the Azir, and then they've got the Leona into the MF, into the Talia. They've even got the Xin Zhao. This is just such a good draft in all cylinders.
All WE fans are joining in that this is going to be one of the biggest caster curses of Demacia 2025. They're begging, they are praying that somehow EDG find a way to beat the odds and somehow find a loss here. But WE, they could potentially end their stage here. They would be 0-3, so they would have one more series after this, going up against LGD in a few days, or tomorrow, I should say. But this is tough here, Fools. Like, you might start off this stage 0-6, and we've only seen that from one other team. That was our streamer team in stage 1.
Yeah, no Nexuses or Nexi to be found here as WE, so surely they must get somewhere, right? Surely.
I don't want to look at if our observers are kind, they would move over to Jax and show whether or not he has a grasp proc. Because if he has a grasp proc immediately, I think I'm ready to walk. We can't be starting. He gets a recall in anyway, but the +1 okay, no grasp proc. Thank God.
Well, I'm afraid no +1 grass proc, but he's going to get the +1 fish there. So I think that's going to be advantage to Jax in the top lane. That might just be the start to the snowball for EDG and the straw that breaks the camel's back.
We need more of these mechanics back in the game. Like, I want to see more fun stuff in the game. We've now done the winter map. I'm thankful for that. Let's get some more stuff like the Jax minigame. It doesn't harm gameplay. It's like mostly pointless. But it's fun, and it has a little reward.
You know, I'm in the same boat. I forget what there was, but there used to be some champs that, what was it? They would get like 1 extra movement speed in the Nami ult if they were like water champs or stuff like that. I remember there was even earlier this year with the Spirit Blossom, Kiana being able to pick up the winter or the water element in each team's bases, with there being sort of these rivers flowing out.
Oh,
You know, it's kind of
true.
interesting seeing some of the changes that are taking place, and we're not going to get to see much of this snow map for much longer. And they say you don't know what you got till it's gone. So if anything, everyone, we can just appreciate what we get to watch, you know, while we still can, because Monkey, who else would you rather be watching right now than this guy, man? You already know he's got some elaborate scheme in his head right now to get WE to where they need to be. He's going to be flashing. He's going to be somewhere he's not supposed to be. And we'll see if it works, man. But I would love to see him surprise us this game.
Unfortunately, junglers are heading to opposite sides. Now, this was spotted out here. The ward on the Raptor pit earned by WE means that they know that Xiao Hao is on the bottom side of the map. Monkey kind of came onto the scene in 2025 in a way where he was just the outright leader of this crew, and a lot of that early on was based on the first, I think, like 1 to 4 minutes. His pathing was so creative. It was a lot more out of the norm. We were in the middle of a full clear meta as well, so to see him not only not really be able to do anything so far, we still have some opportunities. There's time left in this game. I feel like you are not already at the best start here.
Yeah, as Monkey, you obviously want to be getting away with some of the cheese. Varus getting a really good trade there. I believe that he was able to proc so much Blight that he reset both of his spells. And if that Q hits, that was going to be a dead misfortune. No flash, no cleanse. He's even getting ganked from behind by Xiao Hao. It's looks like this might just be first blood, and EDG might be a bit cooking
Xiao Hao!
here.
Just give it to him for free like that? Win becomes lightning, kill becomes gold. Xiao Hao will pick up the first kill here, and they were trying to hold off even more of this wave. Monkey finished his topside camps. He'll get the early scuttle on topside, but might lose his life for this second one here. Leave is going to just be able to taunt him in front of everybody. The rest of EDG will just pick up free gold. Can Angel get out? That's a Monkey flash over. Leona's going to stun him up. There's no damage available. Monkey's going to fall as well. 2 kills going over, and both of them on 2 important carries of Edward Gaming.
Yeah, and that's just exactly what we were talking about, with Monkey being places he's not supposed to, committing crimes that are completely illegal, and half of the time getting away with it, half of the time not. Unfortunately, that was the former, and he was completely incapable of getting away with that crab, and that's just really, really detrimental to WE's hopes here in this early game. Not only does Misfortune burn both of her sums to just die anyway and miss all that farm crashing under the tower, but Monkey even doesn't get to live long in this world. And as EDG, your snowball is completely on its way to taking over this early game.
Just want to mention, Monkey also formerly was EDG. This guy came up in their youth program, and while unfortunately couldn't really find a starting spot with both Junjia and JDG starting, it was hard for Monkey to really kind of find a spot. He eventually got to play in some of the splits, but split time eventually with JDG. Then both of them obviously moving and going in their different directions. WE is very much a Monkey project, but this early game and a lot of the games here in Demacia Cup have just been just full of awe, but unfortunately negatively. We really were excited about this team, but nothing is working here.
Yeah, so as WE, you know, you still have yourself some bit of a chance here with this Pantheon and this Talia going to be leveling up, hitting level 6 here. So with both of the semi-global ults here, you definitely want to use those in tandem and find a way to kill one of these Flashlights targets. Azir's going to be very hard to kill unless maybe Yao Yao can come roam up and 3v1 him. So, you know, Varus has flash as well. So I think your main hopes here would either be to target Varus, get his flash out, or perhaps you can find a way to isolate Xin Zhao and target him. But ideally, you want to be using your ultis as soon as you can, get an upper hand advantage on the maps, create some numbers as soon as you can, and get back into this game, level out this score, and, you know, put a fighting chance for yourself to get that feat of warfare as well. You're still very much in this game after making those 2 mistakes. You know, you're just going to have, you know, League of Legends is a game of, it's sort of like tennis, if you will, where, you know, sometimes you win that serve, that round, but sometimes you lose the next one. So as WE, you're allowed to lose the first round here so long as you make up for it down the line. And we'll see if Monkey and Karis can find a way to do so.
Unfortunately, they've been losing every first round. They are deep in the tank. Remember, they don't really have any more second chances. They'll have a fourth series, but they're if they lose this one, they're completely locked out of making top 8. And let's see, there's a set of grubs spawning. Perukia could look for something onto Karis here. Nice shuffle coming in
Has
from
flash.
Angel. Karis still gets stunned up, but all the damage is still available. Can Monkey make the difference here? The heals
Gotta
popped.
kill Angel.
Gives him enough movement speed. The elixirs are being procced. That was the big thing we didn't talk about so far. Elixir giving a bit of adaptive force over to Angel. They finally get away, but Angel didn't even have flash during that play, and now Karis is forced to tank up this mini. What is Monkey doing?
It
Gets
works.
one more charge in. Okay. Stun is landed. That's a kill finally going over to Pantheon. Oh my god. Guys.
Could have some more here.
Yeah, Monkey. Don't tell me Monkey gets away as well. This is all right.
course he
Now
does.
it's a real clown car happening here in the LPL here for Demacia Cup. Monkey somehow gets away. They'll finalize that kill on Angel.
Yeah, and Monkey taketh, but Monkey giveth. He finally found himself a good play to. This is exactly what I was talking about. He just kind of took that tennis ball, so to speak, and he slammed it down. He said, point to WE as he takes Angel's life off of the map here. Really good look here. He must have identified that Azir did not have enough mana to WEQ, just to WE, so he was in range, slays him there. Beautiful rock field from Karis there, and then even Monkey gets the damage mitigation into the movement speed from the empowered E. They really kind of teamed up perfectly there to get away with that scot-free and put WE slightly back in the game here, but MF though looking pretty cooked right now.
Reinforcements. Yao Yao is going to be coming here, but he's going to be on vision. Oh no, grand entrance.
Oh no, you can't do that.
Oh, uses the quickness. No ultimate there being sent by a bout. They're trying to put all this damage into Yao Yao. The turret will dissuade it for here. There's the ultimate being landed by Leave. It doesn't knock anybody up, or Cleanse being forced by a bout means that he's safe. Oh, there's the bullet time.
Oh, he drops the bullet time.
All right, flash from Xiao Hao is enough. Maybe this turns into a dragon. That was 3 grubs being taken. WE are withstanding some of the bouts from EDG. Or maybe just EDG just not landing the correct punches in this play.
Yeah, and to find another analogy, again, League of Legends kind of like boxing. As you say, EDG goes for a strike down there on WE, but they have evasive maneuvers getting out of that. And wow, that's actually really big to withstand.
How
that
did Yao
as
Yao
WE,
live,
if
man?
I may say. Of course. How did he somehow get away with that? He used everything, the ulti, the heal. And it's so big to survive that. It really, really is, because you make such an investment as EDG down there. Not only your spells and your cooldowns, but also your tempo. So now with Xiao Hao having no flash, no R, and looks like he might have a chance to start up this Drake, but Monkey's going to be able to catch right up in terms of golden XP. So we'll see if WE withstanding that's going to matter.
Farm alarm, you're low on a side lane. Guess what? Here's Talia, here's Pantheon. There's the Weaver's Wall from Karis. Ends up a little bit long and doesn't end up doing much. But it turns into a kill. So maybe it did it just exactly what he needed to do. There'll be 3 grubs hitting over from WE. Maybe they get two more plates out of this. Azir gets to pick up a wave, and this doesn't turn into any kind of dragon shenanigans. That was where a lot of WE's wards were primarily.
Yeah, and that's just completely beautiful by Karis. I mean, of course, the seismic shove, and not to mention, here comes another one onto Angel. Karis is really, really performing right now. That was extremely beautiful, what he was able to do onto ZDZ there, laying down the rock field, preventing him from using the leap strike, but going in is Angel.
This
no
is a massive
mana.
snap.
Pantheon's here too.
What is going on? That was an incredible fight angle. Perukia, though, he trades both his and his mid laner's life. That's WE grabbing the dragon, almost guaranteed. They don't even need Cube to be in this fight. Same death timers, but a TP available for Angel. Can EDG stall this fight out? No starting of the dragon. This will be About's bullet time in trade for the Crescent Guard from Xiao Hao. A re-entrance comes in. It's just Perukia on this side. No solar flare. I don't think this is a real fight. EDG somehow pushed WE off of the objective. A very, very interesting angle. I mean, that was a lot used just to try to get Monkey and Karis in a not good position.
Yeah, and would you believe it, but somehow, someway, WE was actually able to get the feat of warfare They take a look onto Cars here. This is a completely fraudulent look. Perukia is going to get chunked out like crazy for this, but not going to matter all too much. But again, yeah, I cannot believe it, but somehow, someway, WE takes the lead with that play there. Angel going in for what appeared to be a decent look, but Monkey had his ultimate, and it was certainly a crime to have gone for that. And wow, WE, again, I can't help but emphasize, I'm extremely surprised to see that they were able to find themselves some footing right now. And we'll see if that trajectory continues. Angel only has his ult coming up in just a bit. Looks pretty vulnerable to me.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean, this is just pretty free now. I mean, you're diving underneath the turret here, guys. WE make one step forward, 2 steps back here. It is the gold going off of this Pantheon, who was 3-1 beforehand. Perukia finalize that last one around Yao Yao, and Leave has just been hitting on these waves. They may not have any of these grubs, but EDG just got paid big time for a mistake from WE.
Ever so sadly, WE finds a way to aim the tennis racket, to aim the boxing glove at their own face and swing, and they completely knock themselves out, face planting onto the ground there with that tower dive. They really could have or should have had something at least of a decent look here, but if not for the hesitation or at least the way that they approached this, all three of them just kind of lining up and getting Leona ulted. This was just a complete unforced error from WE with great positioning from Xiaohao to help punish this aggression, this unprecedented aggression from WE. If you're going to be aggressive, you need conviction. That's not what they had. They were late, they were slow, they were underprepared, and that's what you get, man. If you're not quick with it, you're going to be just completely taken out.
Oh, I think if Yao Yao was here on the wave, they could have taken this turret. Like, Yao Yao might even die for this. Doesn't have flash anymore. It's going to have to use the heal. EDG completely peel off of him. This could have been first turret for WE, and that would have been feats of strength going over. It's not necessarily an instantaneous win condition, but just the small things that are going to matter in a game like this. Monkey now completed with his first item. You have Seraphs completed for Karis, who's going to have level 11 on this Talia. Maybe she can make her way over to this Herald fight in 45 seconds, but a large swath of vision being cleared out by EDG, just making this a complete red side ward fest for them.
Yeah, about issuing assistance pings on to Leave here, sees something, and it
go.
looks like a pretty good look.
Yao Yao from the wings, grand entrance swiftness. That is Angel flying forward to catch Monkey. Perukia is going to fire himself forward with an Eclipse. About can do nothing to turn this. No bullet time to make sure they can finalize the kill onto Perukia. Leave will also live for a small while.
What the?
Cube with this flash forward. This is a nothing burger. You were going to send ghouls forward. ZDZ will have alone time on this turret with this Trinity Force. And hopefully this turns into the Herald now for WE. But a very weird fight all around.
Yeah, and the confused frog coming out from Angel just really showing the expression that everyone else is wondering at a cube there. He comes all the way down, flashes forward, and just completely makes a fool of himself. And with that no flash being up right now, it looks like it's even going to cost him. Well,
all right, he gets first turn.
He's
Look,
not
feats of
long
strength,
for this
guys. World,
is he?
You're playing Yorick into Xin Zhao. It was already bad enough, and now there's a big Birdman yelling at you. Oh, you even get the flash. Wait a minute. Okay, it's kind of saucy. It's not perfect. You'll trade the turret. You'll still get the kill or the flash at the very least. And you're also getting control of the bottom side. So Cube has opened up a pretty big window where EDG now invests on the other side of the map.
Yeah, you can definitely cope with that as Cube. You obviously want it to be a bit better. You get them both to 1 HP. It's kind of rage bait, but it is what it is. You got to live with it. You got to take it. That's the first tower. You take those. You absolutely do.
Thankfully, they do trade, so 1 for 1. Just the feed itself is more important. Instant cleanse from about. Perukia not landing. Solar Flare either. Not going to matter for now. It does mean that EDG will start up the Herald. They know there are no buttons available for WE to play around with. Monkey, no Grand Starfall either. Herald's going to be completed by EDG with Dragon spawning in 45 seconds.
Yeah, and I wanted to draw attention to the fact that both of these junglers have 3 kills and 4 kills respectively. They're extremely accelerated in this game. They're going to have a lot more gold than the average champion, so it's just going to be a matter of how well the two of them play. We got the Grand Skyfall coming up pretty soon here. It should also be matched with level 11 Power Spike as well, so if Monkey does find a good look here, does get his second item in, they certainly have pretty decent hopes for this game. Only a 1K gold deficit. And yeah, the objectives are completely fine. Not to mention, you have the feats of strength as well, so that kind of does counteract that gold lead as well. And we've got a pretty even game, all things considered. I just want to see if Monkey can step it up big here with this level 11 spike.
Karis has to walk towards this lane. He knows that they're not going to be able to contest due to Azir teleporting out of this. Went to mid lane. Karis is going to continue his push on the top side. It's only second dragon. No need to lose our minds. Make the game much harder than it needs to be. This will be answered by ZDZ with a teleport. Yao Yao looking. Grand entrance. Turns into a single kill. Leave is taken out first. That is a Pantheon from hell doing a lot of damage here. Perukia is probably going to be left for dead. Not going to catch Angel on the play here. WE, they snapped back. They've made good on the trade. They've made good on the promise.
Yeah, as EDG, they send Azir's teleport really extremely early there into the bot side, causing a bit of a confusion about how to answer the map there. You noticed Talia just issuing spam on the waypings to that top tower, which I can completely relate to. When you see that the enemies are over-indexing towards the objective, you gotta love the cross-map play. And yeah, then WE noticed that EDG is not really in proper conditions right now. The Jax just teleported top. They're not really ready for this Weaver's Wall to come in. Azir no teleport. Azir doing absolutely nothing this fight. So you love that. That's the Pantheon Talia combo really getting its value there. And that was Yao Yao and about identifying the overextension. Perukia, speaking of overextension, probably going to be a way to define him right now as he gets bought by Cube. And that's going to be Otacon coming up in 1 minute. It should be WE able to get some vision control and preparations for that.
Oh, this ward as well.
Basing
they
on
know,
a ward.
Oh, that's so tough. That's probably just going to make this game a lot tougher for EDG fans. WE find two massive picks moments before an Otacon's going to spawn now. WE, they might not have the dragon stacking. The lanes might not be going their way as they still have yet, or they're still looking for more out of some of these turrets. But that might just be a free Otacon and another third kill.
No
Perukia.
way. Same old thing. Perukia just spawns in and dies again. And it's almost as if EDG is their own worst enemy right now. A lot of these errors are unforced, and it's just going to mean that WE is almost certain to get this Otacon and a huge swing back into this game for no fault other than EDG's alone.
Fools, I have bad news. If WE win this game, there's going to be a lot of mad people in chat. That's all.
Yep.
We will not name them. We will not name them because they know who they are. But They could be doing unprecedented things. Remember, WE right now, 0-6, 0-7 actually, considering, or sorry, yeah, 0-5, sorry. That is a really tough record to shake, and we've been talking a lot about the stakes, about whether or not this team can even continue on here in this tournament. They find an upset win against one of the best teams here in the group. That could be their turnaround. 2-2 might be able to get them into top 8. It's really important, but still a lot of game to cover. Otacon was not taken during this time, and this is Karis with flash up, standing in mid lane. You have to be very careful. This is a tightrope that EDG are going to have to walk through.
Yeah, and you never know. Just because they're 0-2 down 0-1 in their third series doesn't mean they can't magically lock in and win every single game. I mean, that's probably not what's going to happen here, but you never do know.
Damn, fools, you didn't even give them a chance!
You never do know. You do see them all stacking up and working together here. It's almost as if something's kind of clicked. It's almost as if they're just with their backs against the wall, finding an extra amount in them just to get there. They're just really giving it their all. And we got Perukia with the Tokyo Drift.
He knows.
Maybe find something here. He knows. He's a knower. He knows.
He's like, if I take that into the turret, I am dying, and we are potentially going to lose this game. So Cube's going to sit in mid lane. Herald, unfortunately, does not get as much value as EDG would have wanted. Maybe this buys WE precious time. They have a lot of wards on their side of the river, but not very much to kind of pierce through into EDG's jungle. Angel's getting cut off on one side. About gets to walk forward, and that is the shuffle away. At least for now. On the other side of the fight, Monkey's going to join the Grand Starfall right into the waiting arms of EDG's front line. Can Yao Yao connect with the swiftness? They're not able to get directly onto the Xin Zhao immediately, but a bullet time to turn this around. Angel's letting loose with the Azir soldiers. Leave has rejoined the fight. Is this EDG's fight to come back in, or have WE just done too much damage? Monkey is still alive on the other side of this fight. ZDZ with a 2-man Counter-Strike. All right, Monkey's way too tanky. Leave, I don't think you got it in you at that point. There it is. Monkey, the leader for WE, will get a triple kill and finalize a big fight in the bot side river.
And in a glorious poetic fashion, 9 players go down in one fight. Those are always the best fights, especially when you're that last one left standing. You have the whole map to yourself. But let's see what went wrong here. It all started off with the Rift Herald for Weaver's Wall trade. And so now we've got Cube isolated on the side here with the Pantheon reinforcement. But ZDZ is just all over him, flashing on top of him, deleting him. Angel taking care of a bout for them meanwhile here, and Leave dishing out the damage from a distance. But yeah, that's just ZDZ really one-shotting Yorick with his level advantage and then carrying the rest of this fight. Boom, taking out that 1v2. But unfortunately, Leave just barely not able to survive the Monkey 1v1.
What
We're back at
Monkey's gonna die? No, don't say it ain't so. WE fans, we are in shambles right now. We wanted to praise highly for this team. EDG now, they get control of the dragon. They know enemy jungler is not a possibility. Maybe if Yao Yao decides to spike it, goes for a steal with the unsealed spellbook smite, but they're just going to take turrets at this point. Let's go for a tier 2 in mid and in top lane. Dragon's going to go over. Otacon's going to go over. Experience much needed here for EDG, but oh man, please say it ain't so, WE. This is heartbreak. I was going to say there was no buttons in that fight. All of them he tried to use on Q, but he dodged all of them. He carried that fight massively for his team. Inhibitor might be open up here at 24 minutes. Could be good gold for EDG. Could also stall this game out very heavily, as they're going to have to attend to a lot of these waves afterwards.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. Just we look at the replay for one moment there. We come back and Monkey is just deleted, which is such a shame for WE fans. But ZDZ being targeted. No, not the Weaver's Wall Grand Skyfall going to the wayside, man. They didn't even get a point of damage on him.
Man,
that is a total shame, man. That's really hard to cope with, because I was just about to say this Pantheon has 9 kills, man. 9 kills. He was 9 and 2 in this initial fight. Well, how else, man? The Hextech gate, man. He gates right in, goes way too deep. Looks pretty chill. Nope. Yep. He went just a bit too far. He almost was allowed to do that. Keyword being almost, and that means he went from 9 and 2 to 9 and 3. I mean, he can just have all the gold in the world, and it's not enough if you're gonna make positional mistakes like that. Just at least wait till he get his 3rd item in here. I mean, man, it's supposed to be the Monkey show. He still has a chance to make it so.
There's about a perfect cleanse yet again. Yao Yao to peel Perukia off. Bullet time to turn. Leona is just gone at this point. EDG have lost the tip to the spear here. No Baron available to them. This will buy WE precious moments, some breathing room here in this game. Maybe even some wards to go towards the top side of the map.
I mean, okay, hear me out. At this stage of the game, Leona for cleanse trade is not bad, by the way, because as Misfortune, you're just going to be extremely vulnerable in the next given instance where you have to enter dangerous territory. Perukia is just going to drop a solar flare on your head, flash on you, maybe Leave's going to snipe you with the Chains of Corruption. Having no cleanse as MF is a big deal. I say all that, and I probably just take it all right back, because I look back at the scoreboard down there, I see a Mikhail's Crucible for Yao Yao, so.
Monkey, please don't get caught out again. No way. Right before the dragon. I mean, you have 2 minutes, but this will be a Baron almost assuredly going over to EDG. A free pick onto the star jungler of WE, and more disappointments throw even bigger hurdles their way. Flick, you did some damage onto Perukia. It's nice. If we're talking a little bit more about, he'll have his flash coming up in 30 seconds. Maybe that opens up a plan for them. No side lane action at all here. If WE can stall for 25 seconds, Grand Starfall is an option for Monkey.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point of having 3 items and such a big lead if you're just going to get caught out and die? They got to buy some time for Monkey to respawn. They get Leave's flash. It looks like they might be able to do this as WE. You play it slow and you go in here.
They need to take this. This is an Azir that's hitting this turret, or this Baron, however, so this goes down very fast. Yao Yao is trying to get into the back line. Peruki is stalling a hell of a lot of time for his team. Baron is going to be finalized. This is just an out plan. This is an out strategy. Pantheon now joining through Hex portals. Can he use his ult and find someone, though? We're seeing the pinks come out. Do they catch Leave? No. Monkey is going to get nothing for this trade. Everybody from EDG is going to escape. And this is going to be a minute and a half before the Dragon Soul is potentially claimed by EDG.
Yeah, I mean, one Dragon to go, one Baron to go. The map state, the game state was looking completely fine and chilling for WE. They even had a pretty big gold lead. They somehow are still barely holding on to that, but I imagine that's not going to be for much longer. Even Monkey committing the Grand Starfall there to try and catch out Leave, but he was just too late. And that means they're just straight out of tools or ways or methods to get back into this one right now. They're going to be completely on the back foot, meaning that EDG is going to have the purple buff with this Hextech Drake spawning, all those extra stats, all that extra map control, and as WE, you're praying on a miracle right now that you can slay this dragon, because your entire hopes in the Demacia Cup are hanging in the balance on this Hextech Drake right now.
WE didn't know it, but that right there, the last 10 seconds, that was their window to try to get vision. Now, with Hextech portals, EDG are already back onto the map. This is such a great spot. EDG, you are at Hextech soul points here. You are not at a gold lead, but you have the Otacon giving you extra damage if you're able to get that first kill. WE have stumbled, but have found a lot of good success here in this game. They're not out of the tournament, but they'd be out of contention for top 8. Teleport here from Cube. This is now a flank angle from ZDZ. Was it spotted in time by WE? Doesn't seem like the case.
I think not.
Sends himself forward. Counter-strike just to put down 2. Yao Yao with an escape ultimate, but it's not enough. ZDZ bonks him on the head, takes him out of this fight. Cars flash as well. Not enough. Karis is going to use a Zonius to keep him alive for just a moment longer, but EDG have won this outright and completely on their terms. A slower game for sure, but EDG are going to finalize this last game here, take them to 2-0 and end out as the undefeated team here in Group A.
And as hard as Monkey may try taking out ZDZ with that critical strike to the heart, it just probably is not going to be enough. It looks like it's going to be barely enough to at least enable their Nexus to live another day. But living another day against a Hextech Soul, against a, EDG team with a huge
Monkey.
lead. Monkey has to go for something. This guy's got a death's dance, though. He might be able to get away with this.
It's just Leona, it's just Xin Zhao, and Yao Yao has joined. They don't have double smite for this, but that's Xin Zhao now gone. Leave tries to throw out the arrows. They've already killed Monkey. They get rid of Yao Yao as well. Dragon is finalized. Some hiccups here for sure. Can Leave outplay enemy mid? Yes, he can. It's a Talia for crying out loud. We're just going to keep throwing arrows. I'm corrected there. I tried to do a little bit too much glazing for Leave here tonight. It's just going to be a trade. This is all just formality kills, just little gifts at the end of the trail. WE are outright still losing this game with a Hextech Soul here for EDG.
And the Hail Mary from Monkey, it looked like it might have had some substance to it. You could get your hopes up just a little bit there. They were so close to being able to take out Xiaohao and last hit this Drake, but unfortunately not. Again, let's take another beautiful look at this flank by ZDZ. If I may say, I'm starting to think this guy's the new Bin Man. Just the way he plays Jax, he just does so much damage. His inputs are just so clean. Just watch every single thing he ever does, man. You get this W coming out, he flashes that. I mean, it didn't even make that much sense, but he was ready. His reaction time was quick. Unfortunately for him, Monkey is just that prowler in the night. If there's anyone who's going to catch you slipping, it's Monkey. He does not want to lose this game. All 10 kills to his name, 2,000 gold lead. He wants to survive in this Demacia Cup, but against his will, his teammates are keeping him at bay, man.
Hey, Monkey is made. Do we remember when he died right before the Dragon? That was 100% his fault, okay? Monkey is not blameless in this potential 0-6 start to the Demacia Cup. Well,
I mean, don't get me wrong, man. He's griefing, but come on, he needs something to work with here. He needs something to work with.
It turns out Yao Yao is just not Vampire. It happens.
Unfortunately.
And maybe you can even say that About is not Taeyun, but we were hoping that this was going to be a higher potential ceiling for this team as the year goes on. We'll see what WE looks like. We talked about, almost feels like forever ago at this point, considering how Game 1 went. where Yao Yao had talked about on social media that if he doesn't play well, he doesn't want to hold the team back, and so he'll be leaving. It's a lot of pressure to be putting on both himself and I'm sure some of his teammates, but I mean, that's basically elimination from the tournament. You'd be playing with a single best of 3 to kind of round it out. It's against LGD, but at that point, you have no other qualifications to go further in the tournament.
So if we at least play the devil's advocate here, we look at these scoreboard, there must be something we can find that means WE can win this game. And man, I've been looking for a solid few minutes for now. I don't see nothing. What do you got?
Do you see that big 600 gold bounty on Angel's head? That's
yeah.
It. Unfortunately, if you
how
look at
on
some
earth
of the
are we
different
doing that?
he has Flash, he has Zhonya's, and there's also a redemption if he really needs to kind of get out of dodge or get some extra healing. I don't know. There's that poke that we were talking about, almost insufferable now with the range advantage that EDG has thanks to the champions they've drafted. Baron, number 2 on the cards, Fools. At this point, we're basically just trying to tell stories of how WE potentially get back into this almost done game. The gold graph is going to be so funny because it'll be so close, and all of it is because of Monkey's lead individually. But aside from that, this should be an almost 6,000, 8,000 gold lead here for EDG.
Yeah, and ironically, Monkey's lead is probably not even a lead, to be honest. His champion's just not so effective. Yeah, and this Azir is just not
Baron
really killable either. He's the one with the shutdown, but you can only kill Varus.
Wait,
unless...
that's a huge pick right there. Yao Yao and him just fly in. They kill 2 members immediately of EDG. And now Angel, no flash. Does he still have that Seekers? He should be able to get away. The Baron's now been leashed. WE have found something from nothing.
What in the mother of miracles just happened there, man? They found the most beautiful look onto Angel and leave both of the carries, which is supposed to be completely impossible. They slay the Baron as well. They do not want to go out quietly into the night. They have a real fighting chance. This buff is going to overlay into the spawn of the Elder Drake. That should at least make it completely possible to at least do something to get somewhere.
But they have to push these waves out. All of these waves are crashing on their side of the map for WE. This Baron is only going to be as useful as the last minion out on the map there. Everybody from WE now backing, coming back to life, and redeploying into the bottom side. These Hextech portals make it a lot quicker. A lot of vision still in place for EDG. This is a moment, unfortunately, where we could have some of the comms, but because of game audio, it's just not going to work. But this is such a close fight here. Fools, this was literally the last moment in the game they probably had before it was already kaput. And now they have to face an Elder immediately afterwards.
I mean, they were literally in like a booby trap room with the spikes closing in on them. And it's almost as if they were just down. They were out, and that was that. They were about to just get taken out. But somehow, somebody pressed the button to stop those spikes from closing in. And they started pushing them back. And all of a sudden, it looks like they might be able to get their way out of this trap room right now. Because for some reason, EDG just felt like stacking 3 of their most valuable characters on the exact same unit of the map. And just getting completely wombo comboed by Yao Yao and a belt right there. You might want to add a little bit of separation next time because, yeah, typically when you stand directly on top of each other, it doesn't go so well. So all eyes on this Elder Dragon spawning in. Kara's going to have the Weaver's Wall. You definitely want to situate this fight in the most uneven terms as possible if you're WE.
All right, Angel's teleporting. This is a 4 item. This is as strong as you're going to be for this fight. You have Soul. So many people would lose their minds at being able to lose with this potential. Here comes the engage. Karis on one side, Monkey on the other. A Xin Zhao Crescent Guard to knock all of WE away. Bullet time does nothing there. Ooh, this is a massive flash from ZDZ. Zhonya's is immediately, but none of his damage dealers are there. Unraveled Earth will do enough. Here's the Hextech portal. The Arcane Comets are flying. Can leave. Find it with one more arrow. It'll be the GA of Monkey popped, but not quite so. Elder now available to them. You still have an Azir. You still have this Varus. And WE are never going to get into that pit in time. Yao Yao maybe can flank on one side, but they take this so quickly.
They've got the portals, though. They might just be able to get here on time.
He has flash.
Monkey can flash smite. You got to flash smite.
Does he get it? No! You have a Pantheon! This empowered Q is supposed to give you the unstoppable kill onto the dragon. Not going to be the case. Elder Dragon taken. Monkey goes down. About is next. All right, EDG. This is enough shenanigans. The gold is almost tied up at 37 minutes. You have a soul, and somehow we are still not able to end this game with the death timers.
Man, it's just such rage bait if you're a WE fan, because it just looks like it is all in the palm of your hand. You can see it with your own two eyes, that very real chance of getting there and winning the game. But unfortunately not. Monkey only smites it to 81. That's not zero. And with this Elder Dragon, you can't survive this. Boom, one arrow, one kill. And yeah, you're chopped as WE. You came so close, you came so far, but it's just not enough, man. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, whatever that means. And EDG gonna take the series.
4-0 for EDG. Undefeated in series. They will go 8-2 in game record. An impressive bout, but we have seen this now from this somewhat iteration sans leave. We've seen them do very well in the group Nirvana sense, where they play incredible against the teams below them, but have struggled to beat the teams not only above them in just power weight and kind of their individual skill, but the teams that we are seeing as bigger contenders to go to internationals this year. It's Demacia Cup, very early for some of those, but still exciting. An undefeated record is always something to celebrate.
Yeah, so as a spectator there, you got to give your hats off to WE. They did at least put up a show for that final game here in this series to eliminate them out of contention. And then hats off even more to EDG for somehow, some way cementing the 4-0 finish in this second stage of the Demacia Cup, completely smurfing it in their side of the group. And wow, that's just completely thanks to some of these star clutch impressive performances. Look at
the gold difference, by the way. Like, yes, Leave is doing a hell of a lot of damage. That's Varus. Look at this gold difference. The highest on blue side, 2,700. Red side, 3,600. Like, this was a game very much not told by the gold graph. It would seem very close, but like Monkey again was all of their damage, and you could just see it in just gold differential and in damage percentage. Like, insane.
Yeah, you're so right. That chart is deceptively misleading. Well, if that's kind of doesn't make sense, but you know what I'm saying. That was a deceptive chart. That was a misleading chart, because the whole time it makes it appear as if the game was close, but it really was not, man. We see some of these plays coming out like this, and if maybe they don't make these kind of mistakes, maybe they can get there, but you can't just be having these random 0-for-3s take place where you completely throw 3 of your lives away and still be expecting to win the game. You know what I mean? Monkey was extremely rich, but that's not going to be enough. Just because you've got all the gold in the world does not mean you're going to be able to single-handedly carry your teammates from being so down and so out. And so, yeah, WE, it looked like they were going to take us to game 3 and have everyone wait even longer for the series of the night. But thankfully, that means that they're going to be taken out here, and we can finally sort of start to move on towards what I hope to be this wonderful series coming up, man. I'm super excited for it. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but it should be pretty good, man.
Yeah, we could put finishing touches on this. For EDG, who are we thinking is a big MVP? I really want to see a ZDZ one. He got a counter matchup on red side, but this Jax was so OP in this game, and there was a lot of fights where I think there were moments where you could maybe make the argument that someone like Leave gets it because of something we've titled as big boom boom damage, but I don't know. This Jax champion almost always feels so broken in spots.
Yeah, again, the stats never really tell the full story of the game. Just because Varus did 40,000 damage does not mean ZDZ didn't completely smurf at this game. I really meant it when I said it. I think ZDZ is the next bin. By the way, just take one more look at this. EDG just deciding to stack it up on the exact same pixel of the map just to get completely triply obliterated. Probably not the best strategy if you're them. Let's take another look at this too. Bam, right down at 81 as Monkey. You're so close, but so far. But yeah, again, ZDZ, man, he is the player of the series for me this series. I know it doesn't necessarily appear that way. We'll probably get a different player of the game. But well played to him, man, truly.
Maybe they're giving it to him because, and this is completely a theory at this point, but we're just deciding, hey, We actually really like when our junglers who are down the entire game just get the MVP because they stood out. And he smited the dragon at the very end. He gets the Elder Dragon. That might also maybe influence a couple of things. I don't know. Fools, that's a 2-0. That's EDG now moving up to 4-0. Team WE officially knocked out of getting top 8. They'll have one more match against LGD in a few days' time. We're going to take a short break here. We're going to get ready for series number 3, the big one that everyone's been waiting for. It's going to be JDG versus BLG. You won't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Viper versus Gala.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is game 3 of the Demacia Cup 2025. A little bit of a substitution, big shoes to fill, but I'm AC, and I'm joining Mr. Foles here for the third game, JDG versus Billy. And I just want to ask, Foles, did you have time to breathe? Because that was a 2-0, but it's a 2-0 that doesn't really make justice to the whole scoreline thing going on.
Yeah, I mean, I had time to breathe. It's great to be with you, AC, man. I am so excited for this upcoming series here. But time to breathe, but just that series is still fresh on my mind. You can only imagine what could have been if Monkey, or if anything, could have gone just slightly different. The Elder Dragon, you name it. It looks so close with that triple combo at the Baron and everything, man. They got our hopes up all the way just for nothing, man. But let's hope that in this series we can get our hopes up for a big, exciting, entertaining 3-game series, man. That's what I'm counting on.
True. JDG versus Billy Gaming, one heck of a series coming in, or supposedly it should be a heck of a series, because on the JDG side, pretty much the full roster is brand new coming into the Demacia Cup, coming straight out of the last split of the LPL into the Demacia Cup, with Xiaohu being Xiaozu here in this case being the only the only player here in the top for JDG that actually remain. Junja, Hongqiu, Gala, and Vampire are all brand new additions to the squad.
Yeah, we were able to take a look at, for example, Vampire's previous team there in WE, and we were able to see just what they were missing without him. I think Vampire is a great addition to this team here, and how can you not mention the CFO power duo in Junjia and Hongqiu coming over here to Jingdong, coming over to the mainland and really making themselves a new career here, with Hongqiu only being age 18, coming to China and seeing exactly what he can do over here. It's super exciting to watch these two players from the LCP, and not to mention, how can I forget Mr. Gala himself. He is one of my favorite players there ever was in the marksman position from the LPL, and it's going to be extremely exciting to see what he can do up against that Billy AD carry on the other side of the table here, AC.
Yeah, and on the other side of the table, from Billy Gaming side, we also have a couple of new faces joining the roster, but Bin is still presenting it, or representing the top lane here for Billy. Zune in the jungle, YXL, which is a player actually from the Billy Academy, Viper and On in the bot lane. Viper being the new powerhouse in the bot lane of Billy, like you were saying.
Yeah, and of course, Viper being that man we are referring to, that world champion, that Hanwha Life LCK champion, that extremely talented player, having vast amounts of success, whether it was in the LCK or in the LPL. Undisputably one of the best AD carries in the entire world, up against Gala, who is nothing to scoff at either, having some international success as well for himself with 2 MSI titles. These are some of the most, decorated AD carries in the East, and we're gonna have a great show for ourselves getting to watch these two go head to head.
Yeah, no, definitely some of the most decorated AD carries still present and playing at the current time. Definitely 2 powerhouses here in the bot lane. Definitely eyes on this bot lane, JDG versus Billy. But so far, Billy have had a rough patch, I would say. They've actually won 2-0 against LNG, but they got bodied 0-2 against OMG already in the Demacia Cup. JDG, this is their last game of the groups, and right now they're 1-2.
Yeah, this is a pretty much must-win for JD Gaming. You cannot fall to 1-3 here. You got to take out what can be considered, at least from before the tournament started, the tournament favorite right now, pretty much. The only difference being that we do not have Mr. Golden Left Hand himself, Knight, present in the mid lane. So we will have to see just how much of a difference that makes. Again, it's incredible. It's preposterous even that BLG was 0-2'd last night by none other than, oh my god, OMG Gaming. So it's pretty embarrassing. It's pretty shameful if you're BLG. That's just not what you want to have happen. So we got to see them make up for that tonight.
listen, coming out of Worlds, you're used to seeing a lot of weird stuff coming out of Billy. So this, I don't know, is it disappointing? No, it definitely is disappointing. Is it new? You're kind of already used to it as a Billy fan, you know, Fools. Just it comes with it's a price to pay for being a fan of the team. Now, draft is on the screen. JDG decided to draft Sion as pick 1. On the other side, Billy, much stronger rotation here on the red side with a Yunara and the Wukong straight off the bat.
Yeah, and with Azir locked in here, that's my favorite champion to see. That's going to make this a super exciting game. I just wanted to touch on that first rotation of the draft for both teams here, but they're just going so quick, they're going to not even let me. But I just wanted to highlight, we do get Viper on one of the most prominent AD carries on the patch. And I will say, there's sort of 2 types of AD carries going around right now. There's those AD carries where it's all about being super impressive with your APM, dishing out the maximum DPM, and just being all about clicking as fast and as quickly as possible, just taking names. That's Viper on the Yunara, one of those type of champions. That's the exact categorization of AD carries we want him on, so we'll see if he's going to be able to dish out all the damage it takes to deal with this really strong JDG draft.
I mean, JDG so far, they've already drafted. I like the Sion pick here because I know I'm a broken record and there's a lot of people that hate me for it, but that Sion could be flexible into the jungle right now where he scales a lot more HP by clearing out the massive or the high body count camps. Now, is it going into the jungle? We'll still have to wait and see. They haven't revealed anything just yet. Billy have drafted themselves into a jungler right now, but we're heading into the second rotation. It probably will tell us something else, but Poppy is out of the picture right now from Billy's side. They do not want to see that Poppy. They do not even though they should benefit from the Poppy considering that there's an Azir on JDG's side.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what else gets banned out here in the rest of the ban phase. As BLG, what else could you be afraid of? Yeah, I think the Poppy ban pretty understandable, just given that the Azir Emperor's Divide into the Poppy Slam, it's just too effective of a combo. Take that out, counters the Wukong, that's completely understandable. I'm just curious to see what else they might ban out here. And I think you're totally right, you know, with this Sion being picked with some flexibility into the top or into the jungle, you know, you might want to ban something like Aatrox or one of these more prevalent junglers on the patch, but you just don't know where that Sion is going. The Braum ban does definitely make some sense if you want to pick an aggressive support down there and save that R5 for top. So we'll see which counter pick they're going to lean towards here, whether it's the support or the top lane for BLG.
All right, Rakan is actually going to be the ban for JDG here. Billy still have an option to go into an Enchanter support. Enchanters have been rising in popularity to pair up with the Yunara as long as you have some sort of meat in the jungle or the top lane to actually sustain the front line, or, you know, you just want to rush the game as far as you can. You get into a snowball composition. That's also a possibility here, but we'll see what Billy draft on red 4. Right now, Alistar for the disengage is a fun little option here, but it's a weird one considering that Rakan's out of the picture.
Yeah, so it's definitely an interesting pick. It makes sense that they would want the Poppy and the Braum out of there, and I think it just goes really well with the Wukong. With one of my previous Challenger teammates, I'd like to make a little shout out to my good friend BB Swag, one of the best Wukong players in North America. He'd always tell me this one thing. He would say, listen, Wukong is a great champion. He's really effective. You should pick him often. But there's just one thing. He cannot be the single only force of engage. You need at least someone else to engage with him, to engage for him, so that Wukong can follow up and have someone else in there causing a ruckus in the backline. And I think that's exactly what the Alistar pick is designed to do. Curiously enough, answered by the Thresh. When's the last time we saw something like that?
Thresh has been, you know, he's not been a first pick, especially not in game 1, but he's been around somewhat, you know, in games 2, 3 onwards, give or take, when you're running out of options in the support role. He's tanky enough. He enables picks, but he doesn't do much more than that. But we'll see if JDG can put him to good use as Xin Zhao locks in for the jungle, making Sion go into the top lane, meaning that JDG drafted themselves sort of a pit comp, not too focused on team fights until you have the Sion on board and ready to actually frontline for you. On Billy's side, that is a full-on team fight composition with the Mordekaiser to take a big target out of the fight if he needs to.
Yeah, these are both some really good drafts from both sides here. What I do like about BLG's draft to start off is that they have the Wukong, they have the Alistar. That does give Wukong that key factor that every Wukong player likes, of that double engage. And that enables Talia to hit those seismic shoves to really help, you know, make sure that those champions are working in collaboration. Whereas on JDG's side of things, they just have pretty much S tier champions across the board. We see the Sion, that champ's been overdue for nerfs for gosh knows how long.
You leave Sion out of this.
Yeah, we've got the Xin Zhao, we've got the Azir. That's a Z tier champion if you ask me, of all people. And you've even got the Aphelios Thresh. That's a pairing we haven't seen in quite a while. You know, we've seen some Aphelios, especially in this tournament. He used to almost always be paired up with Thresh to help give him that lantern mobility. But it's been a while, you know, we haven't seen this combo in, yeah, I can't think of the last time we saw this in the LPL. So it's a long combo it's battle tested, and let's just see what they can do with it.
It's just weird because Thresh fits a niche in composition. It's like you want to go for picks, you want to isolate targets, but he isn't really phenomenal in the middle of a team fight. Because what does Thresh do? Thresh is a target isolation threat, right? In terms of, I hook someone, I pull him in, I give my team an easy target to, you know, lock down and take out rather fast if we have the DPS, and JDG have the DPS. But the problem is, there's just so much team fight focus on the current meta that Thresh, come like the 25-minute mark, he just kind of loses his pacing, and he does bring Unsealed Spellbook alongside On, which just gives him a little bit more flexibility in what he can do. I like it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what summoner spells we have here in the bot lane, because as Viper, you know, you can kind of choose between the Barrier, the Cleanse, and the Ghost. It's going to be really telling which one he goes for here. It would be a big sign of respect if he does go for the Cleanse, just given it's only the Thresh hook. So, yep, we got the Barrier. Ooh. That's completely understandable. That makes perfect sense to me. And we should have a really good game on our hands here. A lot of people are wondering about, is this YXL guy going to be able to keep up to the pedigree that Knight really sets for himself, that precedent that's set by BLG Knight, you know, with this just being Billy's LDL player rising up just for this one Demacia Cup tournament. He's been all right. He's been holding himself down. But if he really wants to prove that he can hang in the LPL, I think this is the kind of series where you really got to make your mark.
It is a trial by fire by YXL, and we'll see as we head into game one. JDG are on the blue, Billy on the red. And like you were saying, YXL's not debut, but it is his trial by fire series here against JDG. He is the mid laner for Billy's academy team, and he is facing off against the jungle mid duo combo that just came straight out of the Flying Oyster squad that was present in Worlds. They made a showcase for themselves during the group stage. I was rooting for them. Darn it, I was rooting for Flying Oysters. But once they got to the big leagues, they just fell under. They felt really bad.
They really did. And if you think back, it was actually all the way ever since the first stand tournament, probably about 10 months or so ago at the start of the year. No one really expected this team before. I don't know about you, but I back then had never heard of the Flying Oysters. I mean, maybe I actually had heard of them.
I'm not mistaken.
But yeah, they were these new players. For example, Honkyu, I had never heard of him before. And all of a sudden, he attends all 3 international events and really puts up some pretty decent performances, some pretty good stats and numbers against some of these best players from around the world. So I am just so keen and so excited to see what these 2 players from the LCP can do over in the LPL for the side of Junja and Honkyu. A great dynamic duo. And yeah, it's going to be them up against Shun YXL and Gala versus Viper. Those are the 2 main matchups I want to look at this series. Mid-jungle versus mid-jungle, and AD carry versus AD carry.
Yep, and that's exactly what we're looking at for the most part of those early minutes. It was the bot lane, Gala and Viper just farming it out, trying to gain some positioning on the bot lane. But if we look at the mini map, there's a lot of already established vision from Billy. Junja has been absolutely revealed here. There is nothing that he can do. He's just going to let go of the bottom lane Scuttle Crab, contest a topside Scuttle Crab. Honkyu could be in trouble, but YXL is running low on mana. The resource manipulation isn't really on par here, but YXL just wants to get a recall back and get some early items because he has teleport to get back into lane.
Yeah, pretty heavy trading in the mid lane there. You notice both of them using both of their potions. Beautiful hook from Vampire.
Ooh, wow.
Gets the barrier out of Viper. Traded back in par with the heal.
Pop.
Keep
Oh,
in
no.
mind.
Xiaohu doesn't get the pop on the knockup. They didn't get the kill. Billy run away from this with the skin on their teeth. Bin just barely surviving that. Bit of a fumble from Xiaohu, but now we look at the bot lane. Hook on. So no ultimate means that On is still a very fragile cow because they haven't gone back. But On is still on cookies. He still has got some sustain items, popping them open, but still JDG. They're establishing their perimeter. They're saying that we're fine playing under our tower. We know how to do it. Now, we do see the Vampire. It might be looking for an angle here. We're just going for the ward, leaving Gala alone.
Pops
Gala
the ghost.
Take 2 steps back. Oh, hook goes on. On might be in trouble. The stun goes through the slow, and the first blood is on JDG's side, fools.
Yeah, first blood JDG,
Oh,
but Viper wants something to say about it as he reclaims the life of Gala.
Well, a 1 for 1. A 1 for 1. The kills are on the AD carries, but the biggest difference maker here is that Viper did not get the fast recall, so he's going to be able to absorb a little bit more XP off the back of that wave there.
Yeah, and it looked just so good for JDG on actually both sides of the map. You can't believe that Bin lived on 1 HP, but you'll take another look at this. On goes in while Vampire is on some kind of a warding mission. Gala pops the ghost to build some space. And if you ask me, the way I see this should just be a 1 for 0 here. But Gala doesn't know what to do. Does he click to the lantern? Does he click back? I think if he just had a bit more conviction in his clicks, if he knew exactly what to do there, that should have been a 1 for 0. And you can't make those kind of inaccuracies against Viper. He is just going to sink his fangs into your neck and claim your life. So that's a 100 gold lead for Viper, equalizing the bot lane kill score here. Wukong has the W.
Oh, Zune actually forced to clone himself away. On might be sacrificing for the greater good, and he absolutely does as JDG pick up kill number 2 for the Fates of Warfare.
That is completely out of the blue. What is going on in the tri-bush there? Even soon having to burn the flash, that is really, really questionable out of Billy. Though fortunately, they're still very much in this one down here. Viper's going to be able to weather that, get some CS, and probably, honestly, not even be down all that much gold. The only problem for him being that Gala picked up the cull, and he did not.
Oh, Emperor's Divide on YXL. Oh, the rookie from Billy's squad might be in trouble. He tries to Weaver's Wall away, but the kill goes right into Honkyu's pockets. 300 gold, Sherwood Jr.
Yeah, and it was actually a pretty cheeky attempt from YXL there. I speak too soon. Junja.
He does have his ultimate up.
Yeah,
There's a little bit of a delay there from Zune.
He's safe out of that one. But it was a good look from YXL because he did go for that clever mechanic where you don't learn the Talia ultimate, that Weaver's Wall, until you're in a dire combat situation. Then you level up the spell so that you can use it in combat. You can only do that once per game. Unfortunately, he did it a bit too late, was not able to survive that. And that just means that JDG...
Oh, delayed recall?
It's going to have an even more advantageous start to this early game. They're winning on all those fronts, and then even setting Viper's tempo behind here, that's a 15-second tempo swing. You see that Gala is already having his way with this wave right now. That means JDG should have the priority on these grubs and should just be able to do whatever it is they want.
Wait, Fools, look at the map. I mean, Viper isn't going to match the lane here for Gala. He's just going straight towards the bot side. But they are going to concede the grubs over the JDG.
You have to. After Thresh cancels your base, your tempo is just so cooked otherwise. You can only even pray that you get this dragon now, which their tempo is so cooked they might not even be able to get that either.
But Billy are trying to contest grubs here. They're going for a beeline for this camp. They just want to get the 1 grub so they can get the extra XP. Zune is this desperate to get something on the board. Maybe they can make a beeline towards the bot side here, get dragon like you were saying. Xiaohu does seem to have a perimeter around bot side, but vision isn't looking too great for Billy here.
Yeah, I really like that patience and that respect from JDG. They see that Billy has the collapse ready, and they identify that. They back off just in time. They say, we don't need all 3 grubs. 2 is plenty. And this is a really ambitious Drake start from BLG. Looks like JDG isn't really very prepared. We've even got Honky placing a ward like that. That kind of tells you just how afraid they are of the fog of war. You know, placing a ward just 1 unit away onto a completely safe red buff. That kind of paints the picture. They weren't really safe or prepared to contest that dragon. And that means that Billy is in a pretty decent spot for this game. They're only down 1k. They do have one of the best 80 carries on the world and one of the best champions in the game. So Viper is going to have to compensate big time. And he might just have the chance to do so now.
We'll see if he can actually catch back up into this game. He does have 1 kill. He hasn't been taken out just yet. But like we said in the draft, JDG do have very strong pick composition. His own Q is going to banana split himself under his tower as On approaches the mid lane. Bin under the tower here as well. Might be in trouble as he get hooked in. But the Death Realm is available. If push comes to shove, he can just isolate 1 target from JDG and get in a very feisty one-on-one.
And Viper says, give me this top farm. Get the heck out of here.
Oh, hey,
Bin says, all right, fine. I'll TP bot. And yeah, whatever Viper says goes. We got to get this guy to that Kraken Slayer. He's got that elixir prepared, which means that at any given moment, once this Yanara gets that first item spike, this champ is going to be able to take over these fights if Hongq or someone can't get on top of him. You see that they actually willingly answer with the Scion into the Yanara, putting the Aphelios bot lane. That's pretty interesting here. If they're able to stop his recall, prevent that Kraken Slayer, that could be something. But looks like Yanara does get back to the base. Should have it here. Doesn't have it.
Nope, he does not have it. Junjia's forced the ultimate away. He flashes out of the seismic shove as well. Hongq keeps him safe, but the rest of the Billy squad, they want to get something out of that. All they got was a flash. No objectives on the board to actually rotate towards.
Yeah, Billy getting something though. That flash ulti from Xin Zhao definitely worth a reasonable amount. You just want to situate yourself here. You've got plenty of downtime with 3 minutes on the Drake, 4 on the Rift Herald, that you can kind of just farm up here. There shouldn't be too much danger, too much volatility or fighting of any kind going on. You know, we do see those first item spikes coming in across the board for JDG with the Kanik Rookern, the Sundered Sky, the Nash's Tooth, and the Collector, and not one single legendary item to be found for the side of BLG so far.
Nope, not yet. They're close, but not yet. And Xiaohu is already at a point in time where he can just face off Bin for 3 days straight and still laugh it off. As we can see the full combo going through. Conqueror stacked on Bin. He barely takes any damage. He can barely take out the shield from the Kanik Rookern. But yeah, like you said, most of the first legendary items already available from JDG. This is a good power spike for them. They can just press their advantage, and you can see that Xiaohu isn't really bothered at facing anyone at this point in time. Billy are struggling to find their footing before their first few items start to appear in their inventories. We also have to speak about the fact that Gala almost has his call fully stacked, and that is going to be a massive spike for the AD carry of JDG. Now, first item is in. Viper has his Kraken Slayer. Can he do something with it, is the question.
Yep, Viper has the Kraken Slayer, only with the Crit Cloak, which is not that powerful of a current item state. You highlight the call for Gala. I actually think that's going to end up mattering a lot more than most people might realize. Once he gets that extra gold in, he's probably going to end up having a game state where he has an extra BF sword or an extra item completion. And if that's the case at maybe, let's say, the second Drake or something like that, that could be a huge deal right now. It appears that it might not end up mattering for the second Drake and might be more of a third Drake or a Rift Herald consequence, but that's definitely going to have implications. And I just wanted to mention another thing. You really don't want to have double AP solo laners into a juggernaut like Scion. He just buys his Kanik Rookern, and you just can hardly puncture through that. You know, he's got, what is it, about 600 extra HP from his W passive as well. This champion is going to be a complete force of nature, no pun intended.
He can go for the Force of Nature as well if he wants to get that extra pesky, or he can go into the Spirit Visage, amp his shield. You know, there's a lot of options for the big old Scion, and I don't see anyone from Billy Gaming being able to stop him if he wants to get into a fight. You're absolutely right. I do think with that cloth armor, he might be going for the Unending Despair, which is going to make him extra hard to take out. There he goes. He just unstoppable onslaught straight through the Unraveled Earth. Takes a full Q from YXL, and he doesn't even budge. He doesn't even acknowledge that YXL is there.
They've both got TP. We've got this dragon spawning. Wukong also gets the Triforce. I was about to mention he was missing that. That means BLG is ready to fight.
Let's see if BLG is actually ready to fight. The dragon is being contested right now. Started off by Bin. BLG collapse onto the objective, but I don't think that JDG actually want to fight this one out, even though they should have bigger power spikes here. They isolate Gala. He immediately takes the lantern all the way to the back. He flashes out. Zune is on the hunt here for Gala, and he might get the kill. That's 2 down on JDG side. Billy's starting to get some tempo on this fight. Viper is completely free to dish out damage. That is going to be a big message sent from Billy.
Yeah, and the hounds, or the piranhas, if you will, they just completely circle Gala and take him out. It all off the back of On with a beautiful flash pulverize, completely catching Gala off guard, headbutting him into the middle of the river, no man's land, and they just use everything else they can to take out this Aphelios, including the Wukong ultimate. Take a look at this beautiful, beautiful look from On here. You can't be walking so close as Gala. On, beautiful find here. Gala tries to buy as much space as he can, but he just underestimates this Wukong from the bush. Cyclone right on top of him. That's 2 kills for BLG. Dragon for BLG. That's going to even out the kill score and going to put them at a 2-0 Dragon lead.
No, it also, like, you had a 2-front battle there from JDG. You had Azir and I think it was Yunzia here in the bot side of the map trying to contest the dragon while the rest of the squad was topside or right above the dragon pit, and it felt like a split fight where Billy could just respond to both ends really, really fast. And JDG were just not ready enough to go for it. Now, contest for the Ritz Herald is going to be completely different. On is going to get hooked in, pushed back, but his ultimate is going to keep him alive for quite a while. Xiaohu, this time, absolutely ready to tank for his team and frontline for as long as he needs. What a big decimating smash. 2 players knocked up, but the Herald falls into the hands of Billy. Xiaohu still tanking damage, still trying to find YXL. Viper might be in trouble. He is completely isolated, and it's On Q that takes the kill. Now it's Junjia going straight for the backline. YXL taking really, really low. Weaver's Wall for safety. Single-digit HP, but the man's alive.
Wow, and all of a sudden, JDG finds something there. I really thought that Gala, with no sums, was going to be way too vulnerable for that fight to be favorable, but somehow, some way, they find a beautiful look onto Viper there, just charging right on top of him, making it completely impossible for him to survive. I don't even think if he did expend his summoner spells, if it would have made much of a difference here. No. It all starts off with this hook onto On. You get the Unbreakable Will out, but just with this much CC and slows, this Alistar's HP just essentially reaches 0. He's completely out of this fight. Wukong does get the smite, but look, this Scion takes no damage. This Talia's doing nothing. Viper tries his best, but you can't carry this fight anymore. You're just completely ran over by them.
And I do feel like Viper might have overstepped. Instead of trying to get behind his team, to have safe spacing for himself, it's just he stepped up to try to dish out damage on Gala, and that backfired quite a bit. Double summoners up. Like you said, I don't think it would have made a difference if he flashed or barriered in that position. So he just takes one for the team, drops a kill here, and JDG right now leading for just shy of 1,500 gold. 4-3 on the scoreboard, but 2 dragons on the side of Billy.
Well, yeah, thank goodness that Shun did slay that Rift Herald, if I may say, just because without that Rift Herald right there, activating that, spawning that in the mid lane, you can only imagine just how much harder this game would be if JDG had the Rift Herald and used that to make the game complicated for BLG. So shout out to Shun for that smite. It's going to mean this is a super close game still.
I don't know about that. That's the ages of Legion there on Xiaohu's side. That is going to be a very, very infuriating, unending despair on Xiaohu's side. If they have issues killing Xiaohu as is, We're not Xiaohu, sorry. Xiaoshu. My bad.
Well, Gala did get to play with Xiaohu in the top lane, so I can understand why that might be a thought that's going on in there. Unfortunately, this is not Xiaohu. This is Xiaoshu. But, I mean, for Gala's sake, I think you'd rather have Xiaoshu right now. We got to see what Xiaohu was looking like. And this player on the Scion is exactly what Gala needs right now. And, yeah, this has been a back-and-forth game. This is honestly anyone's right now. This Scion's just going to be a really big problem, though, as I know that's what you were mentioning. A huge problem is this Scion.
Oh, On does get a bump and a knock-up on Junja, but it's all that she wrote there from Billy's side. They don't want to overcommit because these fights are going to get grindy. These fights are going to get real grindy until we see at least 2 or 3 items popping up on the AD carry side. I don't feel that YXL is going to be a massive game breaker, fight decider here for the side of Billy as a Talia. Unless he can pull a massive Unraveled Earth and completely stop JDG in their tracks. But the fight right
repositions here.
Azir does reposition. The good old Taylor Swift teleport there from bot to mid, trying to get himself into a better position right behind Xiao. He gets into a position where he's going to knock up a lot of people. Weaver's Wall is going to cut people off from JDG side. They have no access to the dragon, but they're also not damaging Xiao Shu. But what is going on? We do see Junjiao coming in. A lot of fighting in the backline. YXL is in trouble at the spawn of Otacon. On is in trouble. Viper is trying to gain distance and spacing. Flashes out of Xiao Shu. But it is going to be Bin completely split from his AD carry to try to pick up the pieces as JDG get a clean fight, only losing Viper in the process.
And thank goodness for BLG's sake that Otacon is in the top lane. I think JDG doesn't get that double super play that always tends to happen around 20 minutes with that third Drake and with that Otacon if it spawns bot side. With that all being said, though, I don't even think that BLG has enough time to get up here. Pretty sure Aphelios has the white gun with plenty of chakrams. This thing should not be long for this world. And if JDG slays this, it could just be game over. You've got to stop this as BLG.
They are taking their sweet time, though. They don't have a lot of front-end burst to take on this objective. YXL does teleport into the top lane, but Xiao clears out the wave, makes sure that YXL keeps his distance, and despite how long it's taking JDG to actually take on Otacon, they're still going to take it. BLG decided that, you know what, there's no point in actually trying to contest that one, and we do see the replay of the fight. I mean, Xiao Shu, he's having the time of his life there on the dragon.
Yeah, he's literally split up single-handedly 1v5 by the Talia ult, and he just does not care. And unfortunately, YXL gets hit by a hook that Knight might have not get hit by, and that's just kind of you can't be making these kind of errors as the mid laner there. Getting hit by the Thresh hook, that's just going to be extremely, extremely costly. And so BLG on the huge back foot that you see Viper, he's clicking his heart out, man. He's going as fast as he can. It's just not enough, man. I'm starting to wonder if this BLG roster with this mid jungle, this team might honestly not be all they were cracked up to be in this stage of the Demacia Cup. I don't want to put too much doubt on it with all this recency of things going wrong here, but I don't know. I think YXL Shun might not be the mid-jungle pairing they need to succeed in this tournament.
Oh, what a deny there on. Yep, he tried to blast Cone away, but it gets knocked up by Junja, and that is going to be a free kill for Hong Q and free pressure. Look at that quadrant of the map. Everything belongs to JDG. Bot mid are all blue right now.
Oh, yeah. Everything going JDG's way right now. We've even got that Rylai's on the Azir. We need to be seeing more of this champion. He is just so powerful. I truly believe this is the best champion in the game. We've even got Gala about to be on his 3-item spike. These champions are just way too ahead of their opposition. If you're Viper, if you're YXL right now, down about 2,000 gold each, it's just so hard to come back. You see them overcommitting up here.
They want to get those 700 gold from the tier 2 tower. They find it, but Xiao Shu has no issues on 1v2ing this one. He gets cut off by the Weaver's Wall once again. He shakes his fist in anger. Darn you, Talia's Wall. How dare you get in my way? But he still marches onward. Gets headbutted by On, but he still marches onward.
He still marches.
Xiao Shu is chasing down 3 players from Billy Gaming straight into their jungle. Junja joins in, finds Shun, but they finally say enough is enough. We're taking tier 2 mid.
Yup, Xiaoshu's pushing them all the way back to their base. He says, you cannot stand anywhere else. This is my territory. Don't you dare come near me. When you see that Scion with that Kanik Rooker and with that 1000 bonus HP passive, you can't help but just run away, man. He's just way too powerful, and Viper is way too weak to even come close to cutting him down right now. Maybe, just maybe, when this Yunara gets 4 items in level 16, he might be able to kill him. But are you kidding me? 4 items, level 16? That's just not happening anytime soon.
No. Oh, got the clone there. Mario knows. Gala just dishes out a couple of hits on damage there. But like you said, it's just way too... The item advantage is just way too great right now for Jindong. It's a 4K gold lead that's been ballooning on an upwards trend here for the blue side, and it doesn't feel like it's slowing down. If you look at their composition, it's built for the grindy fights. You have Xiaoshu in the front line tanking everything that Billy has to throw at him. Hong Q is in his ear. He likes the grindy fights, and you also have Gala on the Aphelios. Everything starts to make sense. Junja is there to hold the jungle. You know, Xin Zhao, he does things. Oh, Weaver's Wall. They want to get something done. They failed to get Vampire on the seismic shove. Teleport from Hong Q, and an unstoppable onslaught from the sidelines. They get on, but Xiaoshu starts to tank for the team. Gets pulled back. Walks back just slightly. He's tanking damage. That tickles he says, as he forces Billy down towards the bottom side of the map. Dragon is up, and I don't feel like Billy are in a good position to try and contest this one.
No, sir. This Scion takes no damage.
Nope. Oh, they find Bin. Who's been going to 1v1? He 1v1's Junja here in the back line. On might be going off in a second. Hongyu massive! Emperor's Divide on Viper, securing the double! That is incredible from JDG! Hongyu still alive, but a triple kill befalls upon Shun, and another one for Hongyu. He's picking up the flames, gaining movement speed, getting the quadra. Please give Penta. Bin walks away. Dragon belongs to JDG.
Man, if not for Hongyu, BLG would have almost just blown open the game right now. I have no idea what this Wukong just did, man, but he almost just carried the whole game. I was busy just watching Hongyu. Let's just take another look at what Shun did, because how on earth was this even close? So, eyes on Wukong. He's playing it slow. Oh, we get a nice little cheeky start onto Wukong here, or onto the Azir, and he's in this backline. One-shotting this Gala.
Jeez.
That's he's going a long way there. But as Viper, you have to flash the Emperor's Divide there. You just have to. You see that even YXL tried to compensate for it, tried to take out Hongyu by surprise. Hongyu had that flash in the tank. Xiaoshu saves his life. Quadra kill for Hongyu. 802. 1,000 gold bounty to his name. Single-handedly slays the dragon as well. This is the Hongyu show if we've ever seen it.
Nope, he's still warm from his Worlds run here. Hongyu, oh man, what big shoes he had to fill on JDG, and what a way he's filling them. I mean, the shoes might be a little bit too tight by the looks of it. JDG, like you said, they single-handedly got the dragon on the bot side, and they immediately, since they allowed Hongyu to get the solo dragon, it gave them more than enough time to set up Baron here on the top side. So right now, Hongyu is just gonna recall. Teleport is not up, but he's going to make a beeline towards topside, where he's going to be nice and close to the Baron Asher. Next objective on the board, and I don't see a... I can't say that. This is the LPL. But I don't think I can see a reasonable way that Billy can flip this on the Baron.
Well, Viper did just accumulate his 3rd item. I mean, you can, but like you said, it's the LPL. Crazy is our game over here, and it's just going to probably be another crazy game. I mean, you might have seen last game. If that can happen, so can this.
Well, they do find Vampire, and if the support goes down, that's one of the initiators gone. Junja is the next one in line, but his Crescent Guard is going to keep him safe for the time being. Xiaoshu is in a good position, but he wants to be in a better position. Making sure that Billy don't get too deep into their own jungle. Keeping Junja safe as priority number 1, as you need the smite contest for the Baron Nashor, and Billy have numbers advantage.
They gotta go here. They're gonna fire up this Baron. They've got Talia. They've got Yunara. These champions do a fair bit of damage here. You haven't got the Talia ulti though, so you're gonna have to turn.
Okay, Unstoppable Onslaught is available. Xiaoshu is
Maybe
trying to
flip?
find the correct angle. Are they going to flip it? Yes, they are. Junjia is inside the Death Realm, however, and he's completely isolated. That means it's a free Baron for Billy. I have been absolutely silenced as Billy didn't need to flip the Baron. They just needed to Death Realm Junjia.
They had Mordekaiser. We didn't even realize that. Neither did JDG. Apparently, you said that this game looked like it was all one-sided, but BLG said, hold that phone. Hold right there. Hold the line, if anything, and they found a way in somehow, some way. Honky goes down, minus 1K as well. Oh my goodness gracious, JDG has thrown it all away.
Yeah, but at what point don't you just let the Baron drop? You're not losing that much advantage. You're losing the advantage if you drop Baron and lose the fight on the back of that.
Yeah, Honkyu as well. He's supposed to be the difference maker with the 802, but he gets nothing done there. He really doesn't, and not to mention he's indexed into the Seeker's arm guard as well. With him having the Rylas and Leandries and that item, it just means he's not going to have room in his inventory for full damage, not much else magic penetration. So just because he's got this huge gold lead, he's been spending it on a lot of defense. So sure, he might be able to survive some of this onslaught, but he might not be able to hard carry these fights like he otherwise would have been able to do so. As well as Gala losing his flash that play, that means this Aphelios is significantly weaker than you'd like him to be. So Viper catching right back up as well. Wukong even having about a 3,000 gold lead. What has happened here?
I just flip after flip after that initial triple kill from Soon on the last dragon fight. It's just he accumulated way too much gold, and the fact that he has Guardian Angel, it just makes him such
Look at this.
a weird target to focus on, because you want to focus him so that Billy can't target objectives. Now it's Xiaoshu here in the bot lane. Will he Unstoppable Onslaught straight to the back? Yes, he will, but he's going to get stopped by the Death Realm. He is in the Death Realm still. He walks out, takes a lantern. He is safe. That is the power of the Scion. You're tanking a fed, fully baroned up or Mordekaiser, and you're still walking away out of that one.
That is an experimental hex play at Mordekaiser, though. Look how soon his ulti is to coming up. Rylai's.
Flash out from Bin. Honkyu dealing a lot of damage with his little soldiers. That is the Zanya's going out for Bin on the backside of it. Gala gets taken out, but they finally get the shutdown on Bin. Can they actually promote a fight right now? YXL, what are you doing so deep, buddy? Odd is coming up to try to save him, but Xiaoshu trying to get something done, flashes over the wall. We turn our cameras over to Junjia, who goes straight on to Viper. Look at Honkyu over the wall, flashes up, gets the kill on Yeti Carry, but Shun ultimately cleans house with a double kill on the Wukong.
Gosh, this Wukong is just so fed, and somehow they're lucky enough they were able to get out of that fight with Viper's life, but yeah, this is not pretty whatsoever. This Mordekaiser is just really strong. This Wukong could not be stronger, and Gala just can't even play without his summoner spells right now.
Oh, jeez. Let's take a look at the replay here. Gala got completely isolated. Xiaoshu was focused on the bottom wave. Gala gave way too much trust to support, and he just got bodied absolutely completely.
Yeah, fascinating teleport from YXL here. You can only wonder what Knight might have done in this particular situation. Probably not that, but as Viper here, barely getting slain there. If only you can live that fight there with the barrier just barely not being available. This could be a huge chance to even possibly end right there. Wukong's gold lead just going up and up now. 1,000 gold bounty to Shun's name. And with this Baron coming up next, 3 dragons to BLG, it should be the game up to them now. I just want to put it like that. The game is in their hands. You saw the game was in JDG's hands. They threw it away. Now the ball is in BLG's court.
The thing is, the ball is only on Billy's court because JDG are having such awkward fights where they split their attentions. They need Xiaoshu in the front line at all times. But if you have a 2-front fight like Billy have been able to promote for the last 2 or 3 fights, I mean, Xiaoshu can't be everywhere. I mean, props to Xiaoshu for that swag teleport there onto after Honkyu died just to pick up the Infernal Dragon Flames, but that's less of a summoner for the next fight. That means that JDG have less flexibility to circulate the map for the next objective, which is going to be the Baron within the next minute.
And why am I not surprised that Viper found a way to get himself a gold lead this game? You know, he was really down and out. His team was really holding him back. I mean, he made some mistakes of his own, getting hit by Honkyu's ulti and such. But, you know, I remember back when Gala had like a 1,500 gold lead. He even had that cull proc earlier in the game. But somehow, someway, Viper, little by little, just been farming himself up a storm over here. And he's already got 4.5 items, well on his way to being able to penta-kill the enemy team at any given moment. So just be real careful about this Yunara. No flash, though, so if Honkyu has any say in the matter, you might just be able to put a stop to that.
But he does have barrier. You know, glass half full type of lore deal here for Billy, and on his right around the corner as well is Xiao Shu trying to get some vision for his team, protecting in this case the control ward, successfully doing so. Pushing their weight around here, JDG make a beeline for the Baron Asher, but I don't think it's wise to start it. No
well, red, white, time to fight. That is what they say.
Well, they're going for it. It's a flip if I've ever seen one. Will it be stolen? Shun is right around the corner, and it's not stolen. It is on JDG's side. It tries to evacuate immediately off the pit, but what can be done? YXL just barely finishes off Gala and runs away with his life. Right in the back line, Shun is trying to deal with Hong Q and Xiao Shu, and he loses his Guardian Angel. JDG, they're trying to clear up. The scraps bin is in trouble, gets hooked up, but he takes the Thresh into the Death Realm. But as he tries to climb out of it, there's the kill for Vampire. Shun trying to stay alive, trying to keep the hope alive for Billy Gaming on game number 1. But JDG, after that big play on Baron, everything seems to be back on track here for the blue side.
Yeah, and I absolutely love it from JDG that you have the perfect Aphelios guns for one-shotting the Baron. And, you know, oftentimes I feel like a lot of teams, they're just so apprehensive to flip the Baron because the whole game's a 50-50. If you're JDG here, you take a 50-50. And look at Gala, man. Absolute killer instinct. Blood in his eyes. Ice in his veins. He sees Viper step to him, and he flashes directly on top of him. Gala in his prime. You love to see it.
Gala, the lion does not care about the lantern behind you. Flash away from the lantern to get the kill.
That's the exact thing you need out of your AD carry now, isn't it, AC? That's exactly what you need.
Oh, man. No, absolutely. Now, JDG, big play here in their hands. Another lantern being ignored here by Junja this time around. The inhibitor is finally open. Honkyu! Oh, no. That Emperor's Divide kind of went sideways, but it's still dividing the fight in two. Bin in the backline gets Honkyu inside the death realm. Honkyu is down for the count, but the rest of the fight is developing as Xiao Shu does lock down Viper with the kill going for Junja. And on the backline, Vampire tries to get away from Bin. He goes for the blast cone, dodges the claw, manages to get in between the towers. He is going to will he sacrifice himself? Gets the ward down, but the minion wave is just a little bit too powerful. Junja takes down the inhibitor. That's probably going to be it for the power play here for JDG. They've lost way too much off the back of this push.
Yeah, you have the Baron buff. You have all 5 of you alive. To go 3 for 3 there is definitely not what you exactly want to be having take place. Not to mention, this Infernal Dragon is spawning. We can take stock of who's got teleport and who's coming up soon. Looks like Junja's got eyes on Shun. He's going to be completely safe here. He does get the Sterak's gauge out. GA is not going to be up for this fight, except for the likes of Junja. He's going to have that one at his disposal.
Bonk.
You need to keep this Drake alive as JDG. If BLG gets this scot-free, this could be what BLG needs to get them over the finish line. Look, we got both carries alive for BLG spawning in and running there. Xiaoshu trying to hold the line, but I don't think he can.
I think he can. He's just, he's that nighttime mosquito that's just going over your head like, And that's all he's doing right now to Shun and Bin. As we do see Junja go in. Death Realm immediately utilized on the jungler for JDG. Can he still remain alive? The smite goes down. He's still in Death Realm. Junja finally comes out, and now JDG are on the other side. Vampire takes the kill on Shun. Smite down on the side of Billy, but it's too little, too late as the dragon falls. But the fight falls in favor of JDG. Bien is one of the last few members alive from Billy's side, and they all collapse on him to try to close out the game. Triple kill on Gala, and the man, the myth, the legend comes alive when the team needs him the most to close out game 1.
We haven't seen Gala in so long. In this tournament, we've even wondered if he still got what it takes in there, if that old legendary form that he was once in is even still possible. The Baus special comes in, and our questions are answered about Gala. He's him, bro. Aphelios versus the Yunara, just completely one-tapping him, and AC carry us away, man.
Man, there's nothing to carry that Gala and Honku haven't carried already. JDG, through thick and thin, they managed to take game 1 home from Billy. The world's run wasn't promising. Billy right now, they're 1-1 coming out of a 0-2 loss against OMG. And if that's an indication of anything, it looks like it might be a 0-2 in favor of JDG.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I wouldn't necessarily project that to be a certainty or a guarantee by any means, but it does seem like that could very well be possible. You know, it seemed to me that YXL was really underperforming this game. I thought we had pretty good performance from Viper. We had the godly performance from Shun, but just wasn't even enough to get them there. You know, On and Bin did their part, but I think we really need to see YXL step it up in this series if they're going to have any hope. All the props in the world to Gala for this game. Honku with that one quadra kill as well. Junja did his part. Xiao Shu, not to mention, pretty sure he didn't even die this game. Just an absolute scion to puncture through who could not take any damage. No passive utilization even once.
Exactly.
How can you even excuse this behavior from the top side of JDG?
Just terrible. No, but in all seriousness, though, it just felt like Viper wasn't really finding the spacing that he needed to actually do a little bit more. He did plenty for Billy, but it just felt like he could have done a little bit more by throwing his weight around just slightly more, and a couple of missed positions cost him a couple of fights. He is or was one of the primary damage dealers in this game for Billy. Ultimately, everything went JDG side, even though there were a couple of hiccups, but a very promising game 1 here against one of the favorites on the tournament.
Yeah, I really thought BLG was going to win this game. I really thought Viper was just going to be in his prime form and win this fight. But look at this. This is the fight where I think if Viper was just a little bit better, they would have won this game. He needs to flash his Azir ult. He does not do so. He then does die. And look what else that leads to. It leads to him dying. It leads to On dying. And it leads to YXL dying. And guess what? It also leads to Shun dying. Honku got a quadra kill just because Viper did not flash the Emperor's Divide. And don't get me wrong, I know it's extremely difficult.
It is.
But man, that all adds up there. And you know, across the board, we saw JDG having really favorable outcomes. This was the one time when we thought BLG was going to run away with the game, but they just did not manage to do so. You know, big props to Junja for his smites, especially on that one Baron, which wasn't that one we just saw. But yeah, we really need to see Viper have a bit of an easier time here. You know, he played pretty all right, but not well enough, man. This was not his peak, not his prime. We got to see Viper come back to the table and see what he can do. Just look at this, man. Gala had his number. Completely flashes on top of him with the chakrams. That's exactly what the Aphelios would want to be doing there. So beautiful, so exquisite. Gala, my GOAT for that, and he better be player of the game. There he is.
There you have it. You asked for it, you got it. Player of game 1, Gala, the bot laner of JDG with 26% of the damage of the team's damage dealt. He was instrumental for this victory. I don't know, man. I still feel like between Honku and Gala, it's in the air, but you know, Gala deserves a little bit of attention too. Honku will have plenty of chances as he's just stepping up to the big leagues here. You know what?
Yeah.
I like JDG's squad.
Yeah, man, I really like this squad. This is one of those squads where as soon as it was announced on paper, I was like, oh, you already know this is going to be fun to watch. It's likewise on the same with that BLG Viper announcement. But wow, you know, JDG Gala, it's not every day that you see a 7-death 80 carry get player of the game. You know, that was an absolute slobber knocker, as we call it. And I could not find a more apt way to describe it. Completely goated gameplay from both teams there. Really legendary. I love to watch those kind of games. And Hongq, as much as he started the game 8-0-2, he did have his fair share of mistakes. And that's why, if you ask me, I would like to see Gala earn himself that player of the game. He really stepped up when it mattered most. Some players click that lantern, they go backwards. Not Gala, man. He has those ice in his veins, and he clicks on Viper's forehead every time there. And it works, man.
It just worked. Reminder that of the stakes that we have in store for you, Billy right now, they're 1-1. They still need to play one more game after this one. This is JDG's last game, and if they want to stay alive in their group, they definitely need to win this series. Question is, can they pull the 2-0 or even the 2-1, or will they fumble and crumble once Billy start to step up the heat and the pressure? Foles, I think we'll have to wait and find out until we get to game number 2. But before we do that, let's head out to a little bit of break. We'll be back with you guys soon.
Dude, that game was so good.
We're
oh
on
my
screen.
goodness. We are on screen. What's up, guys?
We are on screen, Caddy.
That was a heck of a good game.
Uh-huh.
Don't mind if we do talk about how good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did you miss us? Because we missed you. I'm AC, and I'm joining Fools for the last game, or the last series of the day. It is JDG versus Billy Gaming. JDG surprised everyone. I'm going to be honest with you, Fools. I feel surprised about this outcome, even though Billy have had their ups and downs in recent times. But JDG, they're here to be real gamers on this series, man.
And you know what? We did miss everyone during the break, but you know who else we missed? We miss Knight, man. We miss Knight. We have to see what this roster can do without their star-studded mid laner, because it seems to me that without him, they're hopeless, man. You saw just how hard they were fighting. They weren't getting there, man. And you know who else we miss? We miss Prime Viper, man. I promise you, if Viper was at his peak level that match, they should have been able to win that. But just, I swear, man, Viper was just making some inaccuracies, some mistakes, some errors, and it was all adding up. We gotta see Viper play to his full potential. He does not have Knight out there. I'm sure he misses him more than anybody. But if anybody is gonna help get Billy to even out this series, to help make some distance in this Demacia Cup, to make a bit of a run, it's gonna have to be on the shoulders of Mr. Viper himself.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, he did okay in game one, but it just feels like off-season Viper. You know, he's not playing to his full potential. He is making mistakes, like you said. He's a little bit slower on the button presses. He didn't flash as fast as he could have. And Billy on game number 2, they decide to swap over to the blue side. You know what? We're tired of that battle red side. We wanna have first pick, and our first pick is going, or not gonna be Poppy, but our first ban is gonna be Poppy, followed up by Orianna.
But yeah, you said it best, man. That performance from Viper last game was okay, and that's just it. Okay, we are not gonna be able to suffice with okay. We're gonna need to see extraordinary. We're gonna need to see superb gameplay out of him if they're gonna want to win this series, because JDG is really coming into their own. They've been having some poor games for themselves so far in the Demacia Cup, where they hang on for the first 15 minutes and just fall apart. But nope, not this time. They had a lot more synergy. They're really meshing a lot better. They're gelling, and the chemistry seems to be there for JDG. The question is that the same for BLG, or is this just going to be JDG's series?
Let's see. It's going to be the do or die here, because this is just a best of 3. We're still on the group stage, which means all games are still played in a best of 3 scenario. That Renekton ban there from Billy's side, that tells me a lot of things, and one of them is that Billy want to flex pick the first Jace of this series. Jace is out of the bag here. It could be going top, it could be going mid, it could be going into the jungle. We've seen it in the jungle throughout this Demacia Cup, and it wouldn't be surprising to see it in the jungle again.
Yeah, so I would put at least a 90% chance that this Jace goes jungle, and I don't think we've even seen Jace squeak through the draft so far in the Demacia Cup. This champion is so extremely powerful in the jungle, and I'll tell you why as quickly as I can. It's because of the jungle buff. If you have the jungle buff, that means every time that you go and quickly take a jungle camp, that gives you HP and that gives you mana. You know what that helps you do? Not have to buy Tear the Goddess. That's one thing. It gives you a whole extra inventory slot. That's pretty chill. Not to mention, you're a poke champ. You know what poke champs like to be able to do? Survive poke themselves. So what you do is you can dish out those accelerated shock blasts, poke the enemy team. Let's say you tank some piercing arrows yourself. No problem. Just go take one jungle camp. You're going to heal right back on up. So now you're pretty much the apex poke champ that the game has ever seen. And this is a really strong start for BLG. I cannot believe that Jingdong is willing to give them this. I suppose because they get Zahen and Varus themselves. But wow, yeah, you just don't see something like that every draft.
No. The double flex Mbessa Jace is just phenomenal, because Mbessa also got recently buffed towards the jungle role. You can have her on both roles as well. JDG, I mean, you see the Jace, you see the Mbessa, and you see the Malphite buffs in the jungle as well. Why not throw a rock at Billy? It just works. It is super it is silly. It is silly, fools, how fast Malphite can clear the jungle. We're talking about prime Pantheon clear speeds here from the Malphite. Okay? And this is, I think, I don't know. The movements, the attack speed reduction might not be able to affect the Jace as much, but the Mbessa is going to suffer on her passive tempo to get the jumps with the reduced attack speed.
I mean, Malphite is just such a strong pick, and it's probably the best pick you can possibly get in the jungle role into the Jace. So as BLG here, I actually don't like the Ambessa Leona as much. I mean, maybe Leona is pretty innocent, but you really don't want to be walking into a perfect Malphite setup here. You should be well aware of this possibility on the current patch, and all of a sudden, I think draft advantage is back in JDG's hands right now. They have three S-tier champs. Yep, no, I do not, man. They have Zahen, just as strong of a champ, if not the strongest champ in the game. What the heck was that designer thinking? Don't get me started on that. No flame, don't mind that. But man, and the Malphite and the Varus, this is just such a good draft for JDG. I don't know how BLG can fix this right now after the Sylas ban.
So Sylas getting taken out means that YXL is going to have access to that big AP mid laner that he would expect to have. There's still a lot of options available. Victor, if you want to scale, is one of the options that's on the table. But JDG, you know, excuse me, they don't want to reveal too much just yet. So they are hovering over the Rakan, and if you have to, you can go into the Xayah, and you can have, or not a Xayah, Jesus, we already have the Varus. Unless that Varus goes mid. I believe in the AP Varus powerhouse, but it's not going to happen. Probably not going to happen. So we're still leaving the mid lane up for grabs there on JDG. They can get an easy counter pick because there's still so much champion pool available in the mid lane.
Yeah, you really need some magic damage here. I actually think this would be a pretty decent game to take an AP bot laner. Unfortunately, Viper is just too good of a marksman to do that. So Kaisa would be the best champ in between that. Not necessarily a Ziggs or a Hui or anything. But, you know, it looks like it's not going to be the case. We're just going to need to see a really big AP damage source in the mid lane. And I don't love it. I don't love it because, you know, as much as this champ does ask you to buy Merc Treads, it does offer magic damage. There's going to be a lot of armor for this side of Jingdong Gaming this game. And I feel really bad for this Ambessa Jason Jin about how hard they're going to try to do damage and how much it's going to backfire. And the Swain is so good here, by the way. Oh, man.
We were talking about sustain, and we were talking about big mid laners, and now don't get me wrong, Galio is a big mid laner, but he's not a big damage dealer. He's still going to be a nuisance here for JDG. Problem is, geez, man, you're just giving targets for Zahen to scale in the middle of a fight. That's pretty much.
That's a really good point, man.
That's pretty much the gist of it. You're just giving him free scale targets. He's gonna have passive up 90% of the time in the middle of a grind fight because the fights are going to be grindy. You drafted into Swain. You have a Malphite in the jungle. You're playing against a Leona. You're playing against the Galio. Fights are going to be grindy, and Zahen thrives in grindy fights because he gets to stack the passive. It takes time. That's the downside of this champion. It takes time to stack the passive.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be extremely at a deficit here, being just the Jace in the draft alone. I'm going to be honest, this might be one of the most one-sided drafts I've seen in the tournament. I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong, but I just think having, you know, 3 physical damage champs with a Galio into a Malphite, Zahen, Swain is just such an uphill battle. You have pretty much no magic damage to be offered. And these champions are just going to be extremely tanky. This Jace is just going to have such a hard time sticking any kind of poke, doing any kind of damage. And even the Jhin is not really necessarily designed for this kind of a game either. Like,
you know what the
this
worst part
is so
about
tough.
This draft is, Foles? It's
You
the
tell
fact
me.
you have a Malphite in the jungle side of JDG, and also to add to that, you also had a massive buff in the Sunfire Cape. So odds are Junja is just going to straight go into the Sunfire Cape or the Sunfire Aegis. And Shun is going to have a very, very bad time. But we have to wait and see how that one goes as Billy take on the Rift for game number 2 on JDG. It's the all or nothing here for the team in red this time around, as they definitely need this series to be a big dub if they want to move out of groups.
So, I mean, there's a couple silver linings here. I mean, first of all, being that this Varus did sort of have to take the cleanse here just because it is Leona and that champion is just so powerful at sticking CC. You pretty much need the cleanse, and that just is going to mean that Varus will be a little bit weaker. Varus is typically preferring to go teleport or at the very least matching the combat sums. So that's going to definitely weaken the Varus. On the other side of things, we need to see this Jace get accelerated. If this Jace goes even, this game is just going to be way too hard. We need to see Jace proccing first strike really effectively, perhaps even getting some kind of first blood, some kind of invade, as many camps as possible. This Jace needs to build a gold or XP lead and really snowball. I'm talking a big one too. He needs to have at least 1,000 gold lead over his counterpart and just carry this game, because that's pretty much the main win condition I see here. This is this Jace becoming a complete menace who's able to deal with Zahen, Malphite, and Swain just by the sheer amount of gold and XP he has, because that's about the main way to do so. This comp doesn't have many ways in.
All right, I'm actually really confused about Shun's pathing here. He goes first camp, he goes into Raptors, then red, then bot side. Is he looking for an early gank into the bot lane, trying to get Gall and Vampire on the downside?
You're either going to have to invade or gank here. Yup, the invade is certainly interesting. It's going to be level 3 to level 3 here. And maybe if he's slippery enough, he can get away with this blue buff before Malphite finishes the Wolves. I would imagine he knows that that's going to take too long. He is going to have to win this smite fight.
Going for a fight here. He smites the Wolf camp away from Junja, but he is in no man's land. Honkyu is healthy enough to help him invade. Flashing from Junja, Blast Cones out of position. Slobberknocker of a fight and Billy are fully committing to this invade. Shun stills the Wolf, but I don't think he has the presence to do much more than that. He needs to go back.
That is pretty huge for Jace there. Absolutely massive smite fight there going in the favor of Shun. And, with his teammates backing him up, really questionable flash as well with Junja on the Blast Cone. Shun is going to get this entire bot side. I would imagine it will just be traded for his top side to the side of Junja. But yeah, you got to see this beautiful smite there, timing it perfectly with the Shock Blast, even proccing some first strike gold. What was Junja thinking here with this flash?
Oh, he had... Jesus! He was the one that brought the Blast Cone? Come on!
I don't know what he was seeing there, man. That even if Jace goes over the wall to the blue buff, he was never in any danger there, man. I think you're just tripping as Junja there.
I don't know, man. That looked like some six-pack type of play that mind control things. I dive going into the bot lane now. Gala flashes out, trying to get something out. Nobody's tanking the tower. What is the tower doing? Hello,
dive.
Good morning. Beautiful dive, absolutely. But something more is going to happen. They want the 2 kills out of that one.
They're that good.
Goes for Viper. They swap the aggro perfectly and get away with it. And plates.
So this is exactly how you win this draft, is you just get such a huge early game lead. You start off by pretty much causing a cross-map situation where the bot side belongs to Jace, the top side belongs to Malphite, and guess what? That means that if you stack the wave up as effectively as that, you can just 3v2 them under the tower, and with Leona having the W, she can just tank, what was that, like 4 shots, while Jace and Jhin just beam on them. Really, really good stuff from BLG. Close call up here, too.
Yeah, Xiao Shu is just, he's being Zahen. He's Zahini all over Bin, and Bin is having a great time up here in the top lane. But yeah, that's what Zahen does. He just survives, and he out-trades you regardless of what champion you're playing. So that's going to be a fun little endeavor for Billy to tackle on. Once he gets a couple of items under his belt, but at the present time, Junja is having a hard time in the jungle, I would say. He's not finding his positioning. He got that little switcheroo, got his bot lane killed. JDG couldn't react. They lost time trying to help him as well, and now they need a solution. They need one fast. They need that level 6. They need the unstoppable force, and they need a massive collapse from everyone on the side of JDG.
Yeah, and as early as it is, I actually do quite like the initial swap here from BLG. You see Viper initially buying the tier 2 boots, running straight top. Looks like we got a fight in the mid lane here. Galio, no phase rush.
Oh, but he ultimates away. The hero's entrance to hero getaway, and YXL is alive and kicking for the time being. Honkyu manages to gain priority over the mid lane, but almost 2 level discrepancy here between Billy's bot lane and JDG's.
Yeah, but Viper caught a lot of XP with that initial top lane rotation. When he got to the top lane, there was like 5 minions waiting for him under the tower. And not to mention, he's already got an advantage from that bot lane dive. So Viper going to be well ahead of Gala this game. And Shun also with those initial 2 kills should be pretty ahead as well. It looks like Malphite will be first to 6. I believe he is just 1 camp away, whereas Shun's going to need another one after this Gromp. He's going to take the recall first, so it's probably not going to matter, but Malphite is just going to have a little bit of an XP lead, whereas Shun's going to have the gold lead, and we just want to make sure that Viper here is able to keep his pace, keep his trajectory. If he can just kind of keep things going the way they are, he should be able to keep an advantage over Gala for the rest of this game. This Cleanse Arcane Varus is pretty weak, but this Zahen...
Zahen, he gets tries to go in from the Grip Deliverance, does not have his ult or does not have his passive up fully stacked. Bin at level 6 is sustaining through, but he did use the public execution to get the heck away from that Darkin.
Yeah, I haven't seen that interaction before, but both of them using their unstoppable spells against one another, and Bin actually being forced to flash in that exchange. You said it best on the initial look of the Zahen. He just does Zahen things, and if he is left to his own devices, I would imagine that Bin is going to have a very hard time in this game. You do want to see that BLG starts stacking up some Drakes here, because as we know, this composition from JDG is very, very good into the lack of magic damage here. So your best win condition would probably be something along the lines of a Dragon Soul. You want to at least get something here with the grubs coming up as well.
You do, but you also need to take some advantage at the level 6 spike that Junjia just got as well. Or not just, but, you know, that he got as well. Because a level 6 from the Malphite is so much better than the level 6 from Shun and the Jace. Ultimately.
That is very, very true.
I mean, what does Jace do at level 6,
spike,
you know?
It's not the biggest in the game.
That's
a really good point.
You definitely want to do things with the Malphite. You want to push your weight around. You want to get advantages while you still can and while you still have the power to, or to have that relevancy. Oh, flat fourth shot kind of goes wide, but Viper asserts his dominance in the top side. Junjia does get the dragon, though, uncontested by Shun.
Yep, big first dragon going over to JDG, though. BLG in pretty good spot here with Viper pushing them out in the top lane. Looks like Gala's going to be able to collect the wave anyways. That's all fine. Jace does get the grubs. Yeah, a trade of objectives here, it's all right. But as BLG, I think you'd probably rather trade the other objectives just because I think your only real win condition this game would be the Dragon Soul. With that being said, I think as long as you play for the next 4 Drakes, you can still be on good pace, good par to win this game. So just keep an eye out for that Mountain Drake spawning in 4 minutes, and if BLG can situate themselves nicely for that, if anything, these grubs that they've just secured for themselves can help get them some extra gold from these plates, help get them closer to their items so that they're in a really, really good spot for this upcoming Drake, because if things go unchecked, it should be BLG's.
It should be, you know, if they manage to keep up the snowball. They need that snowball. They need to have those leads. They need to have weird fights that JDG just aren't ready to respond, and they can respond in the win BLG because they do have YXL. We're kind of downplaying the Galio presence here since we've seen it on draft, because it really doesn't make sense, but it is a difference maker in the middle of a team fight.
Yep, it's definitely a very effective champion, I guess, against the Malphite. You know, that champion is one who just commits, goes in, and actually has a pretty hard time going out. You know, the Malphite can get some movement speed with his Q, but if you go in as Malphite, you're kind of stuck in there, especially if the Galio answers well and CCs you. Let's see how much damage he has to take here.
Okay, well, unstoppable force to get away from the scuttle crab. You don't want to mess with that one. Still, he doesn't have a full item on him yet. That's perfectly fine and understandable. Xiao Shu, however, he might be in a bit of a trouble. Glim Deliverance going straight for Bin. Everybody's in trouble. The passive is up. He will revive. Bin is 200 HP, but he's still sustaining through. Xiao Shu misses his spear, but gets a knock-up on Shun. They don't get anything out of that one. Man, I wish Junjia had the unstoppable force here.
Hongq with the flash of a lifetime, though. I mean, he's got something that we can't see. Bin,
yeah,
I
more.
like this. A cheeky look to stay under the tower here. He should be pretty safe with the shielding he's got. Galio coming in. Junja no flash. There's got to be something here.
Nope, there's not. Junja is dead. YXL gets the kill because he is going AP Galio for the time being. Hongq now trying to get the ultimate
Phase
to stay
rush.
alive for just a little longer, getting close to YXL, and I don't think he's going to make it out of that one alive. Gives the kill over to Xiao Shu, and there's no objectives to secure, so JDG, they just need to take the 1-for-1 here.
Yeah, it's better than nothing as BLG there, but obviously you want to be getting a 1-for-0. I would think that YXL having to take a 1-for-1 there wasn't necessarily necessary, to put it with the lack of a better term. But hey, you did get the feat of warfare. That definitely is worth something. That's going to be pretty nice to have in your back pocket, especially given the fact that you want to be taking this Mountain Drake coming up and this Rift Herald coming up a minute after. So that being all said, you're definitely on pace to claim these feats of strength. And let's just see how they go about executing it. I don't think you want to fight Zahen like this, by the way.
I don't think you want to either, but Xiao Shu respects the fog of war and doesn't proceed too far because he has no idea where everybody else is. In the meantime, Vampire might be in trouble, goes for the quickness, gets back into Gala, and he's nice and safe. Big combo from BLG, but nothing to gain from that one.
And you have to understand that Viper is one of the best Jhin players out there. So just because this might not be the best Jhin draft of all time doesn't mean that this Jhin is not going to be a completely OP carry this game. Viper having well over the 10 CS per minute and just a huge lead over his opponent down here in Gala. Even Gala being forced away from his tower. This is where you really see the J shine.
Let's see. Shock blast through gates, misses slightly on the back of JDG. Everybody's going towards the bot side. BLG seem to be making a play for first tower. Plates are still up, so they might take a couple more waves to fully clear the tower out. 2 plates left here.
Yeah, they're doing some grub maxing right now, but I think it's just a bit awkward to send the Galio down here and drop these 6 minions for no good reason. I suppose Viper does want to spend his gold. That is all happy and dandy, but it's just the fact that it's just a little inefficient is all, you know? You're losing those minions down there. The local gold here is not even going to Galio.
Oh,
and
well,
now the Galio's inting too.
I
Oh,
don't know,
YXL, man.
He
YXL.
got the tower, he got the feats, but he also gave a kill over to Gala. Is it worth it? Jury's out on that one.
Yeah, you see, this is exactly what I mean. We should have been having Viper have a better outcome down
Vampire.
there. Speaking of better outcomes,
he does have Junja going towards bot side. Will the Malphite do anything? The flash is off on.
Oh,
On gets
no.
knocked up. Big unstoppable force. Big knock up from the grand entrance. It's Gala. Secures 2 kills off the back of that one. And just in time, would you look at that? A dragon's on the menu.
yeah, I really think that's just all because of the scuffed macro there. Just walking down Galio and having the Jhin recall, it just seemed a bit random. And we've got the hero's entrance here. You're a bit too late, and oh, that's really costly as BLG because you gave away the first Drake. Your win condition is
Wait,
the
what are you
Dragon
doing?
Soul.
What are you doing?
He's got a
Sure.
Galio.
But do you want to contest this? There's 4 people on JDG here inside the jungle. They get the blue buff, but now in the top side, the Grand Deliverance to deny once again the public execution. This is a very awkward matchup from side to side here.
Yeah, that did look very precarious with the Jace there. I thought, honestly, too, he was probably going to run in and die, but no, he was just kind of tethering with them there, playing with them just a little bit, but oh, good, man. We really got to find a way to get these dragons as BLG because our comp just gets so outscaled, but meanwhile, look at this Malphite.
Malphite. Yes, he's full build right now. He already has the Sunfire Aegis. Flashes out of the hero's entrance, but now YXL stuck in the front line. The Chains of Corruption are going to hold him nice and tight. He gets 1 taunt on Gala, and once again, Junja gets in the way, gets the kill for his AD carry. On is in trouble completely in no man's land. What a flash from Gala to get away from Shun. As Viper and On, they're the ones that ate the brunt of the force of JDG as they collapse one by one in the mid lane. Xiao Shu topside, fun times all around against Ben.
Yeah, it's just so hard to play this BLG comp versus JDG. I mean, I tell you, this comp is just so tanky. The Malphite, the Zahen, the Swain, these champions just take no damage. And look how long this Malphite takes to die, man. You jump straight on top of him. Even with the Galio ult, it's just not enough. He flashes out. Next thing you know, you're the ones in trouble. I really, really like this Swain R5 last pick out of Honku here. Just look how effective he is, man. If the Galio goes in, what more could you ask for? You just drain him like there's no tomorrow. This is a really good kind of comp. Remember you were saying how Zahen just has a field day draining in these kind of fights? Well, so does Swain.
Yeah.
These long fights are just going to go the way of JDG.
Absolutely. Yet another fight on the menu here is On is trying to fight for vision on the Tri-Bush. Vampire decides, you know what, that's a little bit too much for me. I'm going to back away from that one. You secure this one this time, On. And are we going to try to dive as a hen? Because that would be a fun thing to watch. I'm not going to lie.
That'll be a fun thing to watch one way or the other, because one team is going to have a very happy time. One team is not. Let's
Teleport.
see.
Oh,
I
they
mean,
wanna
I
dive the-
don't know if this
They're
is
going for it.
possible.
Xiao Shu doesn't have a lot of mana. Grim Deliverance is available, so we want to use it as fast as he can. Grim Deliverance straight down. He goes into the... Oh, the ultimate comes through, but will they get it? It's a 1-for-1. On is in trouble. They can get the 2, but they said enough is enough. As Shun and Viper are on the river and ready to contest. Otacon coming in within 3 minutes. They need to get the... And to establish this domination over the top side of the map. But the 1-for-1 and On having to go back. It feels like it's a good fight here for JDG to take here. On Q, goes in for
Flash
Viper.
ult from
Clutch-
Honku.
Gets him with a claw. Viper in trouble. The ultimate is enough. One more Q. He's down for the count. Lightning hands as Shun is the next one in line. Slowed down by the W. Honku finds another claw. He gets the jungler down. Smite is out. And JDG, they plow through Billy.
Yeah, Honku is just completely carrying right now. Are you seeing some of the stuff this guy's doing? First item, Rylai's Crystal Scepter flashes directly on top of Viper. This last pick, Swain is putting in work. I wouldn't even be too scared if I was JDG right now. This looks completely fraudulent out of BLG. And oh my goodness, is this Swain going to be a problem for the side of BLG? Sure, this Galio has 3 kills and is not even down in gold, but I promise you, this Swain is immeasurably stronger. This Jhin is so behind. He's going to deal no damage to this Malphite, to this Swain, to this Zahen. Just to say it one more time, how tanky could these champions even be? He's building full armor as well on the Malphite, completely invited to do so. As BLG here, you are in trouble.
No, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, Swain has been a powerful champion for quite a while. He just felt completely under the radar because he's just a slow mid laner. And he's been mostly used as a support, but now that he got actually buffed towards the mid lane, people are starting to realize, okay, maybe he's, a bit of a hyperscaler that kind of feels unfair if used in the right circumstances. And I'd be damned if this isn't the right circumstance. You'll understand what the next item is going to be. We're talking about the tankiness of YXL to deal with the Swain. But once that Blood Letters is in the inventory of Hong Q, is YXL in trouble?
Yeah, you could not be more right about that. And Honku is an absolute Swain aficionado, connoisseur as well. This is one of Honku's better champions. So if anyone is going to pull out the Swain R5 to completely take over a game, it's
unstoppable
him.
force. Goodbye, Shun. You're down. You try to cleanse. You try to get cleansed, but you got cleansed back into the base. On in YXL, try to evacuate the perimeter towards the bot side. But with no smite, there's also no contest for this third dragon for JDG.
Yep, and this is the part of the game where the Malphite is just superior to the Jace. You had to keep your advantage. You could not die once, let alone twice, nor could you give over these dragons like this. Your main win condition was going to have to be the soul from your early game prowess. You played this early game so well. Remember that dive onto Gala and Vampire so long ago. How did we go from there to here? It's completely in JDG's hands now. Soul point for the red team is crazy work.
It is. It absolutely is. I mean, they tried everything to keep the Smiter alive, but what are we even doing contesting that rush when you fully know that there's at least 3 players from JDG in the mid lane, and one of them's a rock that just flies at you at max speed?
And a very powerful rock at that, man. How are we going to recover this game state as BLG? I can't even think of many ways. I'm looking across the board here, and there's just not much promise. I can't see much, man. Even this Jace is so far from Last Whisper. He needs something, man.
Well, we're trying.
No flash.
Here. Billy, they are going for the.
This is
going for the
something.
Swain. It is something, and it is something that opens a possible crack on the window for the Otacon. Now, flipping Otacons. I mean, we've been playing with Otacons for a full year. I don't need to remind anyone that this is the flippiest objective of all time.
Take your lead and run, man. Take your lead and run. This is not going to end well.
They're flipping it. We have teleport coming in as well. So Xiao Shu is going to be a part of this fight as Shun is right into the nitty-gritty of it, tanking it for the most part. They're all getting debuffed as the Otacon is swinging around and it's not resetting. 4K left on the spot. Oh no, the public execution just missed and nobody got executed apart from On, who is currently sleeping tight on the base alongside Bin. Xiao Shu in the backline trying to get Shun out of the fight, and that's a double kill for the Zahen. And now Xiao Shu trying to get a little bit more. He's got the passive. He does not care if he dies because he wants to, so he can be gloriously revived and continue to fight on. It is a fight that belongs to JDG, and it is yet another objective for the bag of Jindong Gaming.
Oh, I had to give the suspense to Viper there in case something cool could have come from that. But yeah, unsurprisingly not. And who could have seen that coming, man? Just because you kill one champion doesn't mean you can magically do the impossible and start Otacon in the enemy team's face. Bin whiffs the ult. On's in the middle of the whole team. Mikhail's in himself. You just do no damage here. Jin doesn't even have 2 items. There's just no practical, feasible, tangible way to make this happen. And yep, that's just the outcome. There's just no other way to sugarcoat it. BLG goes way over their heads, and yeah, they're completely head in the sand right now.
Oh yes, and we thought this was going to be the match of the day. I mean, it absolutely is being the match of the day here. It is an incredible showcase of by JDG against all odds. I feel like most people were expecting Billy to come up and play League of Legends today, but they didn't expect JDG to be this strong and look this good with 2 players coming straight out of Flying Oyster. I mean, the Pacifics are looking really, really strong here. Hongq is having one heck of a series, and Junjia is just absolutely keeping up with the meta. He is doing everything in his power to make sure that Shun is not playing today.
Yeah, and this draft advantage that I contend that JDG secured for themselves in the pick ban is just completely blown out of proportion now. It is just so extremely difficult to play from here as BLG, and I can't even fault YXL all that much. You know, I know that in the pregame I was really saying that he's a bit of their problem here, the fact that he's not Knight, but I mean, hey, he's been doing good enough for himself, man. The draft is not in his favor. He's been doing what he can, and it just seems to me that pretty much every member of BLG has been having their faults and their flaws here. We've seen Bin just pretty much losing out versus Xiao Shu all game. We've seen Shun taking these really unnecessary deaths, and we've seen Viper just fail to keep up and do what he needs to do, man, and it's just going to be way too hard to play from this. You need to fight this dragon, but how on earth even can you?
Dude, to be fair to YXL, it is not his fault that his entire squad decided to play weak side mid lane. It literally isn't. Like, if Billy don't want to give him the resources, that's fine, but don't expect him to do wonderfully well after he gets no attention whatsoever, and he's expected to be everywhere because he's a Galio, you know? So, at the end of the day, this is Billy's own doing. They wanted to get Gala ahead as fast as they could, and they got Gala somewhat ahead. It's just not playing a champion that's flexible enough to actually do the things that Billy need him to do. Solar Flare on the Malphite. He is tickles, and there they go. Look at that. The unstoppable force flushed out by On. Come on, Junja. You had so many angles there, and he goes for the support. Now Billy tried to poke back into the fight as JDG. They circle around the dragon. This is soul for JDG. They should be able to get it. Billy still have a couple of aces up their sleeve. Xiaohu is here. It's a 5v fight. Flash in from Hongq trying to keep the ultimate alive. And what a blast! They come in. Billy do their best to disengage, but it's 3 down for the count. And JDG, they'll look healthy on this fight.
Yeah, what a good look from JDG there. That is just simply a draft gap. You see Honkyu just flashes into the middle of the whole enemy team. Regardless of how boosted this fight started off, it just doesn't matter. You don't need the unstoppable force. You don't need much. All you gotta do is just play the draft that you have equipped for yourselves here, and Honkyu does exactly that. There is simply just no possible way for BLG to kill this guy.
Nope. None at all. And now JDG, they're looking straight at the Baron. It might be a flip. It should be a flip at least. Billy definitely want to gain positioning over this Baron. They definitely want to contest this, because if this Baron falls for free in the hands of JDG, that is probably the last nail in a coffin here for Billy, and I'll be damned if they don't look dead already.
Yeah, and the sad part is that you can just see it. I'll put it like this. The more armor Malphite builds, the more of a damage champ he becomes. So if you're Viper, you're just Cat Despair right now. This guy is not only a tank who's impossible to kill as yourself as the Jhin here, he's also an assassin, man. This Malphite just does way too much damage to be balanced right now. You completely invited him to stack armor, and we're going to see exactly where that gets them.
Man has 3 armor items. He has the Sunfire Aegis, he has the Thornmill completely built, and he also has the beginnings, or not beginnings, or the ends of a Randuin's Omen. He is fully stacked in armor. Right on top of Bin. That's a rock, and that's going to be a headache. He misses the public execution, and the kill goes in favor of Xiao Shu. Dive goes in for YXL. Nobody around the corner to try to or at least mitigate this dive. So Billy just have to sit and watch as JDG take Baron for free.
Yeah, and at this point, BLG must know it. This game is pretty much out of reach. You can definitely do your best. You can put up some kind of a fight, but the chances of it getting somewhere are slim to none. We take another look at this here. We see Junja's going to probably ult in, but Honkyu says, watch this. He goes straight into the middle of the whole enemy team, and his HP bar goes up, AC. It goes up. That's not how that's supposed to work. What a good combination with the Zahen Sway in this draft.
No, absolutely. It's just a dive. I mean, the champions that you don't expect to dive are the ones that are diving. Mid lane, when do you ever hear about a mid laner initiating and diving in unless you're a Galio? Heck, this is a Swain. He's tankier than Galio at this point in time, and he's dealing so much more damage, sustaining through everything. He actually hasn't gone for the Bloodletters. He went for the Riftmaker. Jesus, items. Riftmaker first, and it's giving him so much sustain. Even though he is a ranged champion, it just gives him so many benefits here for the Swain. Honkyu is massive in this game.
Yeah, and take notes, LPL, take notes, World, man. If Galio is locked in and that team has a huge lack of damage, pick Swain, man. Just pick Swain. It's just so effective into the Galio. You win the laning phase. The Galio wants to go in, and you welcome him to go in. You pretty much have supremacy over the entirety of the game, and we're just watching this unfold here in 4K. Complete draft kingdom from JDG, even though they made blunders in the early game. Their draft is just that superior that BLG can't possibly keep it up. We see that they're trying their best, but this is their last stand.
It is their last stand. There's not a massive wave from JDG, but the bot lane is looking like it might crack open the base of Billy just a little bit more to allow that big minion wave to come in. And now that the minions are collapsing, we do have a redemption for a second win here on JDG. All the summoners are up. All of the ultimates are up, and they want to go in for Viper. Viper is absolutely isolated, and he is a Jhin. Junja is definitely looking for a window of opportunity to go rock, meet, phase as the Grim Deliverance comes into the backline. Xiao Shu does not have his passive up, but it really doesn't matter as the Nexus is cracked open. Finally, they get some blood in their hands. JDG look good on this fight. The curtain is open, but the game is closed, ladies and gentlemen. JDG, they secure a 2-0 against Billy. Fools, what just transpired in this series, man?
I mean, good game to JDG, and as BLG, you can't do anything other than just sit and watch while they take your Nexus right off of the Rift. What just transpired, AC? I've got no clue, but it seems to me a fair bit of a draft gap, a fair bit of an underperformance across the board from BLG this series, and they're gonna have to step it up if they want to get somewhere in this Demacia Cup without Knight.
we came full circle. We went from a time that nobody cared about Malphite into a point where he is actually an issue. Because the draft started looking good for Billy. They get the Jace in the jungle. You talked about how good Jace could be potentially in the jungle. And it's true, he is. And also the Ambessa. The picks are there. The damage is there. But then you put Malphite on the picture and you're like, okay, what do we do against that? Nothing. We can't do anything.
Yeah,
nothing
at all, man.
Malphite. You can't.
There's just pretty much no way to fix that draft. I think you can possibly go for some sort of a different angle. Take a mage in the mid lane, man. If you just didn't have a Galio, maybe you had a Syndra or a Ryze or something like that. You could at least get somewhere with this kind of a draft, but not the Jhin as well, man. I think that Jhin needed to be a Kai'Sa AC. You called it out right. Remember that?
Right.
You know what I'm
saying?
saying?
Jhin was kind of criminal. But the thing is, if you don't have Galio in the mid lane, who are you going to put him in? Because, like, you're lacking tankiness. You can't expect Leona to cover for every damage absorption on the team. You needed something that was a little bit... Or, heck, throw Swain in the mix here for the mid lane. Maybe take Swain away from HongQ and put it in YXL's hands. It could have worked.
I mean, ironically, Swain is very good into Malphite Rakan. I'm sure he can hold his own into Zahen. And, I mean, if you blind pick him, I'm pretty sure you can't get punished all that much. I mean, regardless, you just have to draft a little bit better here. You can't really round this comp out with a Galio and with a Jhin, in my eyes at least. I mean, who am I to question an LPL team? But I mean, I think anybody in the chat can see what we saw this game and just notice that this game was simply not playable from start to finish, man. I mean, sure, I take it back at the start, they could do something, but it just doesn't matter how well you start off. If you don't play perfectly, you're just cooked. And this might just be proof that Jace jungle's great, but you can't have Jace if the enemy team has Malphite. That just might be the conclusion here.
Yep, and that said, I mean, Billy, they're down. They're absolutely down, but they're not out yet. This was a third game. They still have one extra game to play tomorrow, and it's do or die for this team. It's do or die. There's a lot of expectations around Billy. They have to play against Weibo. Should be a good matchup, but at this point in time, who can predict whatever comes out of Billy's hands? I can't. I really can't. They've been looking fragile throughout the series. They've been looking fragile in Worlds, since Worlds.
Yep, absolutely. There's looked to be some cracks in the defenses here for BLG, and we are really seeing those exploited here from JDG. This is really going to spice things up for the B group in this stage 2 of the Demacia Cup. I think this is anyone's group to get out of now. It's just going to be a matter of how things unfold on this next set of matches here and who's going to be able to make it on into the next stage, because it's pretty much anyone's game with JDG leveling things up here to 2-2.
Ooh, I almost didn't catch that. Ooh, Junjak predicted the flashback from Viper, but he kind of missed the angle by like a couple of degrees there. Still incredible end to a phenomenal game. This one was a lot more one-sided than game 1. I feel like Billy were feeling the pressure of being 0-1 on a best-of-3 series. Maybe could have been different if it was a best-of-5, but ultimately, player of the game, Xiao Shu on the Zahen, fools. Xiao Shu on the... This is silly. This is silly. The player is silly. The champion is silly. The whole circumstance is just silly.
Yep, totally valid player of the game here. We actually saw that Xiaoshu just had Bin's number all game. I thought the Ambessa pick was pretty curious. I was wondering why they opted into that for the Zahen matchup. I was assuming it would be a little bit better, but it seemed to me, I don't know if you saw what I saw, but just from start to finish, that Zahen was just winning out versus the Ambessa, and then that was having huge of a domino effect in the team fights as well. So understandable play of the game to Xiaoshu there. Well played from start to finish, and that Zahen champ needs to be taken care of.
We're talking about a lot of nerfs coming into the next season. Your opinion should be signed. In my opinion, it should be Swain. I feel like Swain is too strong as far as it goes, because how do you stop that? How do you, like, if people are watching this game, how do you stop that Swain? Like, he can be safe farming at a distance. He can just stack his passive ad nauseum from a distance, as long as he lands his W's, as long as he lands his E's, and he scales infinitely. He just scales infinitely. That is silly. He gets tankier than the Galio that he was facing off against. Like, moving forward, what could we be still expecting here from this group? Because it is looking grim for our favorites, Billy, or one of the favorites in this case.
Yeah, so we have a very interesting group now with the likes of OMG, LNG, JDG, Billy, and Weibo. I don't suppose we can pull up a graphic of the group, but regardless, we can just paint the picture for you guys. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a huge clump of teams at around that 2-2 range. It's just going to be a matter of, how the tiebreakers go and how these rest of these games go for these teams that have yet to play 4 games. So Billy going to be playing tomorrow, now sitting at 1-2. So they're really going to need to get themselves to 2-2 to, I believe, have some sort of a chance at progressing here in this tournament. We got to see more out of Viper. We got to see this team step it up. And I think we got to see the coach, if anything, lock in, man. Because if you're getting draft capped like that, you're just holding your players back, man. You really are.
True. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for today. It is a 2-0 landslide victory for JD Gaming, who established themselves as one of the big teams here in Group B. For myself, from Fulls, and everybody behind the cameras, I want to appreciate you guys sticking around to watch this until the end. It's been a hell of a ride, but we will be back tomorrow, and the opener is going to be a banger. WE versus LGD for the first game of the day. You don't want to miss it. So, from myself, from Fulls, everybody behind the cameras, thank you for watching. Have a wonderful day, evening, or afternoon, depends where you are.
And happy holidays.
Happy holidays, man! It's Eve! It's Christmas Eve for anyone who celebrates, so have a wonderful day.